Welcome to Cats Go Weiss Schwarz. In today's video, I will be doing a set overview for the Eminence in Shadow. This is the newest Weiss set. It's an English exclusive set. Comes out on Friday, April 24th. This set was a long time coming. They originally announced it around spring of 2025 some point. So between the announcement and the actual release date, it's been nearly a year or so. Which is quite a long time. This set actually comes out the same day as Fujimi Volume 2, which was also announced for English roughly a year ago. So some very long wait times for a couple of really major sets. This is the first English exclusive set that we've had in quite a while. There is a lot of hype around this set. Apparently there's a lot of fans of the show. When the set was announced, I didn't really care for it because I hadn't seen the show. I had never heard of the show, but I know some people got really excited for it. Then roughly around December, January, I decided to give the show a try to know if I'd want to buy into the set. I wound up really enjoying it. The quick synopsis of the show is that a high schooler with some mental illness gets isekai'd after dying into another world. He gets reincarnated as a baby, but he has all his memories and he gets access to some magic powers, and he's incredibly strong, and he decides to sort of live out his own version of some sort of fantasy and just create this organization that fights a fictional organization, which kind of somehow turns out to not be quite so fictional. It's not really about the plot, the show, but it's a very enjoyable show. It's a show you kind of have to turn your brain off because the plot isn't really the greatest, and character development isn't necessarily the greatest. But if you're just looking for a show that you could just turn your brain off, watch some cool fight scenes, watch a really ridiculous main character, who might be slightly on the spectrum, just do some really funny, crazy, over the top things and have a blast while he's doing it because he loves all the chaos that he creates, then it's definitely a very entertaining show, for sure. So once I started watching the show, gave it a real try, I got very excited for the set. They started revealing some cards in the winter of 2026. My enthusiasm started to wane a little bit with some of those reveals, but now that the full set list is out, it just with people opening a product that got it a little bit early and filling in some of the blanks, because for whatever reason Bushiroad gave us a very small, relatively small amount of card reveals. I don't know why they are playing this so close to the vest, and they didn't want to just... But Bushiroad did not reveal a good chunk of cards officially. Even this is Monday, April 20th that I'm recording this, and a lot of stuff wasn't revealed. A lot of the higher rarity stuff wasn't revealed. Like, we only knew one of the secret pluses. There are 5 secret pluses in this set, by the way. So just sort of a very weird release layout for this set, I guess. Just the fact that it took so long to get once it was announced, and then they've really just been just very slowly just revealing cards and not revealing a huge chunk of them, and we have to wait for people to just get their product early to find out the missing cards. I was able to figure out most of the missing cards because today they TCG Player uploaded everything to their website. So some of the few that were still missing, I was able to just get from there and get a full look at the set. But that shouldn't factor into how, good a set is. There has been talk about the set for a good long while. Leading up to release, I went to TCG Player to just look at how pre-sales were doing for like boxes and trial decks and cases, and I was actually very surprised about how many of everything's been selling. There's a supply set for this. There's a booster box, trial deck, and a supply set. Supply sets, there have been multiple sales for supply sets for just under $100, which is absolutely insane for something that retails for like 30 or 40 bucks, or should. But a lot of people were really overpaying for the supply set. A lot of people were really overpaying for booster boxes, and a lot of booster boxes had sold in pre-sales for a Weiss product that wasn't Hololive, Nikkei, or Azure Lane. A lot of cases being sold at way above what you can get them for if you look elsewhere. You're just paying really exorbitant pre-sale prices. What this tells me, and why I bring it up, is that there's a lot of people that maybe aren't familiar with the Weiss market and don't know other avenues where to get Weiss product for what their more reasonable prices are, and they are getting into the game, even if it's just for one set, whether it's to collect it or build a deck and try out the game, whatever, just because they really like Eminence. And going on the Weiss Discords and Facebook pages, I'm just seeing so much chatter about this set. Some of it, a lot of the negative chatter seems to be from like experienced Weiss people who are kind of disappointed in the set. But there also seems to be a lot of people who clearly aren't too familiar with Weiss, but they're very, very excited for Eminence, and they seem very, very passionate about the IP. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'm always very excited and happy when Bushiroad does pick an IP that does draw new eyes to the game. Whether or not the overall reception, once the set is officially out and in everyone's hands, whether that reception is good or not, um, I think while that's still important, there's no denying the number of people that are just talking about this set, way more than we've seen for some other sets for 2026. Dan and Dan had a lot of people opening it, so no complaints there. But Girls Pray and Cry came out right around the same time. That set just was dead on arrival. Nobody was talking about that, despite the how beloved the show is. Maquin had very, very few people talking about it. Fairy Tale only had people talking about it because of the controversy around the case ratios, but no one was talking about it outside of that. So a lot of people are talking about this set. A lot of people just want to theory craft some decks and talk about the foils, the higher rarity stuff, how competitive this set is going to be, how good the cards look, etc. Plenty of criticisms, but there's also plenty of people that are just very, very excited for this set. I'll say ahead of time, before we get into the actual overview, looking at some cards, that overall I do like this set. I do think that this set does have problems, not so much from a player standpoint. I do think there's a lot to like about this set. It is not a tier 1 or a tier 0 set, but it is a very, very, very strong tier 2 set, with multiple different combos you could play at level 3 and level 1. Lots of good support pieces, lots of utility, a strong level 0 lineup. It's from playability standpoint, this is a very strong tier 2 set. I think there is a lot to like. So from a player standpoint, I don't think there's really the set could always be better, of course. That it's not like it's a perfect set from a player standpoint, but I think it's very solid, and there should be something that most people picking it up can find, because there are a lot of options. The big issue with this set, I think, comes down to some design choices on Bushiroad's part, and that just comes down to the rarities for the set, the case distribution for the set, just the actual designing of like the art on the cards and things I'll talk about in more detail later. That I think is a big thing to discuss. I'll discuss that closer to the end, because that does seem to be where a lot of the negativity about this set is deriving from, and I can understand that. I do have problems with the set in that regard. It has not killed my enthusiasm for the set, but that's mostly because in the last few days I've started rewatching the show, and it's reinvigorated my love for the show, even though it is not, the most amazing thing objectively, but it is very entertaining. And I think rewatching the show leading up to the release of this set has made me realize just how badly Bushiroad did design this set, just in terms of it feels like they designed it, and the people that designed it, they weren't really fans of the show, and they may not have understood, or if they did, they just blatantly ignored why people like the show. There's just a weird focus on characters that aren't the most popular characters in the series, like a very strong focus. They gave good cards to the main characters that people like. We've got the main girls and the main character pictured here. And a lot of them have good cards, don't get me wrong, plenty of them do. Plenty of them will be very playable, and you'll see a lot of them at a local scene or even at a regional. Because again, this is a solid tier 2 set. But there's also a lot of side characters that got some pretty powerful cards, or cards that you kind of just have to play because they are strong, and they just slapped us so many random characters onto it where they easily could have just picked the more popular characters. There's other characters in the show that are popular outside of the main characters pictured here, and it just seems weird because a lot of people, I tend to only buy into a set if I like the IP that it's based on, with a couple of exceptions. And I was very excited to just be picking up my favorite girls here and just making decks involving them pretty much. And there's still lots of good cards in the set, but a lot of the cards from like the most popular characters, they have a lot of sort of like filler. And I think that's just really an odd decision. And it's just weird that Bushiroad designed it the way that they did. The whole distribution and how they chose rarities, they just picked some very weird cards with some weird characters on them for slots you wouldn't expect them to be in. And I think from that standpoint, Bushiroad really dropped the ball. You don't want to buy into a set for like an IP that you really like, and then you wind up having to play a whole bunch of cards that aren't the characters that you or most people really like, and you're playing less of the characters that people do like. Generally, most of the time Bushiroad is very, very good at deciding which characters get the spotlight, that sort of thing. Like, but with this set, either whoever designed it and picked who goes on what cards or whatnot just really hated the show, and they wanted to give like the middle finger to the people buying into it because they just despise it that much, or they never bothered watching the show and they just didn't really understand what people liked about it. Maybe, I can't really say. But just keep that in mind as we talk about it, because there's a lot to like if you are a player of the set. If you are just trying to pick up, if you're a collector and you just want to pick up cards, there's still some stuff to like. There's some stuff that to dislike. Unfortunately, if you are a player and a collector, and that's also a big fan of this show, you'll probably be feeling the worst of it because you kind of get the worst of both worlds. And if you're someone who doesn't care whatsoever about this set and you're like a player who just wants to see if this is something you should buy into, well, then I think you'll be rewarded because there is a decent amount to like. So this has been a very, very, very long intro, much longer than I thought. But I just wanted to clear up some things and let people know who are maybe have read some things online through the Discord or Reddit or whatever, that I am aware of a lot of the negativity surrounding this set that's been going on as we've gotten closer to the release. We will talk about it more as the set goes on, as the set overview video goes on. So we'll get to it later, closer to the end, especially when I talk about the collectability portion of this set. But without further ado, let's move on to the actual looking at cards. For anyone who has been following this channel for a while now and has seen me do these set overview videos, you will know by now that I always like to start with the level 3 combos for a set. My personal preference, whenever I look at a brand new set and I go into it blind, I always skip straight to the level 3 combos, because I like to see how powerful they are, how good they are at killing my opponent from deeper and deeper into level 2. I just like to have these really fun explosive level 3 combos, so I always gravitate towards them first, and I like to do the same when we're doing these set overviews. First up, we have the trial deck level 3 combo for the set, this Lesson Time Shadow. This is on a book climax, which is a little disappointing. Book's okay. It would have been better if it was Pants for various reasons, just because Pants is a better trigger than book. But this is an okay combo for a trial deck. It wouldn't be good if it wasn't a trial deck. Its first effect, which is not tied to the climax combo, is when it attacks, you may put the top card of your deck into your waiting room. If that card is an unfortunate event, which is an event in the trial deck, or an Eminence in Shadow character, you deal X damage to your opponent. X is equal to the level of that card. Meaning it can be 0, because if you mill a level 0 character, you would burn 0. It would have been really nice if this was X plus 1. They might have thought that that was too strong. It's kind of hard to say, but I think that effect, it just makes it so random that it's really hard to control. But it's fine, I guess. It doesn't do anything on play. It doesn't heal, doesn't dig or anything like that. You can really high roll with that. The actual climax combo is when this card's battle opponent becomes reversed. If you have the book climax in your climax area, you may pay the cost, which is pay 4, so very hefty. If you do, you stand this card. This is okay. It really isn't amazing. It's fine for a trial deck combo. I think they could have done a couple of things to tweak this to make it better. I think a reverse is fine for a trial deck combo. That's something we see pretty often with trial deck combos. It is pretty weak. It's only at 11.5 with a climax. You can't always buff it with assists, but being 11.5 with a climax means if you hit level 3 first and your opponent has an early play, they might be able to just memory kick this away. Because it really isn't swinging for that big, which is a problem. Being on reverse is already tough enough because if your opponent knows what it does and they want to prepare, they could crash the turn before, leaving you no targets, and there's no way in the sets to just summon something from your opponent's waiting room. The pay 4 is also a lot. We see restanders all the time. They used to be very expensive like this with like a pay 4. In recent years, restanders are nowhere near this expensive. They're most of the time when we see a restander in this day and age, it's like usually end of attack pay 2, which is really reasonable when it's on a restander. It's nowhere near as expensive as it seems up front, but that's generally been the norm, some variation of that. Pay 4 is kind of insane when you also need a reverse. The reason that I think they did that was to try to balance the card because it does have this on attack burn effect, and it's not a once per turn. So when you attack, you'll mill the top card of your deck, then burn X, and then you do the battle. If you get the reverse and this thing was a memory kicked, you pay the cost, pay 4, restand it, attack again. You will get another mill with a potential burn. So I think they were trying to balance that, but like the fact that you really have no way to control the mill and the fact that it does whiff on zeros, I don't know. You kind of need a lot to go right. No one's really going to be playing this like outside like that. Anyone that bought a playset or something like that of the main booster, they're never going to play this because it's just not that amazing. If you're just putting two trial decks together, it's fine enough. I think because this thing does whiff on level zeros, I think that the pay 4 really should not have been a pay 4. I think it should have been a pay 3 at worst. Realistically, it could have been a pay 2. Even a pay 2 ditched one, I think would have been perfectly fine. Now, if this thing was mill a character, mill a top card of your deck, and then burn X plus 1, maybe the pay 4 could be reasonable then. I could see that. But because you can whiff, and because it's so likely that you will whiff, even if you restand it, there's a really good chance you're going to whiff on one of the two mills. And your deck most of the time is going to be comprised of roughly 20 level 0 characters, give or take, 8 climaxes. That's over half your deck easily. It's just so easy to whiff it. Plus it's on a book. It could have been, with a couple of tweaks, this could have been a legitimately good combo that people could just throw into an actual Eminence deck, and it wouldn't be like the most surprising thing that they were playing a trial deck level 3 combo, because it would have enough benefits. As it stands now, it's very expensive for what it does. It doesn't do what it does really well. If you are just looking to go to like an Eminence Meister Cup and you just want to buy a couple trial decks, this is fine. But luckily there is enough in the main booster to just swap out instead of having to play this. Next up, we have this Plans in Motion Gaunt Knight. This guy's a real piece of shit. Not because of what he does, he's just an asshole in the show. But this card was a card that we didn't know existed until, I'd say, this past weekend, which was less than a week before the actual release of the set. We had seen very little green cards. There's 3 colors in the set: blue, red, green, not a ton of green. This is a double rare, and it was weird that they hadn't officially revealed this. But it's actually not bad. I don't mind it. It's got issues, but I think right now its biggest issue is that it's on a stock soul. You would see a green level 3 combo and assume that it's bar. It's actually on a stock soul. Stock soul is not terrible. I think stock soul works in certain types of decks. I don't think what you're going for here really needs a stock soul. I think a bar would have been better. But the actual card says if you have 3 or more other characters, it gets 2500 power, and during this card's battle, your opponent cannot play events from their hand. So on its own, as long as you meet that condition, which should be easy enough to meet at level 3, it will be 11k. With the climax, it will be 12k. So not terrible. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may heal. That's good. And from the first effect, the event protection is very nice. That's actually kind of a common thing. We see multiple cards in this set have either backup protection, event protection, or both, which is kind of really neat, especially when Nikkei's still running around. It's nice to know you don't have to worry about their rest counter in this. But there are some sets that might have events, especially as we go into a trios season, and there's going to be a few more fun roguish type decks that might be playing money counters or something like that. It's always nice to have, especially because it is healing. Also, a lot of the time when we see level 3 combos, at least until recently, it used to be you would heal, or you would grab a card from somewhere, or you would get some sort of protection. You wouldn't combine 2 or more of those effects. Not more often than not, but lately they've sort of been letting us heal and get protection, or dig and get protection, which I think is a nice slow power creep sort of evolution. Now, the actual climax combo is when it attacks, pay 1, ditch 1 if you have the stock soul climax and 2 or more other characters, then deal 2 damage to your opponent, and during your opponent's climax phase or during this card's battle, you cannot receive damage by auto effects of your opponent's characters until the end of your opponent's next turn. So it burns 2, and it also gives you auto damage protection from opponent's characters, which would be most auto damage you could take, but with something like Overlord and the Goats events, it would not protect from that. Not that those work during the climax phase or the battle phase anyway. But I think this card is decent. It's better than I expected it to be when I saw, like last Saturday or Sunday, just a random person posting a double rare that we hadn't yet seen that was in green of this real piece of shit guy who doesn't matter what he did in the show, but whatever. But we've seen this recently with like Natsu from Fairy Tail, which is also an on-attack burn 2. And it also says you can't take auto damage during its battle until the end of the next turn. I think it's the battle, but that one requires a bit more setup. You gotta have to have a memory condition or whatever. This is a lot more straightforward. The hand requirement's not that much. Pay 1 means if you want to triple this, you only need to have 7 stock up front to do it. Actually, because it's on a stock soul, you actually only need 6 stock up front, which is extremely reasonable. Oh, you know what? I forgot that he actually won't gain power from the stock soul, so he will only sit at 11k with the climax because he won't get power from it because it's a stock soul for some stupid reason. I think that's the weakest part about this, the fact that it is only 11k. So most likely you will need to plop some sort of assist in the back row just to make him bigger, to safely feel like you can just beat over things and not be at risk of getting reversed or memory kicked. But since you only need 6 stock up front to do it, because the stock soul will give you a stock when you play it, the assists you would play in this set are 1 stock anyway, so still pretty reasonable. I don't dislike this combo. I dislike this color in this particular set because I think green is a really bad color. These zeros really aren't great for the most part. There's like 1 0 I like that's in green, and it is a pretty good 0 to be honest. But this combo overall I do like. It's easier to set up than the Natsu. It's offensive and defensive. The fact that it's no auto damage during your opponent's climax phase or your opponent's attack phase, during this card's battle. It's very similar to the Albedo from Overlord Set 2, which never really saw play, but that's because Ainz existed, so no one was playing Albedo. But since I mentioned it, this will stop the burn ones from Eins, which is something. The burn ones that happen when you play the climax, if they choose to do that. Climax phase won't be too relevant, to be honest, but something like Eins, it's better to have it than to not. If you're playing against Ruby and you triple this, you will stop the burn 3s that happen during the climax phase. As long as you triple it and you still have one out, they may clock kick, but they won't get the burn 3s out. Burn 3s off. And then making it so that during its battle you can't receive auto damage. That is pretty good. It heals. It's still burning. It's not the craziest burn, but it's very cheap, reliable burn. And just solid enough overall. Too bad if it was in a different color, it might be better. Realistically, if you want to play this, I would probably just play some red or blue level 1 combo and just play like there's a green early play healer in this set. I don't know, maybe just play 4 copies of that so you can make sure you don't whiff on the leveling, on the color requirement or something like that, because that is probably the weakest thing about this card, aside from the fact that it is only 11k and it does need to survive until the opponent's turn. But overall, decent enough for something that I don't think anyone's going to play because there are just better options. But as a weaker level 3 option, I think it's actually surprisingly a little underrated maybe. Next up, we have this Ultimate Shadow. Shadow is the main character from the show. This is the guy I said that has some kind of mental illness. Not that they ever imply that or address it in the show whatsoever, but if you watch the show, you'll know that something's a little off about this guy. But whatever that something is highly entertaining because he is absolutely hysterical and he is having such a good time just fucking around with everybody in the universe. He got isekai too. But anyway, this is a card that's just a common, which is surprising because it's actually very good for a common. On play, you may sack one Eminence In character from your stage to your waiting room, which is like everything in the set. If you do, you may salvage up to two characters in your waiting room, add them to hand. Very solid effect. There's a good reason. His climax combo requires a lot of cards in hand, especially specific ones. So being able to grab 2 specific characters is really nice. I actually think this is kind of a decent, like, even if you're not playing this climax combo, it wouldn't be bad if you had some extra room at level 3 in a different deck to just plop a copy of this. If you are playing a game and you got some extra stock, you weren't able to sculpt your hand as well as you would like, at least you have an option where for 1 card you could grab back 2 specific characters from your waiting room, which isn't terrible. And then its climax combo is it works on a pants climax. At the beginning of your attack phase, if you don't have another character in your center stage, you may pay the cost. The cost is pay 2, ditch 2 copies of this card from your hand, and then discard 3 additional copies from your hand, 3 additional cards from your hand, and you sack the pants climax from your climax area to your waiting room. If you do, you deal 3 damage to your opponent 5 times, and this card gets 2000 power until end of turn. I think for a common, this is actually a fantastic climax combo. The fact that it's on a pants, which is a good trigger, is really good too. I think this could see a little bit of play. It's not like crazy, but there are advantages. If you are playing a normal climax combo, a level 3 climax combo, let's say that the climax combo was on attack burn 3. Between the 3 burn 3s, assuming you tri-field it, the 3 burn 3s and the 3 swings, it's actually the same amount of instances of damage that this card does, because you get the 5 burned 3s plus 1 swing, so it's still 6 instances of damage. However, the big advantage to this card is that you do those 6 instances for an incredibly cheap cost. You only need 4 stock up front to actually do it. The 2 stock to play him out, plus the 2 stock to use the effect. Because he has the on-play salvage, it should be easy enough to get 2 more copies of himself to your hand, or even just 2 cards to add to your hand to do off the discard. If you are playing any other level 3 combo, you'd need 3 copies of your level 3 combo anyway, ideally, to maximize your level 3 turn. So it's really not any different in terms of setup than what you would need in any other deck. I also really like that you are doing 5 of those instances of damage to your opponent before any battle. I like that that means that your opponent, can't be using backups or counters or anything like that. Anything on their stage they're not using, because this is all happening before battle. So anything that they would be, that really would just be a backup or counter, they're not using, and that can be a lot of instances of damage that you're doing before your opponent has any possible chance to respond, which I really, really like. I also like that it basically makes rest counters ineffective because you're only going to be swinging one time with this card. So if you are going up against something like Nikke or Hololive, the rest counter is pretty irrelevant to you. Of course, in the case of Nikke, they could just use the whole plus soul thing. He would just pop, it could happen, it's fine. I think this is a very solid combo overall. There is a stock swap in this set, and because you only need 4 stock to use this combo, it's not unreasonable to do stock swap and then this combo. At that point, you only need 7 stock. I think a stock swap combined with 5 burned 3s up front and then a swing still, I think that's really reasonable. There's also a card we're going to look at soon that is on play. It's level 3 Delta, I think, that says on play burn 1. If you've got some extra stock to play with, and you started the turn with a good amount of hand, you could very easily just throw out the stock swap, or you could throw out a copy of the on play burn 1 card, maybe even both if you are really high rolling and you had like 3, 5, 7, 9 stock, which is doable. It's not the craziest number in the world to reach. At the very least, you should very consistently be able to do 1 copy of this, plus either a stock swap or the on play burn 1. I think that is super doable. That should be the ideal thing. Sometimes you're not going to want to stock swap your opponent. Maybe they're out 8 or something, and there's no reason to do it. At that point, it's nice to have the options to get a little extra burn in there, get an extra instance. Maybe you will snipe a climax or something. But I do like this combo a lot. I'll play it a bit. It's not like my favorite combo in the set, but it's not a combo I dislike at all. I again think for a common, it's actually kind of insane for a common, because it's really not bad at all. I think this is something that a lot of people might just take to a Meisterkampf because it's so cheap. This is one of the secret pluses of the set. There is an SR for this also. But there's just a lot going for it. There is a little bit of pants support that is actually pretty good in this set, despite there not being too much of it. So the fact that he's on a pants is good. A lot of people like the character. He is the main character of the show. So yeah, just solid combo overall. Decent enough to like about it. I wouldn't fault anyone that likes Eminence and is playing the set. I wouldn't even blink twice if I saw that they were playing this combo because it's just perfectly serviceable. Next up, we have these 3 characters. Finally getting to some of the 7 Shadow girls in the set. 7 Shadows is the name of his top agents that he gets to work for him and carry out all of his crazy rambling and shenanigans and stuff, but they're super loyal to him, and they should be the main draw of the set because they're the stereotypical anime girls. They're pretty and they all have dynamic personalities and whatnot. Unfortunately, this set kind of dropped the ball in some ways on them, but these 3 cards actually all work on the same climax, which is another pants climax, which is nice because there is a little bit of pants support in the set. We'll start from left to right. The first one, deploying Zeta. She is the stock swap for the set that I just mentioned. So on play, pay 1, stock swap your opponent. Not a stock shuffle, a true stock swap, which is always better. And then her climax combo is if you have the pants climax and you have 1 or less copies of her, Look at up to 2 cards. When she attacks from the top of your opponent's deck, you pick one from among them, put it at the bottom of their deck, put the rest on top of their deck in any order, and it gets 3,000 power for the turn. The climax combo is a little muted. It's sort of just like a bad Moko 2 because it can't get rid of both. It has to keep like one of them, which kind of stinks. But it's fair because it is tied to the stock swap, to be honest. You would be playing this in any list anyway just because it's a stock swap. I think ideally you would play this out, but you wouldn't actually attack with her. You would just attack with multiple copies of the other 2 cards we're about to talk about. You would need more stock to do all of this, and the game's not always going to work out that way. However, if you don't have the stock to do the stock swap and then do multiple copies of the other 2, this is perfectly serviceable in one lane. The stock swap is already going to be or should be impactful enough. And if your opponent again is in a bad deck state, well, then it's perfectly fine that you don't play this. If they're in a bad deck state for a stock swap, then it's perfectly fine that you don't play this out at all. But it's something you always want to make sure is in your hand going into level 3. And the fact that you are playing this climax combo package that has 3 different characters working on the same climax, and they all sort of do different things and work in well in different situations. I think it's versatile enough where we can look past that its actual climax combo is a little unexciting. Next up, we have the Her Resolve Alpha. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 3 cards on top of deck, add one of them to hand, and then her climax combo is on attack. If you have the climax, the Pants Climax, and you have 1 or less other copy of herself on your stage, you may pay 1, ditch 3. If you do, deal 2 damage to your opponent. If this damage is canceled, you may deal 3 damage to your opponent, and if that damage is canceled, you may deal 4 damage to your opponent. Now I know that I actually like this alpha a lot. It's not perfect, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes your opponent's deck is going to be in such a way where this is just the most expensive burn 2 you will ever have in your life. However, the ditch 3 is really more like a ditch 2 because she does add a card from top of deck on play. So she is replacing herself, so it's more like a ditch 2. So not as terrible when you look at it that way. Plus, we have seen these types of combos more frequently where they will deal some sort of damage, and then if that damage is canceled, they will deal more damage. Makeen had one recently. There was a level 3 choice that was on attack, burn 2. If it's canceled, burn 2. If it's canceled, burn 2. We recently saw in Oshinoko Volume 2, there's a Ruby choice combo, which is on attack, burn 2. If it's canceled, burn 2. These don't sound like too exciting combos just when you, at face value, when you just go at a glance. However, as someone who has gone up against the Ruby a ton and lost to it a ton, and has played the one from Makeen that I mentioned, which is basically the same thing, just with an extra burn. This sort of do burn, if it's canceled, do burn, if it's canceled, do burn. It's very, very, very consistent damage. It does feel bad if they don't cancel that first 2, I won't lie about that. However, it is a really great way to sort of just either get a whole bunch of climaxes out of your opponent's deck with a single card, or get a climax or 2 out of your opponent's deck, still stick some damage, and then maybe stick your swing. I do not think it's actually unreasonable to do double copies of this alpha. You can't play more than 2 because then you'll whiff on the condition. But if you start your turn with a full hand, which I know sometimes is just not going to work out, but if you start your turn with a full hand, that's 7. You clock your way up to 9 after your draw. You play 2 copies of this out, you're still at 9 cards in hand because she'll replace herself. The climax brings you down to 8. You'll use 6 of those 8 cards as part of the ditch, which means you'll have 2 extra cards freed up to do something else. I think the pay 1 stock is very reasonable for what it does. So while it is expensive, or it sounds expensive, being a ditch 3, as long as the game really isn't just going absolutely terrible for you, I think it's actually pretty reasonable to double this. And I think at the least you should be playing 1 copy. But I think a lot of the time you'll want 2 copies. We'll look at it later, but I'm just thinking of it now. There is a top check 3 brainstorm in this set that also says when you play a climax, you can look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck and put them on top of their deck in any order. I think that's actually very, very strong for this alpha specifically and this combo package, because if you use it and you look at those top 2 cards and you do not see a climax among them, you won't attack with this alpha first. At least you'll have some knowledge. You attack with the delta we'll get to in a second, or the zeta if you're attacking with it, because you'll know that if there's not a climax, well then you're just paying 1 and ditching 3 just to get a guaranteed burn 2 essentially, when the idea is you do want them to cancel the burn 2 and just sort of process more climaxes from their deck. But if you do see a climax there, then maybe you do just attack with this alpha first, because then you're sort of dealing with it. And yeah, if you see 2 climaxes there, well then you know you're processing 2 climaxes at least with a single card, and at that point hopefully you're sticking a 4 if you're sniping 2 climaxes off the top, and you're doing the burn 2 and they cancel, you do the burn 3 they cancel, and then you do the burn 4. And if they cancel that burn 4, well that's a lot of climaxes that one card dealt with, and that is very, very strong. So I think while that's indirect support, I don't think that was intentional on their part. I think that is something that really does help boost this alpha, because it's less of a guessing game. Before you really, unless your opponent was super compressed and you knew they had a bunch of climaxes in a really small deck, you would kind of just be like guessing, should I attack with this alpha first? Should I attack with it second? Should I attack with it third? With that brainstorm, which again we'll look at later. I think it just kind of makes this just a lot more reasonable. Something I didn't mention earlier is since the set's not out yet and it's not a Japanese set, it's English exclusive, so we didn't have access to the full set, so it's not even on the simulator yet. I haven't actually been able to test any of this in person. I am drawing purely on my 6-ish years of playing Weiss, and playing Weiss way more than I should and following it way more than I should. So a lot of it is just sort of understanding how the game works and just sort of gut instinct about whether these cards are viable or not. It could change once I actually test it, but at face value, I actually do think this is a good card despite it seeming like a very high cost. And I do like this package overall. Next up, we're going to talk about the Onslaught Delta. Should just be called Onslaught Best Girl because she is the best girl. During her battle, your opponent can't play backup from their hand, so nice to have a little backup protection, which is good because she is actually pretty weak. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may deal 1 damage to your opponent. So this was the delta that I talked about in the previous level 3 combo we looked at with the Shadow, where on play you just burn 1, so this can pair well into anything that's not tied to the climax combo. You could throw this in a deck that's not even running this climax combo, just in case you're in a situation where you got a little extra stock and you want to supplement your level 3 turn. But its actual climax combo is pretty simple. It's when it attacks, if you have the Pants Climax and you have 1 or less copies of this delta, you may pay the cost, which is pay 2, if you do deal 2 damage to your opponent. Pay 2 is a lot for a burn 2, but you are burning 1 guaranteed on play. We have seen this sort of on play burn 1 effect many times, except almost always that effect is a reveal the top card of your deck, and if it's a character, burn 1, which means it could whip if it reveals a climax or an event. This is just a guaranteed burn 1, so it's kind of reasonable that you're paying 2 for a burn 2. I personally think that if you are not the strongest with stock, the most common board you're going to make is one of each of these girls. You'll do a stock swap, you'll do an alpha, and you'll do a delta, and I think that's perfectly fine. If you are really high rolling it, or if your opponent's deck isn't in a way where you want to stock swap them, maybe they just don't have any stock really or something like that, then there's really no point in wasting a lot of resources on it. Then I think the ideal board is if you can afford the hand, 2 copies of the alpha and 1 copy of the delta. If you really have a lot of stock, then 2 copies of the alpha and 2 copies of the delta, one that you just plop in your backstage for the burn 1 and then 1 to attack with. But I also think there's not really anything wrong with doing 2 copies of the delta and 1 copy of the alpha, so long as you have the stock to pay for it all. At that point, each of the deltas is going to be doing 3 instances of damage between its burn 1, its burn 2, and then its actual swing, and then the alpha, which could vary a bit, but I think that's pretty strong. And the delta is kind of weak, but this sort of is a package where the power doesn't really matter, mostly because you're probably either just killing them or you're just going to die the next turn. None of these guys heal on play, which is why I think this really is sort of a go big or go home sort of package, but I don't mind it. I like that they're working together. That's a little flavorful. The Zeta Climax combo is the weakest, but the stock swap does make up for it. And I do really like the alpha and the delta. When I first read the alpha like months ago, I really didn't like it too much. I thought it was way too expensive. But after testing Makeen and that burn 2 on cancel burn 2 on cancel burn 2, testing that card and playing against the Ruby that does the very similar thing as that, there is a lot of value, I think, to an effect like that when you can just get very, very consistent damage, even if you're paying a higher cost for it. I have lost to triple Ruby from Oshinoko when I was like mid 2 more times than I would like to admit. And I always liked that combo, but I didn't think that combo was anything crazy. But it's the fact that it is just processing through so many climaxes in a deck, and oftentimes if they're canceling, once or twice, then they're more likely to stick the swing, and that can be even more important when if you're fronting, you're swinging for 3, 4 if you trigger, and I think that at that point you should be between one card, you might be sticking anywhere between 5 and 9 damage, depending on how all of the cancels unfold with the cancel burns. And that's actually very, very powerful. And the Delta is incredibly reliable, even if she's a tad stock expensive. However, Eminence does have a level 1 combo that's on a pants that has a support card that works with that level 1 combo that makes it so whenever you would pay a stock, you don't have to, sort of, which we will talk about that one when we look at the level 1 combos. So I think resource management for a pants deck specifically is actually a lot better than it is for any other version, just because that one card exists. So I think while these cards sound expensive up front, if you are going all in on an 8 pants deck, there is a major way to mitigate the stock that you are spending throughout the course of the game, so you will have more resources than you normally would going into your level 3 turn, assuming you don't have the worst luck in the world. And that sort of helps make this whole package way more viable than if you were playing something else that was just a typical pants deck, but it didn't really do much to generate extra resources. I think lastly for the level 3 combos, we have this Goddess Beatrix. I think this is only the second of the double rares for the level 3 combos, which is a little surprising, but I saved her for last because I think objectively she is just the best. When she's placed on stage from hand, draw up to 1 card, pick one of your opponent's characters, and it gets the following ability until end of turn. During this card's battle, you cannot play events or backup from their hand. Super fantastic. Telling your opponent that they can't play events or backup from their hand is just really, really great. I'm sure someone will make the argument that this effect is bad because you have to pick one of your opponent's characters, and it would be better if she just had the effect herself, saying during this card's battle your opponent can't play backups or events. Because what if your opponent has something on the board that can't be chosen? I don't know. I think like it's a sacrifice. It's against 99% of decks. I really don't think that's going to matter. That part. However, the no backups or events I think is very, very impactful. It shuts down Nikke's big level 3 game right now. Backups can be relevant. You shut down refresh backups, whatever it is. It's just really, really good. Then its climax combo is when it attacks, if you have the climax, which is a door climax, you may pay the cost, which is a pay 2, ditch 2. If you do, it gets the following ability until end of turn. You trigger check twice, and up to twice per turn. When this card's trigger check reveals an event or an Eminence in Shadow character, you may deal 2 damage to your opponent. So it is almost identical to the Enterprise from Azure Lane Volume 2, except the Enterprise was a burn 3, this is a burn 2, which I don't think is a bad difference. Burn 2s are definitely better than burn 1s, but they still add up, and they are more likely to stick than a burn 3. I like that this does work on events. The one from Azure Lane only hit on characters. It's nice that this hits on events because there is a fantastic piece of support for this level 3 combo with this 3-1 event called Om Nom Nom that says choose up to 1 Eminence in Shadow character in your waiting room, return it to your hand, and then you pick up to 1 copy of this War Goddess Beatrix in your hand, put it on any position of your stage, and that character gets 4,000 power until end of turn, which would make it the one that you summon with this event 15,000 with the climax. This card is fantastic this event. Not only do you get to salvage something like your level 3 combo, but you also get to summon your level 3 combo. So instead of paying 2 to burn it out, you're paying 1 while also giving power plus salvaging something, something that could be important. So it is nice that the Beatrix does not whiff on events, because I feel like this event is something that you probably have to play because it's just really, really strong. Before, if you don't play the event and you want to triple the Beatrix, you would need 8 stock up front in order to triple the Beatrix, which isn't unreasonable in this set. However, with this event, you can drastically bring that down. If you play 3 copies of the event, you could lower that to potentially 5 stock up front. Now, you're unlikely to have 3 copies of the event. There is no bonder to the event, even though there is a couple of cards in the set that can potentially get you to this event. But even if you were just doing 1 to 2 copies of the event, every little bit does help at a certain point. Plus, the Beatrix is drawing you a card on play, which maybe you high roll and you just draw into another copy of the event. I think even if you're just playing 1 copy of the event, when you're talking about level 3 turns, needing 7 stock up front as opposed to 8 stock up front, when you're not on choice, which this set does not have, I think that is a huge difference. It can be very, very impactful. And then once you add the 2nd copy of the event, well, then that's just kind of insane for what it does. But the fact that it is trigger check twice, burn 2 for every character or event, that's just very, very strong. Enterprise never really took off in English Weiss, even though everyone agrees that's a pretty strong combo. The Enterprise does have more restrictions. It has a huge experience condition. It also says you can only play yellow and blues, or it doesn't really say that, but it only works if you trigger a yellow or a blue. It doesn't work if you trigger any other color character. This does not have that restriction, so you could throw all 3 colors into your deck if you want. It doesn't impede your deck building. I think the 2 is very nice. A problem that the Enterprise had is that because you're doing mandatory twin drive, and you were in a deck that had high experience, it was really easy to overswing, especially if you were swinging direct. Since this is on a door and you don't have any sort of experience condition, you don't have to play as many soul triggers, you're less likely to overswing, which I think is a benefit. And I always think that just multiple instances of burn 2 is just very, very, very strong. They add up really, really fast. Just a very, very solid card overall. Blue probably has I guess blue has the best package in Eminence. Green being the worst, but I think red is obviously the second because there's only 3 colors, but it's very, very close to blue in terms of just having good generic cards in it. There are a couple of really good zeros that are in red. There is a little bit of red of door support for the set. There's a salvage brainstorm that gives your doors soul trigger. Sometimes you want that, sometimes you don't. There's also a red 1/0 that when you play a door, you get to give 2 characters the ability that when they attack, look at up to 2 cards on top of deck, dump one, leave one. I think that card is very, very good with this. Because when you play the door climax, you give 2 of your Beatrixes that ability, and then when they attack, you look at the top card of your deck, and if it's a climax, you get rid of it. If it's a character or an event, you just stop at the 1 and you just leave it. But being able to potentially just get rid of your own climaxes from top of deck means that you are more likely to hit a character or an event, and then just get as many burn 2s as possible. Just a very solid combo overall. I think if we see Eminence top, I think it's more likely to be this combo just because of how explosive it can be. It's very easy with this combo to make a big comeback if you're a little bit behind for maybe like, I don't know, 6 months or something like that. I was on Bane Dream once the Mygo at Musica set came out, and I was playing the Tomori top end, and that thing is just doing burn 2s as much as possible. And I played that deck to death, and I could tell you that burn 2s, if you're able to get multiple burn 2s off per copy of a card, they just add up like crazy. It's probably why this card does not heal on play, because again, it's another one of those go big or go home sort of combos. Healing is always nice, but healing is better when you think you might not kill your opponent. If you are able to triple this and you don't kill your opponent, they were either ridiculously compressed or you just got really unlucky and you triggered a shitload of climaxes and you were about to lose the game. But even if you do 2 copies of this plus 1 stock swap, I still think that is very, very strong. So that is a nice option to have. There's no money counter in the set. Even though you'll end your turn with at least 2 stock because of the twin drive, there's not really going to be too much to spend your stock on the next turn. The best option would probably be this red 2/1 backup that costs 2 stock, and it's a +4 backup, +4 soul backup to your opponent's character, so it can be so you can still have a defensive option if you don't kill your opponent. Maybe that will help. But overall, strong card, good color. The event is, for what it sets out to do, super strong. They really couldn't have made the event do any more because it's already good enough. I'm gonna have to play with the ratios once I actually get my cards in. I'm not sure how many of this event I will play, but I can't imagine that this is less than 3 copies. I mean, maybe 2 copies, because there is a 0 that makes it easy to grab this, but I would probably play 3 copies of this, and I would hope that every single game I'm using at least 1, hopefully 2 copies, because it is just so versatile and just very, very good package overall. So that is it for the level 3 combos. We do have a healthy variety of them, different colors, different sorts of effects, different cost. Really, the trial deck level 3 combo was the only one that I actively dislike, even though I still think it's fine for a trial deck. But luckily, even the worst one in the booster is actually still pretty decent. So I think level 3 combos, they did a good job, Bushy Road, with deciding what to pick. And depending on what triggers you like and what colors you like and what characters you like, I do think there is enough for anyone to find something that they like. Moving on to the level 1 combos. Just like the level 3 combos, whenever I'm looking at a new set, the level 1 combos are one of the first things I look at. Specifically, the second thing I look at once I'm done looking at the level 3 combos, I like to see how I'm plussing. I like to see what triggers I have available to me from the early game, what colors I'm in, and just if my plussing level 1 combos do anything that is kind of cool and unique, and furthers my game state compared to other decks. We'll start off with the trial deck level 1 combo. This is on a door. During your turn, if you have 2 or more other Eminence in Shadow characters, this card gets plus 2000 power. Oh, by the way, his name, it's called Crowbars Are Great. Minoru, I think that was his name from when he was in Japan before he got isekai'd. This guy who is perfectly sane, he goes around with crowbars fighting crime for some reason because he's normal. But yeah, that's why it's called Crowbars Are Great, because he just goes around smacking villains with crowbars. Anyway, at the beginning of your encore step, if you have the door climax in your climax area and he's in your center stage, you have 2 or more other Eminence in Shadow characters, and there's no character facing him, or the character facing him is reversed, you may pay the cost, which is discard a character, not discard any card, discard a character. If you do, choose up to 2 Eminence in Shadow characters in your waiting room and return them to hand. I think this is fine. For a trial deck combo, it's actually pretty good. And I don't mean it like where I said the level 3 trial deck combo was like fine for a trial deck. I think it's actually like pretty good for a trial deck, and it's not necessarily bad for just a generic level 1 combo. I do think that they could have just made it an on attack discard salvage 2. I don't think it needed to be something that requires a reverse or an empty board across from it, and I don't think it necessarily needed to be discard a character. It could have just been discard a card. I know that because like we've seen this effect before. We've seen that effect before. Even this year, Girls Band Cry has a level 1 door combo, which is just on attack, ditch 1, salvage 2. It doesn't need the reverse, or it doesn't need an empty lane. It can discard anything. This combo is fine. It does not give you deck speed, which is its biggest weakness, but it does do a really good job at turning dead cards you don't want into 2 specific characters that you do want. And it's on a good trigger. Door's a trigger I like. Red's a good color. So I think it's perfectly good. There is a level 1 combo that is on a door that is from the main booster pack that I think there's really no reason not to play that over this, unless you just really like this guy who's the main character from the show, or if you just like that selectivity. But it's a perfectly fine combo. Really don't have anything against it. There is this support card, Damsel in Distress Kane. She gets kidnapped by a couple of muggers or kidnappers or whatever. I kind of forgot in the first episode, and that's when he shows up with his crowbars because he was like following her around because that's normal. And then rather than intervene the whole time that they're kidnapping her, he waits till they take her to a warehouse, tie her up. She's unconscious, she wakes up, and he's just sitting around waiting for that so that he can drop in with some crowbars and beat the shit out of 2 guys before just taking off like a normal person. But anyway, he's still the best character in the show because he's hilarious. This support card is actually not bad. Again, for a trial deck thing, she gives all of your other level 1 combos the following ability. When it attacks, look at up to 2 cards from top of deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it on top of the deck, and the rest go to waiting room. So not bad to be able to give that top deck 2 knowledge to your level 1 combo. I always like when there's something that can do that. I tend to like it when it's a brainstorm that does that. But it's also fine because it has another effect that when it's placed on stage from hand or played and placed on stage from your hand, you may pay the cost, or just pay 1. If you do, pick 1 copy of your level 1 combo in your waiting room and return it to hand. It'd be nice if maybe she gave power in addition or something like that, and she is very, very weak. Maybe that's supposed to be flavorful, but I think being able to just pay a stock rather than needing to like pay a stock and discard in order to get back your level 1 combo and then give it an ability that it would have even if you don't have the climax, which sometimes might come up. I think it's a decent enough support card. This package really isn't anything crazy by any means, but it's not terrible if you like these characters, and for a trial deck, perfectly serviceable. Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Next up, we have this Baldy Jack Nelson. He is on a bar, so no stock soul, on a bar for green, which is good. When he attacks, if you have two or more other Eminence in Shadow characters, he gets 2,000 power until end of turn, and then his climax combo is when he attacks, if you have the bar climax, you have another Eminence in Shadow character, you may discard a card. If you do, you salvage a character from your waiting room, and then he gets the following ability until the end of your opponent's next turn. When he's frontal attacked, you may return this card to your hand. I think this combo is perfectly fine. There are better level 1 combos to be playing, so you're playing this. There are a couple reasons you could be playing this. You like green. I doubt it's because you like this character. He's not in the show a ton. He's bald, so he's got that going against them, which I can say as someone who's bald or close to it. The combo it pairs well with the alpha, sort of, that we looked at, the level 3 alpha combo, because he can bounce back to hand, which helps the alpha since it has a high discard cost. Being on a bar is not bad. Your opponent can't always just side so that he doesn't bounce back to hand, which wouldn't be good if you really wanted him in your hand so that you could just discard him with something like the alpha. But in the early game, it kind of does help you, because if they frontal attack it, he just goes back to your hand anyway, and then hopefully you could loop him the following turn. If they side, well, not only do they take a soul penalty, but you still have an attacker on board for next turn. Hopefully you can still loop the climax at that point, and if you can't, it's still at least one less card that you have to play from your hand to your stage to attack with. Assuming if you have one and they side that, if you have three and they side all of them, that's 3 soul penalties. That's 3 cards you don't have to play down the next turn just to attack with. There is value to that. He really only starts plussing you. I mean, I guess he pluses you if they side and you just attack with him the following turn, but ideally they front. That would be the best. I do like that he gains his power when he attacks and not like on play. So that if your opponent does side, he will still be able to get big, or big, reasonably big, since it's on attack. That is decent. Probably won't see a ton of play, but I don't think it's bad by any means. If the level 3 stock soul green combo that we looked at for level 3s was on a bar, I don't think that this would be like a terrible level 1 combo to play with that. And I don't even think it's a terrible level 1 combo just to play in general. It's just that combo is on stock soul, that level 3 one, so a bar isn't really viable. Not with that, I guess. But it's fine. It's not offensive to me. Could be better, I guess, but it certainly could be worse. I think it's just run-of-the-mill average. Probably the worst thing about it is the character that they picked. The green is not just Cult of Diablos, which is like sort of some bad guys from the show. I think there are a couple other characters that like are green that aren't that, but green largely is going to like some of the villains in the show. But it still would have been nice if we just had a better character on it. I think it might see more play if it was just one of the nice girls that people like on it instead of some bald old guy with a weird mustache. But that's not really important, I guess, when talking about the playability of a card. So moving on, we have this investigating Xenon girl of the 21st century. When he's placed on stage from hand, if you have another Eminence in Shadow character, he gets 2,000 power until end of turn. And when he attacks, if you have the climax, which is another bar climax, in your climax area, you choose up to 1 level 0 or lower character in your opponent's backstage, put it into their waiting room, reveal the top card of your deck. If it is on the run, Rose Oriana, which is an event, or it's not, I don't remember. I think I looked at it and I didn't like it. Or more importantly, an Eminence in Shadow character, you add it to your hand. This is an effect that we've seen a few times before in English. I'm not sure if it's the first time we've seen it on a bar, but it's the only one that's in a bar that I could think of. We've seen this in Kenshin from spring of 2025, except that was on a pants. We've seen it in Slime with Slime Volume 3. That was on a door. There was a Milim combo where it's the same thing, where just on attack, you get to sack one of your opponent's level 0 characters in the backstage. So it's pretty much always going to be a brainstorm. And then if you reveal a character off the top, you get to add it to hand. This combo is perfectly fine. It's on a bar, so you could potentially reuse it. It's not going to sit, excuse me, it's not going to sit pretty big cross turn, so it is harder to loop than the bald guy that we looked at with the previous combo. But it's fine. There are people that like this. I haven't played against this combo too much, but the last time I did was the one from Kenshin, which is really identical to this combo except for the color. That one's blue and on a pants instead of green and on a bar. But my opponent sacked my brainstorm, I'm not even kidding, like 6 times that game. It was the most frustrating. I won barely in the end, but they literally sacked it at least 6 times because they just kept looping their combo, and every time I would get my brainstorm back, they would just keep killing it, and it was the most annoying, frustrating thing ever. It's not very selective in what it adds to hand. But the fact that you are disrupting your opponent while still gaining some card advantage, so long as you don't reveal like a climax or some other random event, it's not terrible. It's not going to see a ton of play, but if you are going for green at like level 1, 2, and 3, this is fine if you don't want to play the bald guy. But again, for a double rare, this is sort of a weird slot. Not that it's a bad card, but this speaks more to the design issue of the set. There are a lot of double rares in the set that just feel very, very oddly placed. And they could have made, it feels like they could have made better choices that would have been more popular choices with characters that people actually like more. I literally can't remember this guy being in the show. I remember the bald guy, but I can't remember this guy at all. He made 0 impact on me whatsoever. And that's who gets a double rare slot. I was able to remember the double rare level 3 combo green guy because he was a real piece of crap. But just a lot of the cards in the set are like that, where they just made some very odd choices. But we will discuss that later in the video. Next up, we have a level 1 combo that I like. For anyone that's familiar with Azure Lane, you will like this combo. She is a level 1 door combo. She gets 500 power for each of your other Eminence In Shadow characters. That power is cross turn. When she attacks, if you have the door climax in your climax area, and you have 3 or more other characters, you mill the top 2 cards of your deck. Then you choose up to 1 level X or lower character in your waiting room. Add it to hand, and if X is 2 or higher, this card gets +1 soul until end of turn. X is equal to the total level of the cards put into your waiting room by this effect. This is just Bremerton from Azure Lane Volume 1, except Bremerton was on a pants climax. This is on a door. Bremerton's good. Nothing wrong with Bremerton. Push extra soul. Only thing I dislike about this is the fact that the plus soul is mandatory. Sometimes you want to do the mill always with your climax combo, but sometimes your opponent might be in a deck state where you just don't want the extra soul. But honestly, most of the time, it's kind of nice to just push that extra soul. I have eaten an entire level and more from Bremerton before. Sometimes it just happens. I expect the same thing to happen with this combo. Being on a rare, it's pretty good for a rare combo. And it's just, there's really nothing more to say. Bremerton is Bremerton. This is Bremerton. It's in a good color. There's plenty of good red stuff, so color's not an issue with this. I expect 8 door to be something that people play. There are some people that are moving off of like this Bremerton style effect recently. I think there's really nothing wrong with pushing soul. It helps a lot if you're having to side against like a level 1 or even a level 2, just to still deal some damage at the very least. But a decent enough combo overall that I expect to see a decent amount of play simply because of its pretty low rarity, plus the fact that it is a solid combo. This is just a cigarettes combo. Cigarettes is just, for anyone unfamiliar, a card that was just milled to salvage. So that's what this is, but it's got the extra soul on top of it, which is just really, really great. Next up, we have this all is revealed Shadow. During your turn, if you have 2 or more other characters, he gets +1 level and 3500 power. So on your turn, he's 75 by himself, 85 with the climax. When he attacks, if you have the pants climax, it works on a pants, in your climax area, your stock has 6 or less cards, and you have 3 or more other Eminence and Shadow characters, you may reveal up to 5 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to X Eminence characters from among them, and put them into hand. The rest go to waiting room. X is equal to 2 if the number of Eminence and Shadow characters revealed by this effect is 5 or more, and X is equal to 1 if the number is 4 or less. I think I've seen a lot of people sort of shitting on this combo recently, for multiple reasons. I actually think this is sort of an underrated combo. I think mill up to 5 is actually very strong. We have seen mill 4 a whole bunch, but mill 5 is not something we see a lot. But I've been playing a mill 5 combo with Makeen recently, and even though it doesn't sound like it would make that much of a difference, that one extra card actually does wind up making a good amount of difference. Now, some people do that I've talked to, including myself when I first read the card, do get confused. They think you add 2 characters to hand so long as you reveal 5 cards from the top of your deck. It's actually if you reveal 5 characters from his reveal. So if you reveal 5 cards and there is a climax among them, you get to only add 1 character to hand. If you reveal 5 cards and there is an event among them, you get to only add 1 character to hand. However, if you reveal the full 5 and you do not reveal a character, you do not reveal an event, you do not reveal a climax, you only reveal Eminence and Shadow characters, you get to pick any 2 of them and add to hand. I think this would be fine, even if it was just to look it up to 5 and add a character. I think it's even better because you are going to have games, especially if you're able to play 2 or 3 copies of this in a turn, where you will just see 5 characters, and now you're adding 2 characters to hand, and you're just really plussing off of that. I've seen a lot of people negatively discuss the 6 or less stock requirement for this. I really don't think that's that big of a deal. I think they were trying to balance this card for multiple reasons, one of which we'll get to in a second. He does look at up to 5, which is a good number deck speed wise. He can potentially add up to 2 characters for free. That is something that's worth balancing, I suppose. But I don't think the 6 or he also is on a pants, so it's easy to loop him. But I don't think the 6 or less is really that big of a deal. Sure, if you're really high rolling it, then it's harder to do, and you don't want to have to waste stock just so that you could use his combo. But it's 6 or less stock, so even if he attacks and you have 6 stock, you can still use his effect. It's just anything after that won't. And I've seen a lot of people say things like, what if you're level 2 and you know you're gonna hit level 3 next turn? Then you're not going to be able to like triple this or double this if you're at 5 or 6 stock. Well, if you're at 5 or 6, you can still use 1 to 2 copies of it, and you would still be at 8 to 9 stock for your finish return. I think that's more than reasonable. I think if this was like 4 stock, it would be bad. If it was 5 stock, it would just be okay. I think 6 is it is a condition you need to always be aware of, but I don't think it's a condition that's actually going to pop up as much as people think it is. And if it does, the game's going pretty well for you. And then this just sort of becomes an attacker. A 7500 attacker, which isn't bad. I do think the +1 level, while it has a pro, it's harder to bomb. If your opponent's playing like level 1 bombs or something like the Escanor bomb from Seven Deadly Sins. But getting +1 level means that your opponent can technically anti-change back up it if you are using him at level 1. Now, if they do that, they are using a lot of resources, so it's probably not the worst thing if they do it, but it is something to keep in mind. I do wish that he just didn't have that effect, but while that is a pro, it is also a con, so overall, I do really like this card. It's the level 1 combo that I'm probably going to be testing out first once I get my cards. It does have a card that I discussed earlier when we were talking about the level 3 triple combo, the 7 Shadows Gamma. Uh, what she does is if you would pay the act cost for your characters in your hand or on your stage, you may put one marker from underneath her into your waiting room instead of one card from your stock. She also gives everything in front of her 500 power, and when she's placed on stage from hand, you may choose one copy of the level 1 combo from your waiting room and put it face up underneath her as a marker. I think this card, while it obviously only works if you're playing this level 1 combo, I do think it has the potential to be very strong when it comes to sort of resource management and maintaining your stock, which this card existing could be a factor that made them feel like they wanted to give the level 1 combo a 6 or less stock requirement in order to use it. I think this does just save you stock. You are able to just use your brainstorms for the cost of resting your brainstorms, which is nice. It does work on other things. It's any act cost from your characters that are in your hand or your stage. The assist is pretty irrelevant, to be honest. But I like this card. I like this package. It's too early to say whether this package is going to see a ton of play and if it's going to be successful. But just looking at it on paper, I like it a lot. I'm excited to test it. I think it's more likely that I would stick with the level 1 combo and drop the level 0 than just feel like none of it is worth it. Because I do think the level 1 combo is just strong by itself, and I could always decide that maybe it's not worth the slots to be playing the Gamma. But I think they obviously have some synergy. Just resource management, really good. You're not always going to have all copies of your level 1 combo in your hand, so you should have some copy there. It's especially good after your level 1 turn on the swing back when your opponent kills your level 1 combo. You just play this out, you brainstorm for free essentially, get a little bit of deck speed for free, maybe salvage characters for free, pay some other stock costs for free, because it really is a free condition, only needing to marker this thing from your waiting room. Good package that I like overall. Solid level 1 combo. I think when I test, is it possible that the 6 or less stock condition is something that actually comes up a lot more than I think? Yeah, but just playing a lot of Weiss, knowing how the flow of the game generally goes, I think at level 1 it's not going to be an issue whatsoever. At level 2 it could pop up sometimes, but I've played enough combos that I want to loop a lot before I hit level 3, and it's not often where like I'm over 6 stock at like level 2 and are redoing my climax combo. And if I'm in that position, it should be fine. So overall, I do really like this level 1 combo a lot. That will be it for the level 1 combos for this set. Again, you have a decent amount of variety. There is only one red level 1 combo, but it is pretty solid. I don't know why green got 2 and like red, which has arguably more popular characters and is just a better color overall, only gets 1 at level 1. But I forgot about the trial deck one. Sorry, I guess that is 2 reds at level 1. But solid enough level 1 combos all around. None of them are going to break the game. None of them reinvent the wheel. They have strengths and weaknesses each. But I think for the most part, the weaknesses are pretty negligible. It sort of more comes down to what colors you want to play, what triggers you want to play, maybe which characters you want to play, what type of playstyle you have. If you like to be a little more control based, then you'll go with that guy who sacks a character in your opponent's backstage and then adds a character from the top of deck to hand, there is value to that sort of thing. If you like deck speed, then you might want to go with the Shadow level 1 pants combo that looks at up to 5. I think that combo has the highest chance to sort of high roll. But I think regardless of what you pick, you should have a decent enough time with any one of them. And yeah, that's about it for level 1 combos. Moving on to the remaining climax combos for the set. There are some climax combos at level 0 and 2 that I didn't want to make separate slides for, so just condense them all into this. I very often with set overviews skip any climax combos that I feel are bad, and while I think these climax combos at level 0 and 2 that we're about to look at are definitely worse than most of the things we looked at for level 1 and 3, some people may find some value to them, so we will briefly discuss them. We'll start with this one, this Lending a Hand Shadow. All of your other, he's a global 500, and when you play a specific pants climax to your climax area, if you have 2 or more other Shadow Eminence and Shadow characters, look at the top card of your deck, pick up to 1 event or character from among them, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. So for a level 0 combo, I don't think it's bad. It'd be nice if it did something other than Global 5, though I think they've learned from their mistakes, like with Elizabeth from 7 Deadly Sins Volume 2, where you can't give a plussing level 0 combo to something that does something else, like a good solid brainstorm. Elizabeth kind of, I think, ruined it. Ironically, that was another English exclusive, but Elizabeth level 0 combo kind of ruined level 0 combos, I think, for a while. And there's a reason why that is limited to 2 copies. I don't think this is bad. I don't think it's good enough to really see play. I do like that it does look at the card, and then if you don't add to hand, it gets rid of it, so that if you have multiple copies, it's not like if you whiff the first one, you whiff all of them. We have seen climax combos where they will look at the top, and then they will put it back if they don't add it to hand. So you could run into that. I do like that this also adds events. Better to be able to do it than not be able to do it. I think the strongest thing that this card has going for it is the fact that it works on the same pants climax as this 2-1 Shadow. This 2-1 Shadow is also the Shadow rare for the set, which we'll look at later. This 2-1 at the top Shadow says when you play on the stage from your hand, you may discard a card. If you do, salvage any character. And then the climax combo is if you, when you play during your climax phase, when you play the same pants combo as the level 0 combo on the left, you may pay the cost, which is to send this at the top Shadow to your waiting room. If you do, you pick up to 1 copy of the 2-on-1 Shadow that's on the right here in your hand, and you place it on the stage position that this card was in. The 2-on-1 Shadow is like the Eye from Oshinoko Volume 1. It is a global 1500 for all of your other characters, and then at start of Encore step, if it's in your center stage and there's no characters in your opponent's center stage, or all characters in your opponent's center stage are reversed, you may pay 1, ditch 1, mill the top card of your deck, burn X. X is equal to the level of the milled card plus 1. I don't think this package is good enough to see play, but I do like the 2-on-1 Shadow. I think it's a great off finisher. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Some people might try to cheat it out with the 2-1. You're probably more likely to see people try to do something with the 2-1. They're probably not really going to use the level 0, but who knows, they might. I kind of, I guess, like the synergy that you could use the 2-1 combo at 2, and at the same time that you're summoning these really strong off finishers, you can be using the level 0 to be getting some cards to hand to pay the cost for the 2-on-1 Shadow. I like that the 2-1 does salvage something on play. I think that's actually really, really great, especially because it needs to play the 2-on-1 Shadow from your hand. So I think there's nothing wrong with a 2-1 combo. It's not like incredible, but you are getting this card out for 1 less stock. You are getting selective salvage on play. You're just swapping a card for a card. There's no cost other than sending it to the waiting room from your stage in order to summon a much stronger character. So I think that's fine. And if you want to use all of these together, you could throw the level 0 combo into it, get some cards to add to hand for the level 3 off finisher. Probably as a whole won't see a ton of play. But the strength with this, I would say, is that if you did want to be playing the level 0 combo, you're probably not really doing anything else at level 3. Most likely just because of like deck space issues. you're just sort of going all in on this off finisher. But that does sort of open you up to playing other climax triggers, even if they're dead climax triggers. Like if you want to just throw in some standbys in there, standby kind of has good synergy with the 2-on-1 shadow. Whatever you want, just some dead pants combos, climaxes, that's fine too. Throw in some doors if you're worried about hand size. I probably won't cook too much with this whole package. Maybe the 2-1, because I do like the level 3 off finisher. But probably won't use the 0 too much. But the 0 is not bad. It's just not great and not really good enough to warrant the slots. But it's fine. Next up, we have a package that is infinitely worse than what we just looked at. We got Perv Asshat here. Yes, that is his actual name of the show. So we got the 2-1 Perv Asshat on the left. He works on a bar. His climax combo is during your climax phase, when you play the bar, you may discard one copy of the Kane or Rihanna that's in the middle, as well as sending the self-introduction Perv Asshat to your waiting room. If you do, you choose one copy of the Mastermind Perv Asshat, the guy on the right, in your waiting room, and you put it on the stage position that this card was in. He also has a separate effect of pay 1, rest him, to pick one copy of the Kane Oriana in your waiting room and return it to your hand. Now, the Kane Oriana, it can't side attack, but it is an Aqua Rookie from Hololive, so on death, clock a character from your waiting room to your clock, then look at top 2, add up to 2 characters to hand, rest go to waiting room, so he's not a bad card in that sense. The Mastermind Perv Asshat, the guy that you're investing all of this into, he gets 1,000 power for each of your other Eminence In Shadow characters, so it can be with a full board and an additional 4k, which isn't bad, especially because it's cross turn. When he attacks, you choose up to one card in your opponent's waiting room and you put it on top or the bottom of their deck. This is fine. And then when his battle opponent becomes reversed, if there's a climax in your climax area, you may blind stock from the top of your deck. I do not think this package is really worth it at all. I think it's a lot of setup for, I guess, some stock charging. I don't know. Maybe it would be better if that level 3 stock soul green combo was on a bar instead. I still don't think you'd really want to be playing all of these different things together. It's whatever. I think, sure, there's not really anything you'd want to be spending your extra stock on, like a money counter in the set. It's always nice to have extra stock, but at that point, you're probably just getting a little low on hand. And even if you got the stock, it's just a lot of setup, and I don't think it's really worth all of that setup. There's nothing wrong with playing the Kane Oriana there, because he is a good Ricky. But trying to do this 2-1 combo, I could be wrong. I think people are going to try to play it because it's Perv Asshat and they just think it's funny. But outside of like the memes of it, I just don't think it's really good at all. Maybe the benefit of the Mastermind Perv Asshat is you get to choose any card in your opponent's waiting room on attack and put it to top or bottom of their deck. So yeah, sure, you could put a character on top of their deck and it's more likely that the damage that he's trying to deal will stick. You could also put a climax on the bottom of your opponent's deck, which you would only do if you were playing. There's a level 3 red off finisher in the set that is a ditch 2 icy tail your opponent for 4. So you'd put the bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck and then burn X, as X is equal to the number of climaxes that are milled from the bottom of their deck. So you could use the Mastermind Perv Asshat to put a climax down there, and then when you next attack with the icy tail finisher, you would mill the climax that you just put there, plus 3 more cards, sort of a way to guarantee you're going to get at least to burn 1 out of it. I don't know. I don't think it's really worth it. But that's, I guess, probably the best thing that I can think of. Yeah, there's really nothing more to say. It kind of sucks. Perv Asshat's funny, though. Mostly because of his name. Next up, we have this bold excuse, Sid. Sid is the main character in the show, also goes by Shadow. But at the beginning of your climax phase, you may look at the top card of your deck. You put it in its original place, which isn't great. Then his climax combo is at the beginning of your attack phase. You may return this Sid to your hand and sack the climax. The climax is a standby climax. If you do, you choose one of your other Eminence in Shadow characters and you stand it. We've seen this sort of effect before on standby combos. Very often though, they're like level ones and they often require like a cost, like very often like a pay one, sometimes a pay two I've seen. This just sacks the climax and that's it. I mean, and it bounces the Sid back to hand, but that's fine. You don't have to pay one, you don't have to pay two, you don't have to ditch anything. I don't think it's like bad. I actually think as standby combos go, it's like pretty decent. I think the issue is that this set does not support standby enough to really make it worth it. When this card was first revealed, as someone who doesn't love standby but does like it, but doesn't want to just like wants to actually do things with my standby combos. I don't want to just vanilla summon these big bodies to attack with that don't do anything else. I want to have a little bit more strategy. I want my climax combo to actually do something. So I was excited for this card, but now that we know the full set list, there's not really a good standby package, to be honest. You can definitely make a standby package and like make it work enough, but like you're kind of almost scraping like the bottom of the barrel, to be honest. You're not really doing anything crazy with standby in this set. I don't like that the card you look at with this first effect, you can't move it anywhere. You have to put it back in the original place. It would have been a lot better if you could either dump it or put it to the bottom of your deck. We've seen that sort of effect a bunch of times. The fact that, I mean, sure, you're getting top check knowledge, I guess. That's not, you'd rather have it than not have it, but it would be better if you could just dump it, to be honest. Stay on it at face value, this card is not bad. I like that you can start standing your standby targets as soon as level 0. That is not bad at all. There just isn't anything good you want to be standbying out at level 1, so that's bad. At level 2, you do have more options, but the best option is just another level 2 standby combo that just stands itself anyway. Sure, you can use this when you're at level 2 and maybe you summon an off finisher and you start using your off finisher burns at level 2. But overall, this card is fine. I don't know if it deserved a double rare slot plus an SSP slot, but just at face value, this card is not bad. It's just the deck that doesn't support it. And that is the biggest disappointment of this card. Next up, we have two more standby combos. They actually work on the same standby climax. It's called the final match, but they do work on the same one. We'll start with this guy on the left. He's actually the main character in disguise. He enters a tournament and he hides how strong he is from everyone, but he didn't want to have to hide his strength, so he put on a disguise and just crushed everyone. His effect is if there's a marker underneath him, he gets 3,500 power. So he'll be 9k if he has the marker. He also will gain hand encore if he meets that condition. When he's placed on stage from hand or placed on stage from your waiting room, if you have another character, you may choose one Obsessed with Money Sid in your waiting room and put it face up underneath him as a marker. The card that he markers is a level 0 that says on play, clock a character from your hand. If you do, look it up to 5 cards from top of deck and add a character. So not a bad card, but it's not a card you really want to be playing more than one of, to be honest. But if you're playing this guy, you probably got to play more than one of just to make sure he's there. Otherwise, you're going to have the weakest 2/2 standby target in history. Then, when the standby climax is placed in your climax area, if he's in your center stage, you may choose one character in your waiting room and return it to hand. That's not bad on its own. Standby combos don't typically plus. Again, I think it's really weird that this is a double rare though, because I think this is actually a bad card. I think being a 2/2 standby, that needs to marker a character that's not bad, but not something you're playing more than one of, or wants to play more than one of, I should say, just to gain power plus hand on core, which most 2/2 standby targets are going to have to begin with. It's really just sort of not worth it. The actual standby combo is not bad, but there's no way to use his standby combo plus like standby him out in the same turn. Unfortunately, the Sid that we just looked at, he works on a different standby combo. So you can stand this guy immediately, and you can get the marker effect because that's not tied to the standby combo. But if you want to be salvaging something, then you've got to have him in your center stage and have the standby. And that just seems a lot of work just to salvage something. However, the other card that works on the same standby climax is this Dominating Iris Midgar, who is actually a pretty cool character. If you have two or more Eminence In Shadow characters, she gets 2000 power and the following ability when she attacks, pay 1 Twin Drive. Pretty standard. We saw this on the Kurumi from Data Life 2, which was also a 2/2 standby target. Very, very good solid effects to have on a standby target. Then our climax combo is at the beginning of your attack phase. If you have two or more other characters, you may pay the cost, which is to sack the climax, the standby climax. If you do, you stand her, and she gets the following ability until the end of your opponent's next turn. She gains Hand on Core. So normally our 2/2 targets will have Hand on Core all the time. This one kind of makes sense why she doesn't have it all the time. She only gets it when you play her out with her specific standby, and she only gets it till the end of your opponent's next turn, because she is standing herself immediately, which is good in standby. I do like that a lot. We have seen, like with Nino from Quince, being able to just stand your 2/2s. Standby targets as early as 1 is really nice. I like that she has the Twin Drive. She is sacrificing a little bit of power, but she's making that sacrifice. Normally your 2/2s would be more like 10k or above. She is 9k before any sort of external buffs, but that's because she has the Twin Drive, which helps you either dig 2 standbys that you want to trigger or pays out climaxes that you're triggering before her attack, which is always kind of nice to help keep your stock clean. Plus, she is standing herself as soon as she's brought out, which is nice. I like this Iris way more than the other guy. I will admit, though, I'm really not sure why both of these are double rares, especially the guy on the left. I can maybe see the argument for the Iris on the right. They just wanted to give Standby a little bit of support, and she's a character that's cool in the show. I still don't think she deserves a double rare slot, and that's coming from someone who generally does not give a crap about which cards get what slots. But this whole set was just designed so weird, where they just picked cards that aren't really that amazing and gave them like the highest base rarity slot that you could get, which I can't imagine that once like the set's been out for any real amount of time that a lot of these double rares are going to be worth money, because I just don't think they're going to see play. I don't think the Mundane Man on the left is really going to see any play at all, because he's just not good. Every set has bad double rares. No set has perfect double rares, but typically the double rares are like playable. They may not be better compared to some other things, but like a lot of the double rares in this set really just aren't that good, especially this guy on the left. Just bad. The Iris is good. I think if they wanted to make Standby a thing and they didn't want to fully support it, because again, this set just doesn't support Standby that well. You're missing some key Standby things that other sets have, like hand filtering. The hand filtering, it does exist in the set, but it's not great. The best hand filtering that we like to see with Standby are level zeros that say on play, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character add to hand, then ditch. Plus, you could also ditch a character to draw. Just cards that filter standby targets out of your hand and get them into your waiting room. This set does have a couple of things that will like let you discard cards without paying stock, but they have conditions and they're not as easy to use, and the colors aren't great. Aside from like one level 0 that's in red that does let you ditch on play. but it's just not, the set just doesn't support it. And I do like this Iris, and I like the Sid level 0 standby enough, but the thing that would have saved, maybe not saved, but it would have helped save standby in the set, is if they did with this set standbys what they did with Oshinoko Volume 1 and 2 standby combos, where the standby combos, the characters could use one of two different standby climaxes in order to use their effect. They were not tied down to one specific standby climax. That made it a lot easier. You didn't have to find a specific climax. As long as it was one of the two standby climaxes you were playing, then you would be able to use its effect. Because standby is so underpowered in this set, I think they should have just gone that route. I guess you could make the argument that being able to have 8 climaxes that pair with a level 0 that could stand something immediately that you standby out, maybe that's too good. I don't really think so, just because, again, the deck doesn't support it. It has 2 decent off-finisher options that would pair well with standby, I guess, but not broken ones, just good ones. And from looking at the set a few times and reading every card a few times, I just don't think there really would have been anything crazy where if they just sort of copied Oshi and made it so that you could use one of 2 different standby climaxes. I think that would have helped make standby more viable. As it is now, you're mostly just going to skip your level 1 targets and just focus straight on level 2. And from then on, just level 3, I guess. And even then, it just feels like weaker. Like this as a standby package just feels weaker to me than like Oshinoko Volume 2 standby package, which I actually think is pretty good. Now Bushiroad has like made standby worse over the years, and probably for good reason. Lately, over like maybe the last year, they've made standby not as bad as they have been making it for a few years. Nino from Quince is like the sole exception, where like all of Nino's standby stuff is like generally pretty good from set 2 onwards. So good that it's had to be hit on the list multiple times now in English and Japanese. It's hit on the list also. But that doesn't mean you have to make standby bad. You could make it not as good as the broken standby stuff, but like not bad. And I think this is just in that middle area where it's not bad, but it's not like great. If you're building a deck with these standby cards, it's probably just because you love standby or you really like Iris, which is fine, I guess. There's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, it's fine. I'm sure I'll sleeve up the irises and always mean to play them in a standby deck and never actually get around to it. That's the sort of combo it is. That's it for the remaining climax combos in the set. I think we can all see why I didn't feel like doing separate slides for level 0 and level 2 combos. They're fine, but if you're playing them because maybe you like, if you're playing the combos that were in this slide, it's probably just because you like the triggers, or you like level 0 combos, or you like the characters on them, or because they're lower. Well, I guess not all of them are lower rarity. You got your own personal reasons. You don't gotta explain them to me. That's the point. Play what you want and enjoy them. These are just definitely the weakest climax combos in the set. Next up, I'm going to discuss the notable level zeros for the set. I am not going to be covering every level 0 that is in this set. That would take too long. These videos are already always long enough. Just because a level 0 might not be included in this does not mean it is necessarily a bad 0. I'm just going to be looking at ones that I think stand out a bit more, or are profiles that, even if we've seen them before, are still profiles I think are important to mention for people that are looking for ideas to deck build and stuff. I do like the level 0 lineup in Eminence. It's not the craziest one we've ever seen, but it is absolutely not bad. There is plenty of zeros, and maybe not every color because green's a little iffy, but there's a lot of good stuff. There's one card I really, really love that we don't see often enough, but I think there's a lot of different stuff depending on play styles. And I always love when a set has enough zeros where you just sort of have to start cutting things and you have lots of leftover options that could be reasonably put in if you had to do a second draft and just use entirely different zeros. And I think Eminence is closer to that. It has a good foundation, maybe nothing broken, but it gets the job done, and that's what's most important. Starting off with the brainstorms for the set, minus the trial deck brainstorm, because the trial deck brainstorm is just a draw brainstorm, and there's no point showing it here because it sucks. But we actually have 3 good brainstorms in the booster, including 2 salvage brainstorms. Very often, for whatever reason, Bushiroad will give us like only the 1 salvage in a set. It's nice that this set actually has 2 salvage brainstorms. Salvage is generally preferred to search. To start, we have this Battling a Monster Iris Midgar. Her first effect is if you have a climax, all of your climax with door in its trigger icon gets a soul trigger in the trigger icon. So it just turns your doors into a little bit of extra damage when you trigger them by giving an extra soul, whereas they normally would not. Then she's just a salvage brainstorm. So pay 1, rest yourself, mill 4, salvage character for every climax. Not bad. Then we've got this Seeking cover per asshat, which actually for a green double rare for this set, I actually don't think is bad. I did allude to him when we were talking about the level 3 combos with the 3 different 7 Shadows girls that all worked on the same climax. His first effect is when a climax is placed in your climax area, any climax not tied to a specific trigger, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck and put them on top of their deck in any order. And then he is a pay 1, rest himself, top check 3 brainstorm. So mill the top 4 cards of your deck, and for every climax revealed, perform the following action. Look at up to 3 cards from top of deck, add 1 card to your hand, rest go to waiting room. It can be any card, so it could be a climax, it can be an event. I think I love top check 3 brainstorms. Top check 3 brainstorms are really essential in certain types of decks, especially if you want to be looping climax combos, but I think they're just great overall. They provide even more deck speed than a regular brainstorm, because for every climax mill that's up to 3 extra cards you're processing through your deck. Being able to add anything is great. I think the first effect is really strong, being able to just throughout the course of the game constantly look at the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck and rearrange them. So if you see a climax there, you can just put it on top. That way, if it was, you looked at the top 2 and it was the second card down, you're sort of taking a clean damage out of their deck. Now you could rearrange it and put it on top, so you're leaving a clean damage on top of your deck. But this brainstorm is really good in pretty much anything, really, just because it's very strong. It's always good to have that knowledge, but also being top check 3 is good. But it is particularly good, just to quickly reiterate, in the level 3 pants combo that involves the 3 different girls, 3 different of the 7 Shadows girls that all work on the same climax. You pop onto this in your back row, and you play your climax. You got your board set up. He sees a climax on top. Maybe you want to attack with your alpha first. That way you get 1 guaranteed instance of cancel burn. If you see 2 climaxes, definitely you'll go for it. So you could just snipe through 2 climaxes with it. If you don't see any, maybe you attack with one of your other lanes first, instead of wasting your alpha. It's just I doubt that they intended it to be used that way, but maybe they did. I don't know. But either way, I think the fact that they gave that top check 2 effect to a top check 3 brainstorm that is a pay 1, rest itself. It's not a spammable brainstorm that doesn't actually gain you card advantage, because spammable brainstorms, for anyone who doesn't know, they don't require you to rest them, so you could use them as often as you can pay the stock, but you will have to discard afterwards. This type of brainstorm is almost always better. Very solid brainstorm overall. Next up, we have my personal favorite brainstorm of the set, the 7 Shadows Delta. It could just be because Delta is my favorite girl in the show. Probably is, but her first effect is when your climax with pants and its trigger icon triggers, you may discard a card. If you do, you pick 1 card in your clock, return it to your hand, and put the top card of your deck into your clock. This is like the Sakura from Heaven's Feel, except that hit on bars instead of pants. I have played Heaven's Feel a lot. I played that Sakura a ton. I love that sort of filtering effect. I like that it's any card. Obviously, that pairs very well with pants. I think it's not something you're always going to use, even if you do trigger it, but it's something that can come up. You can grab any card, so you can grab events if you're playing them, which is nice. But another thing that's great is that the two Rickies that you'll be playing in the set, they both clock from waiting room, so it's easy enough to set up your clock, and then if you trigger pants, you could then grab the thing that you just set up into your clock, because you have this delta out. Plus, she is just a normal pay one, rest yourself, salvage brainstorm, which is very strong. Pants is a good trigger in this set. We do have the good level 1 shadow combo that we talked about, that's on a pants. We have multiple level 3 pants climaxes. So playing 8 pants really isn't bad, even if you wanted to go like 4 pants and 4 something else. And yes, you would whiff sometimes, but it's still a salvage brainstorm. You gotta be playing a salvage brainstorm in some sort of ratio anyway. So even if you're doing a 4 and 4 lineup instead of a straight 8 pants, I still think this is a good brainstorm. But it obviously unlocks most of its value if you're playing 8 pants. And from experience, when I played the bar version of this, it is actually really, really great. Very solid brainstorm overall. I'm actually very surprised that both of these salvage brainstorms in this set are rares instead of double rares. Especially like they chose 2 popular girls and they gave them good secondary effects. I would argue that the Delta secondary effect is better than the irises, but if you don't want to be in blue and you want to be in red and you're playing a door, there's nothing wrong with the iris one at all. The iris one is perfectly fine even if you're not playing door. If you just want to salvage brainstorm that's in red instead of blue, it's just nice that the set gave you both options, plus the Perv Ass Hat Top Check 3 brainstorm. I think brainstorm options very, very solid for this set, and I am very happy with them. Next up, we have the 2 climax swappers for the set. Unless I missed it, and I've read the entire set like 3 times now, there is not a traditional on play, pay a stock, discard a climax, grab a climax from waiting room, add it to hand. We still have 2 climax swappers, this Beta and this Sid. The name that's here, I forgot how you pronounce it. It was his name back when he was in Japan before he got isekai'd into the fantasy world. So both of these are climax swappers, but they're a little different from your traditional climax swapper. The Beta on the left is actually a promo, and I don't know why, but I have 2 guesses why. The Beta might seem more play than the climax swapper on the right. The Beta climax swapper is when it's placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost, which is to discard a climax from your hand to the waiting room and put an Eminence character from your waiting room to the bottom of your clock. If you do, choose a climax in your waiting room and return it to hand. I think this is a very, very solid climax swapper. It's nice that it can be a stockless way to level you if you need to take some damage. It's even possible that it doesn't say you have to grab a different climax. You could just like use this purely for the leveling aspect if you really needed to. I'm not saying that's ideal, but as a way to stocklessly level you. But I like the fact that you can just, without paying a stock, climax swap. I don't think having a clock a character is that big of a deal. I think the trade-off is fair. And the art is the art, and that's not a plus or negative in any way. Then we have the Sid brainstorm on the right. Sid is his name from when he's isekai'd into the world. That's just the name he goes by because he gets isekai'd in the first episode. So that's why I keep calling him Sid. He's also Shadow, in case anyone forgot. This is the trial deck climax swapper. He's also, unless I'm forgetting, he's also the SP for Sid from the trial deck. There's 2 SPs in the trial deck, and he's one of them. He is not more traditional because it's still somewhat newer, but he's on play, sack a character from your stage to your waiting room. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 climax, reveal it to your opponent, add it to hand, then pick a climax from your hand, show it to your opponent, and shuffle it into your deck. We've seen that sort of profile a lot. We've seen it sometimes be a salvage, sometimes be a deck search. It's still a stockless climax swapper, so both of your climax swapper options on the set are stockless, which is nice. I don't really like the sack a character from your stage. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes you've got an abundance of hand and it doesn't really matter. Um, but a lot of the time I just don't want to. I haven't enjoyed playing them. Though I think it's more just a personal play style. I do not think it is a bad type of climax swapper by any means. I absolutely see the value in it. Just my personal thing, I tend to not like the sack characters, especially because I'm like leaning towards playing the level 3 top end with the 3 different 7 shadows girls, and the alpha does have a high hand requirement. I kind of don't want to have to like potentially just be sacking things just to play more things from my hand because I sacked a character just to save a stock. But I might test it out. I do play them in some decks, it depends. I'm probably just going to stick with or try the beta out at the very least. I've never played a climax swapper like the beta, but I do like it. So you have 2 climax swapper options in the set. It is a little weird. We don't have a traditional pay 1 ditch a climax, salvage a climax. But both of these are perfectly fine. They're not bad by any means. Next up, we have a couple of zeros. There are multiple zeros in the set that are like sort of plussing zeros where they will either survive for the turn or save a character or whatever. These are, I think, just some of the better ones in the set. We've got the 7 Shadows Alpha on the left. She is exactly like the Pamiat from Azulane Volume 1, if anyone's familiar with Azulane. When she attacks, if you have another Eminence in Shadow character, she gets 3000 power until end of turn, so she will be 4k, which is pretty big for a level 0. When she becomes reversed, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's level 1 or higher, you may rest her. I guess she's not exactly like the Pamiat because the Pamiat from Azulane actually bounces back to your hand. My guess is the reason why they have the alpha rest herself instead of bouncing back to hand is so that you can't use her with the alpha level 3 combo that's a ditch 3. But either way, I still think it's fine. It's a pretty easy condition to meet. She swings really big. She's not going to hit the condition, the level 1 or higher condition every time. But from my testing with the Pamiat, it does hit pretty often, enough to make it feel good. And when it doesn't hit you, sure, you might not feel good when it whiffs, but because it does hit like a decent amount of the time, it's like fine when it doesn't. Like you don't feel like, oh, this is a bad card, I never should have played it. I'm not quite sure if this should have been like the double rare slot for Alpha, considering Alpha is a popular girl in the show, and I do like Alpha a lot. But I think it's a perfectly good, solid 0 that swings big and is very easy to sort of just keep it on stage because of its effect. Then we have this New Beginning Sid. He is just a clean cut. He's from the trial deck. During your turn, he gets 1000 power. When his battle opponent becomes reversed, pick one of your other characters, rest it, move it to an open position on the backstage. It's nice that they put this in the trial deck instead of taking up a slot in the booster. Clean cuts are good. This is just a very, very, very average clean cut, which I don't mind. I don't mind 3k clean cuts. I do like clean cuts a lot. Not everyone does. It's not the craziest clean cut we've ever seen, but it definitely feels at this point like this sort of basic profile, despite me still enjoying it and I'm still going to be playing it. Does feel like it belongs more in something like a trial deck, especially as we start to see clean cuts just do more or sit bigger cross turn. Like recently we had the clean cut from Akeem, which is 3500 cross turn, which is very, very strong. It's almost double what this is on your opponent's turn. Plus it's still 500 bigger on your turn. So nice to have for anyone who likes this sort of profile. Either one of these is sort of just like a good 0 that you could plop out, and in some way, shape, or form, there's a really good chance it is going to be saving you a card that you would have to play from your hand the following turn, which is really what you're looking for with these sort of plussing 0 profiles. I kind of hate the art on the Sid, if I'm being honest. That's not affecting the score. The triple rare does have him when he's a little bit older, but it's still kind of shitty art. but I don't know, something about playing with this baby and just, I don't know, put you attacking things with him. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. So I'm definitely gonna get the triple R's because I feel weird just using this baby to attack people, and the way he's like looking, I don't know. I'm just not nuts about it. They picked a weird art for it. Maybe I'm the only one that feels that way. I also kind of just wish they gave it to like one of the girls. I want more of the girls in my deck. So many of my deck ideas that I've had don't even have too many of the girls in them, which is so weird. But anyway, that is just a rain of thought I just had now. But two good profiles at 0. I feel like it is important to not just have like utility at level 0. I think for most decks it's important to have some sort of like plussing 0 option that's not your Ricky. Something that's like a stockless way to just sort of generate some type of card advantage. You don't really need more than 4. But yeah, this is perfectly good. Either one of these. We do have 2 Rickies for this set. First, we have the Seven Shadows Beta. Pretty standard Rickie. When she's placed on stage from hand, she gets 1500 power until end of turn, so she will be 3k the turn you play her, which is actually pretty good by Rickie standards. And then on play, you could pay 1 and put a character from your waiting room to the bottom of your clock, search your deck for a level 1 or lower character, add it to hand, shuffle your deck. Standard Rickie, but it's always better when we can selectively choose what goes into our clock. So being able to put something from waiting room to clock is better than just blind clocking ourselves from the top of our deck, which is what most Rickies do. Then we have the Keen Oriana that we've already looked at before, who is like the Aqua from Hololive. So on death, pay 1, clock yourself from waiting room, look at top 2, add up to 2 characters to hand, rest go to waiting room. The Keen Oriana is good when you just want raw hand advantage, and the beta is good for when you want to be more selective. So the Oriana might be something that's better in like a standby deck, or if you want to do some sort of mix between the two, there's nothing wrong with that. Hololive does that all the time with their Search Rickie and their Aqua Rickie, and it works perfectly well. I think both of these are good. I expect, because of how weird the double R placements like choices for this set are, I would expect the beta to be either the most expensive double rare in the set or the second most expensive double rare in the set, mostly because so many of the ones they picked are kind of shitty, or if they're not necessarily bad, they're not going to be popular just because of the character that's on it or the color that it's in, and it will just lose value because of that. But I do expect this one to be decently expensive, especially because there are 11 double rares in the set, so you do not get 2 full playsets by opening up a case, though you will get close to it. Moving on to just a couple of cool utilities that aren't going to pop up into every Eminence deck you're going to build, but I very much like that they exist and are options for any Eminence deck. We have this Shadow PR on the left. A lot of good PRs in this set. A lot of the time the PRs are kind of fluff cards, but there's actually a good amount of PRs. I am not sure where this PR actually comes from, but it exists, so we get it somehow. But when it's put into your waiting from the stage, look at up to 3 cards from top of deck, choose up to 1 climax from among them, rest go to waiting room. If you added a climax, discard a card. I like that it is on death instead of on reverse, which a lot of this sort of profile are, because it means you can trigger it during your turn if you really have to. If you just really need to dig for a climax, you could play him out, play over him immediately. You don't need to reverse, which is really good. I don't like the ones that require themselves to be reversed also, because your opponent could side it, or if you reveal and then you start revealing cards, you're taking a climax out of your deck, so like you're less likely to cancel. But this solid card, solid power line, not something that's going to show up in everything, but it's very nice that the option is there in case you like and appreciate this sort of profile, which is the same argument I'm going to make for the card on the right, the Conversing Anne Rose, or Anna Rose, which she's like the Watson from Hololive Volume 2. When she's put into waiting room from stage, reveal up to 3, add up to 1 card with a trigger, a soul trigger, and its trigger icon, then put the rest to waiting room, and then discard a card. I like that it adds any card with a soul trigger in its trigger icon, not just a character, so you can add climaxes. That would really just be like a pants climax. Though I guess if you have, unless I'm remembering it wrong, if you have the Iris Brainstorm that gives your doors a soul trigger, you could then add a door trigger, which would be interesting. But most of the time, you probably just add a character off of this. A stockless way to get a character, get a little bit of deck speed, but it is nice to be able to grab a pants climax if you're playing like 4 pants, 8 pants, whatever. Notably, unlike the Shadow on the left, where you only have to discard if you grab a card, you have to discard no matter what with this Anrose. So even if you don't reveal a card with a trigger icon, you do have to discard, which kind of stinks. It is possible to sort of whiff, and then that is pretty bad. But it's a good card and a good color. Won't make its way into every deck, but there are people that like this profile, so I'm glad it's out there. It's something that, depending on the build, I would throw it in there. Then we've got this number 13 new. It's an on play and an on attack, pay 1, ditch 1, search your deck for a character. On play, drop searchers, seen them a million times, nothing special. I like that it's also on attack. It helps keep your stock clean. So if you're attacking and you attack with this last and you attack with your other stuff first, if the thing that attacks before this triggers a climax, you can then immediately pay it out with this. It might have been better if this was on death, but I still think it's perfectly fine. Not like a bad one of to have. We have this proving yourself Iris, another PR. I'm not sure where you get this PR. Hopefully Bushyroad reveals it to us soon. It is just a helmet. It is a 2500 power helmet, so not a bad 0 to throw out like on your first turn. So it's reasonably big by 0 standards, but a helmet is always a good one-up for a set. It's kind of weird that they made it a promo instead of just throwing it into the set, but still nice that the set has it. It's sacrificing a secondary effect, which a lot of helmets have, in place of having more power. I probably would have just preferred to have a good secondary effect than the additional power, but still nice that the set has it. We have this Envisioning a Different Life new. On play, you can discard a climax. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 Eminence In Shadow character, reveal it to your opponent, add it to your hand, and then on attack, pick one of your other characters, and it gets plus X power until end of turn. X is equal to the number of other characters you have times 500. The first effect is the reason why you would play this card, but because it does have the first effect, the second effect is kind of like a nice bonus effect because it's not a bad effect. It is something that can be relevant. You would never play this card if it only had the second effect, but because it is tied to the first effect, which is not bad, then the whole package is pretty good. It is pretty weak at only 500, and it can't give the power to itself, but if you're on like 8 pants, this is not like a bad one-of to have. Typically, we see these cards salvage by discarding a climax. We don't often get to see them search by discarding a climax, so I'm excited to try it out. I think in 8 pants, this is or 8 bar, I guess, if you're trying to do 8 bar for whatever reason. You could make one copy of this work. It wouldn't be bad. Next up, we have one of the better level 0s in the set, this Buying Love Alexia Midgar. It's amazing that this is an uncommon because this is actually like, and again, that's from someone who generally does not give a crap what the rarity distribution is, especially for like the base rarity stuff. But for an uncommon, like this is something that easily could be a double rare profile. It's an effect we don't see very often anymore. When it's placed on stage from your hand, you may discard any card. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, pick up to 1 level 1 or higher card from among them, reveal it to your opponent, add it to hand, everything else goes to waiting room. We see a similar effect to this all the time, except it will be on death. Being on play just doesn't get printed too often these days. It does happen, like Freerin has an on play effect that does the same thing. But most of the time it's on death. Being on play, sometimes being on death will be better. I think being on play, though, generally is a little bit better. Level 1 or higher card is great. Grab your level 1 combo super early into your game for no stock, which is great. You can add events, which is great. It's in red, so it's good red splash, which is nice. Very good card overall. Um, I'm happy that they printed it. This is also one of the SSPs in the set. But being an uncommon is just like, I feel like budget deck building for Eminence is very, very doable compared to other sets. You like realistically if can have a very competent deck and like you don't even need any double rares if because you still have a Ricky option that's not a double rare. If and the only double rare you would definitely need if you didn't want to play that Ricky, you would still need some Ricky, so then it would be the beta Ricky, which is a double rare. But if you wanted to go with the Aqua Ricky instead, then you could build a very competent deck without needing to have any double rares, which is pretty unusual for a set. So I'm not going to argue with that. It's cool that they printed this card. Cool, it's uncommon. It's a good color. I like Alexia, so they picked a good girl for it to be on. Very solid card overall. That is it for the level zeros that I felt were worth mentioning in this. Again, still plenty of level zeros in the set that are worth playing and trying out and are interesting. There's plenty that are filler, like every set. Not every zero is good. Not every card in a set is good. Some are just flat out bad. One thing that I do wish was in this set is a Rico. There is no level 0 character Rico in the set, which is kind of disappointing as someone who is a big fan of them. They're just like the best sort of costless hand filtering in the game. I do think there are enough good things at 0 to make up for it, and I didn't even notice it right away because I was focused on how good some of the other ones are. But it still would have been nice to have. So that is a little bit of a loss for anyone that, like me, likes playing that profile. But it is what it is. Not every set's going to get them. Still a very solid level 0 lineup overall. Moving on to the notable level 1s for the set. I will say, as much as I like the playability of the set overall, the level 1s I was a little disappointed in. When I was going through the set list to make this slide, I actually kind of struggled with finding level 1s that were really worth talking about. There are a lot of level 1s for the set actually. I didn't add them up, but it seemed like more than usual when I was reading through the level 1s to do this sort of video. But there was a lot of pack filler, just a lot of generic things. Now, not all generic things are bad. There's like a level 2 killer, level 1, which is very standard. That's the sort of profile where it's a level 1 that when it's fighting a level 2, it gets absolutely massive and it's meant to just kill level 2 cards. There's some stuff like that where like it's generic, it's not really worth bringing up, but it's not necessarily bad. But then there were a good chunk of cards that were level 1 that I just felt were genuinely just bad. So I kind of struggled a little bit. I kind of almost just skipped talking about level 1s. And then some of the level 1s I pulled, I kind of felt like maybe I was just shoving them in there just to have something to talk about for level 1. Not that all of them are bad, just not a ton of standouts. First off, I'm going to talk about 5 different events that are in level 1. Originally, I was just going to talk about the 1/1 blue at the top right, but figure I'll just briefly go over the other ones. First is we'll start from the top left, the Bestowing Power 1/0. It says if you don't have another Eminence in Shadow character, it can't be played from your hand. You look at up to 4 cards from top of deck, pick up to 1 character from among them, show it to your opponent, add to hand, rest go to waiting room, and then you can level swap with a card in your waiting room if you want. This is a profile we see maybe not every set, but close to it, it feels like, where we get some sort of 1/0 event that is a top 4 check. The thing though is typically those cards are counters, so you can use them when your opponent attacks you. You use it then, and which is very helpful for deck speed. They seem to have, because they gave this a level swap, they seem to have taken away that ability, is what I'm getting from it. I kind of would have just preferred to not have that level swap ability and let it remain a counter. There's nothing wrong with this sort of event when it's a counter. It may not see play a ton, but it's not a bad pick, and there are reasons to play it sometimes depending on what you're going for. Maybe your level 1 combo doesn't have a ton of deck speed, and you just need a sort of stockless way to get deck speed. It's also just good to help you get out of a bad deck state on your opponent when it has a counter. This doesn't have that. So while it's still not necessarily bad, I don't think color fixing is too much of a problem in this set, unless you're trying to make like a green top end work and you're not playing a lot of green, which would be understandable. But even then, there's enough green if you're just playing the Aqua Ricky where you don't even have to worry about that. I don't think red or blue are something you really have to worry about. There's nothing in the set, unless I missed it, that has there's nothing that has experience requirement. So nothing that requires a certain amount of levels in your level in order to meet a condition. There's nothing that requires a specific name in your level to meet a certain condition. So I don't think this is the set. There are sets where that effect would be good. The level swapping would not be a bad effect to tie to a card like this. I just don't think this is a set that really needed it, to be honest. We both Rickies are very selective, and they clock from waiting room, so it's just not something that was needed. Not a bad card, just Next, we have this 1/1 red event, Familial Search. Search a deck for up to one character, reveal it to your opponent, add it to hand, shuffle your deck, then look at up to two cards from the top of your deck, put them on top of your deck in any order. This sort of event is something that we see most frequently as a deck search that will then send itself to memory. Instead of sending itself to memory, it still has the same 1/1 cost, but then you get to look at the top two cards of your deck and rearrange them. I don't think this will see a ton of play, but I don't think it's bad. I think that event grabbing is just not as easy in this set as it is in some other sets. And because of that, that is the reason why I won't see a ton of play. Not that it was necessarily like a broken card that would see play otherwise to begin with, but it's definitely not a bad card. The top check 2, being able to do that during your main phase is important. It could help you decide certain things, and if you were planning on doing one thing after you see the top two cards of your deck, you might decide you want to do something else. So that knowledge combined with a search effect for just the one cost, the one stock, it's really not bad. Just again, won't see a ton of play because like the only card that you could really grab this off of is the level 0 Iris that or Alexia that you on play, ditch one, look at top 4, add a level 1 or higher card. And that is a great card that I think will show up in a lot of decks, but I don't know if you should shove this and fill deck slots with this card just because you have that way to grab it. But it's still an option for anyone who's interested in that sort of thing. Then we have the 1/1 I am the all range atomic. This card is just a Rico, so when you play it, you reveal the top card of your deck. Then you salvage level X or lower character. X is equal to the level of the revealed card, which is sad that the only Rico we have in the set is on an event, but it's fine. Then you send this card to your memory. While it's in your memory, you can pay 1 and put 2 other copies of this event from your memory into your waiting room, and you put this card into your waiting room. So basically you'll need 3 copies of this event in your waiting room to actually use the card. The 2 that you have to send from memory, and then this one that you also have to send from memory. If you do that, at the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, you choose one of your opponent's characters and it gets -3 soul until the end of turn. Not a bad card, but that is a really steep requirement. If it was just 2 copies total that you needed in memory, I would say that this card is actually worth considering. Its first effect isn't bad, and its second effect isn't bad, but the fact that you need a total of 3 copies in its set that there is a way to grab this. There's a 2/1. I think it's Ada, who can rest itself to salvage this event, but it doesn't come out till level 2. I don't know. There's no level 1 combo that grabs events. If your level 1 shadow combo that was on pants that we looked at grabbed events, then I would say that maybe this is viable, because that is a pretty good defensive option, but needing the full 3 copies means you need to spend at least 3 stock to get these into your memory, but you also need to grab 3 copies, and that means if you see one in your opening hand, you're kind of stuck just holding on to it because At that point, you only got 3 left in your deck. It's really easy just to get one or more of them stuck in your clock or stuck in your stock or wherever. So I like the card, but I just don't see it being realistic to consistently get that neg soul effect. Though I like that it's the full 3 soul. If you really want to go with the 2-1 package that can salvage this, that's fine. It does. I don't want to say the payoff isn't worth it because -3 soul is impactful, but it is a lot of setup, and you might have to, if you're trying to go for it, you might just realize that you're spending a lot of your resources just trying to sculpt this particular setup, and I'm not quite sure it's worth it when you are then taking focus away from the rest of your gameplay. But not a bad card necessarily. It's just that condition is kind of annoying. Um, if you wanted to play it as a 1/1 Rico just by itself and not really care if you meet that memory condition, I don't know. I guess that's fine. I don't think that's really worth it at that point. At that point, I'd say just brainstorm and hope you don't whiff. And then you could grab anything. It doesn't have to be a certain level. But an interesting card for sure. Next, we have this 1/0 unfortunate event. Just the cigarettes, so middle top 2 cards of your deck, salvage level X or lower. Standard profile, we have seen this thing for, I don't know, maybe not 10 years by now. I can't remember when Fate Apocrypha came out. That was the cigarettes card, but close to it. So an oldie but a goodie. Won't show up in a ton of things just because it is an event that's a little hard to grab, but not a bad card necessarily. There are people that like this profile. Then we have this 1/1 green Sanctuary. It's got the little counter symbol, so you can use it during your opponent's turn when they attack into you. If you can't use it, if you don't have a character, when you use it, you look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck. You pick up to 2 copies of this event or characters from among them, show them to your opponent, add to hand, rest, go to waiting room, and then you send this 1/1 event to your memory. I think this is not bad. It's in kind of an awkward color. You could make the argument that green, despite the fact that they already have this profile on the Aqua Rookie, green is definitely the weakest color of the set. Maybe they just needed a 1 stock plus 2 hand size sort of card because it is just the weakest color. I do like a lot that it grabs copies of itself. That is nice because it would suck revealing a copy of this event and then just whiffing on it. If you're playing this and you're playing the Aqua Rookie, you already have a chance to whiff on this event. So that is just nice. The memory compression is nice. It would be a bit nicer. There is a decent amount of stuff that goes to memory in this set. I don't know how much of it is really worth playing, to be honest. I don't think I talked about any of the level 0s that go to memory, though they do exist. A lot of them are higher than level 0, though. It would have been nice if there were better and more 0s that go to memory, just because we are going into a format where Oshinoko is going to do very well, and the 2 major top ends from Oshinoko hit on level 0 cards. So being able to get some 0s out of your deck would be nice, so they're less likely to hit. Because you're taking a level 1 out of your deck, it's even more likely that your opponent will hit. But I don't think it's the most prudent thing to just totally change your entire deck state around just for one deck that you have a 1 in 3 chance of playing against when we're in a team's regional format, which is the format we are currently going into. But that's it for the events. Next we have this number 666. This is a very standard 1/0 stock charger sort of card. Once per turn, when you use an act, she gets 1500 power and the following ability: when she attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's level 1 or higher, put it into your stock. We've seen this effect for years. Not a bad effect. It's in a good color. I don't mind it. Some people really like this profile. That's why I brought it up. If I have a couple of extra slots and the colors don't misalign, I'll throw a couple copies of this sort of card into a deck that I'm building. Nice that it has the option. It would be nice if we had a level 1 combo that was in blue that maybe put things back on top of your deck, but so you could set up this 1/0, but maybe I'm just being greedy. There's this wanted poster Gamma, very simple, basic anti-change backup. So when you use the backup, you can discard 2 cards from your hand, pick one of your opponent's character that has a higher level than it's their current level, and you put it at the bottom of their deck. This is the only anti-change backup in the set. So the 2 cards might sound a lot. This is standard for a 1/0. They're pretty much always discard 2. So it's basically 3 total cards you're spending from your hand in order to get rid of one of your opponent's higher level characters. But you are saving on stock. And if you're playing the 1/0 shadow combo, you have a chance to really replenish that hand. It doesn't really matter. If this was the only anti-change backup in the set, which it is, anyone will be playing the only anti-change backup in the set just because it's sort of essential. Overlord is still a thing. People love their early plays. They're always just something you kind of have to play one of just to have. And sending it to bottom deck is very standard for blue. For anyone unfamiliar, anti-change backups, depending on the color, they will typically, though it's not a hard and fast rule, they will typically send their target to different locations. So yellow will often send theirs to stock, green will send theirs opponents to clock, red will send them either to waiting room or to memory, blue will typically send to bottom deck. Not a hard and fast rule, it's just what we see most often in terms of patterns. But it is good that it goes to bottom deck because it means your opponent can't save it. There's nothing that I'm aware of in any set that says if your character goes to bottom deck, you can encore it. So it does sort of help dodge that. And yeah, just a good card to have. We have this 1/0 Zeta, which is another promo. It's not a bad promo, but it's on play. You can pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, look at up to 5 cards from the top of your deck, choose 1 card from among them, add it to hand, rest, go to waiting room. Notably, this does have a soul trigger, so it is a 1/0 with a soul trigger. Also notably, it's weak as shit with 500 power on a level 1. This is a card that's not going to show up in every deck, but I don't think it's a bad card. I think it's kind of nice that it has this that it does exist. This sort of profile is something that we see a lot, typically on level 0s. Most sets will get some sort of on play, pay 1, discard some sort of card. Sometimes it's any card, sometimes it's a character, and then you get to look at up to X cards from top of deck. And X will typically be sometimes it's just a solid like up to 3. Oftentimes it's contingent on the number of characters that are on your board, sometimes the number of characters on your opponent's board. It always varies. I think the fact that they gave this a soul trigger and the fact that you can discard any card and the fact that you could look at the full 5 cards is why they just gave this 500 power. This isn't meant to be a beater. It's just meant to be good utility for decks that need it. It would have been nice if this was a 0, but blue is a great color in Eminence in Shadow anyway, so it's really not that big of a deal. I can't swear that this is something I'm going to throw into any blue deck I make, but I do like that it has the option, and being able to do the full 5, look at the full 5 cards, and add any card, not just like a character, without having to meet a board condition, whether it's your board or your opponent's board. And the fact that you can discard any card, not any character, which sometimes when you get to look at 5, these cards will say like discard a character instead of any card. It does make a difference. So it is nice that they have it. Next, we have this red 1/0 Departure 7 Shadows. When it attacks, pick one of your other Eminence in Shadow characters. It gets 1500 power and hand encore until the end of your opponent's next turn. This is not a bad card in red to begin with. It's pretty good in standby. Not though again, as we've discussed, standby is not the best package in the set, but it is good for just keeping things alive. It's even good just in like if you're playing the level 1 Door Alexia combo and you just want to keep her alive, give her a little bit of extra power, because if you have a full board, she will sit, I believe, she keeps her power cross turn. I think with a full board she's like 6/5 without a climax, so 6/5 on your opponent's turn, 8k with this, if I've got the numbers right, plus hand encore. That's actually not bad, and she is a level 1 or lower bomb, so if her battle, when she gets reversed, if her battle opponent is level 1 or lower, she will reverse it. Not a bad card. If you're playing some sort of red package at level 1, I would say that this is like worth throwing in a copy or 2 of. It's not a bad card. It's not a card that's essential in sort of a red deck, but it is a nice option that it's there. I don't dislike this card. Next, we have this undefeated Goldie Gilded. I actually alluded to this card when we were talking about the level 3 combo, specifically the War Goddess Beatrix. His effect is when a door climax is placed in your climax area, pick up to 2 of your Eminence and Shadow characters. They get the following ability until end of turn. When this card attacks, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it on top of your deck, and the rest go to waiting room. This card is really good. I think when you pair it, it's like okay enough in general if you're playing like 8 doors, or at least if you're playing door at level 1, whether it's a trial deck or the Alexia from the booster pack. It's not necessarily bad if you are pairing it with a level 1 door combo, but I think it really shines when you pair it with the level 3 War Goddess Beatrix, just because those cards require that you trigger an event or a character in order to get their burn 2s, and this can help if you have a climax on top and you look at one and you see a climax, you can then look at 2 cards and you could dump the climax. If you look at 1 card, for anyone who's unaware of how this works, if you stop at 1, then you don't look at the second card, then you have to put that 1 card back. If you look at the full 2 cards, you can't put both of them back. One of them will have to go to waiting room. So if you see a character if you're playing the Beatrix and you attack and you look at 1 and you see a character, unless you're really sure that the second card is going to be a climax, it's probably best, in my opinion, to just put that first character back on top of the deck to guarantee that you got some clean damage there. But if you look at that one and you see a climax, then definitely go ahead and look at the second card and then just dump the climax, just so that you can get as many burn 2s as possible with the Beatrix. I think that's really where this card's value is. I like that it gives it to 2 characters. That's actually really strong. If it just gave it to 1, I wouldn't say this is worth a slot. But if you're playing the Beatrix, playing a copy or 2 of this to just get it in your back row by the time you hit level 3, I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing. Plus, it has an ability where you can rest itself to give one of your characters 2500 power until end of turn. It could be any character. It doesn't have to be when you play a climax or anything. 2500 power is very big. That can make a difference. So its secondary effect is not bad. I again haven't been able to test these cards, but I can see the synergy in an 8-door deck, but especially with the Beatrix level 3, I think there are going to be games where when you pick your 2 Beatrixes with this effect, at least maybe one of them will see a climax right on top, and every burn sort of counts. And unless you really need the hand size, if you're really bleeding hand, then maybe you just don't want to trigger so that you get the extra burns. That's it for the level 1s I felt like talking about in the set. There are plenty of other level 1s. A lot of them are sort of average to below average, I would say. These are just the ones that were the most interesting or might see some play, I thought, outside of like a couple of profiles like the early play level 2 killer, that sort of thing. Definitely not too much that's crazy with level 1, which is kind of disappointing. I guess the best cards probably are just the fact that you have the level 1 anti-change backup, and then whatever level 1 combo you're playing. There's really, outside of combos, not much that I really felt like I would want to waste deck slots on, even though there are a couple of things that are interesting. But it is what it is. Not every level is always going to be the best. Moving on to the notable level 2s in the set, it gets a tad better with these, but again, there's really nothing crazy. There were a couple of 2-1 profiles that I kind of thought were interesting, but then I kind of thought that unless I'm just really flushed with extra deck slots, I wouldn't want to really be bothered putting them into the deck. Just a couple of interesting profiles, but it is a little weird how lacking the level 2 game sort of is. Like you got early play things you could do at 2, but those are level 3 cards. We'll talk about at level 3. Level 2 though does actually have a surprising amount of like decent counter options, which is where I think the level 2 game shines. I think unless you're playing some sort of early play combo like the 2-1 Pervas hat or the 2-1 Shadow that summons the level 3 Shadow at level 2, I think level 2 game for a lot of Eminence and Shadow players is going to be more focused on maybe looping your level 1 combo if you can, or really just getting set up for level 3. I don't think there's anything too crazy that you need to, outside of playing those level 2 combos, or combos that you can use at level 2, I don't think there's really anything too crazy that you should feel the need to set up for. A lot of it kind of felt like maybe too much investment for too easy to whiff, or there's like there's one card that is like on play you can marker a couple of specific characters from your waiting room, and then when damage it deals is canceled you can stock those two markers, and I think it has 2 soul, and like that card is mildly interesting, but it's a lot of setup needing to marker specific characters. It means you're forced to play the other character to begin with. You're forced to have it in your waiting room to begin with. So if you just refresh, you're kind of screwed. And then on top of that, your opponent needs to cancel. Otherwise, you kind of just spent a stock for just to, I guess, deal 2 souls worth of damage. I don't know. It just wasn't the craziest thing. There's things like that, which they're not necessarily outright, oh, this card is just flat out bad. It's like interesting, made me think about it for a second about like what applications could I use it for, but at the end of the day there was just too much where I was like, not really worth, just not worth it, to be honest. But there are some cool counters that are in this set, some cool backups, or at least backups that are useful. We have this 2-1 event that does have the counter symbol. You can't use it if you have 2 or less characters. When you use it, you perform the following action 3 times. Look at the top card of your deck, put it on top of your deck or into your waiting room, and then you put this card into your memory. Now there's nothing, unless I missed it, that bonds to this, but again, we have the level 0 red Alexia to save the day, makes it easier to grab this. For 1 stock, this is a decent defensive option. I don't think, even though we've seen this profile a bit more recently, I don't think we really see this show up like at top tables in competitive play, though you can make the argument that the sets that they tend to put this card in, because not every set gets this sort of profile, they tend to already be slightly weaker, and maybe it's just those sets that aren't making it. But as an option for anyone who wants a little defense, I don't think this is bad. 1 stock is really reasonable, and just being able to potentially get up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, 3 clean damage, and get them into your waiting room. This feels really bad if you like see a climax on top, but like if you just see 3 clean cards, well, that could make a difference. So when we have something like the Beatrice, which will leave you a couple of stock at the end of the turn, and if you don't kill your opponent somehow with like triple Beatrice, you will have some extra stock at the end of the turn to use that you could use it on something like this if you wanted to try to make it work. I don't think it's a bad card. It's not something that's going to show up in all or probably even most blue decks, but I do like that it is there as an option in case I felt like building something that was a bit more defensive. Next, we have this trio of 2-1 backup options, all super standard profiles that we've seen before, but it is worth pointing out because they are important profiles. First, we have this promo Delta of the best doggy. She's just a memory kick backup, so she gives 3k to a character in battle, and then gets the ability that when its battle opponent becomes reversed, you can send that character to memory. Not something that everyone plays in every deck that has it all the time. This can be a little format dependent. If we're in a format where we've got a lot of things that level 3 combos maybe that require a full board or require a reverse or something, but there's also other benefits to just memory kicking some of your opponent's characters. So it's nice, it's simple, it's basic. Every set should have this, and most sets do, but it is nice that they have it. I don't know why it needed to be a promo instead of just in the booster, but it seems like this sort of promo that has this sort of art, I believe those are like box toppers. I've seen people talk about that in the Discord who are opening multiple cases, so they should be easy enough to get, and the art is really nice on them. But it does exist, and that is good. Next, we have this power source chi. This is just a refresh backup, so you pay 1 to use the backup. Then you could pay an additional 2 stock to refresh your deck. This is really, really important as a defensive tool for if you're in a really bad deck state and you're out your climaxes or you're out most of your climaxes and you got too big of a deck. This can literally go from a guaranteed loss to you now having a fighting chance to live by just being able to refresh your deck. Sure, 3 stock is expensive, super standard. They, outside of something like Bochi, we don't really see it be less than 3 stock, and I think it's more than fair. As a backup option, this is very, very strong, and whenever I'm building any sort of deck for any set, when I look at backup options, if it has a refresh backup, as long as I'm really not that squeezed for space, I always find a way to just squeeze a copy in because it can be life-saving. Next, we have this 2/1 information gathering Alexia. She's just a simple pay 1, 2500 backup. When you use her backup, though, she has an additional bonus effect where you can pay 1 and discard a character. If you do, you choose 1 character in battle and it gets +4 soul until end of turn. We've seen this sort of plus soul backups before. For anyone who is just sort of jumping into Weiss because of Eminence in Shadow and they're not as familiar with playing, which from just me following various social media things, seems like it actually will be a good chunk of people. This, you might be wondering, why would I give my opponent more soul? More soul means more damage. The idea is that you give this to a character so that it's more likely that they will cancel, or more likely that you will cancel the damage. You know, if they're swinging for 3, there's a decent enough chance that it will stick. If they're now swinging for 7, it is more likely that you'll cancel. However, please don't be that guy who is at like 2-5 and decides to use this for whatever reason, and then they just eat straight like 7 or 8 or something like that, and now they're within kill range. I personally don't think you should ever use these plus soul backups in that sort of situation. I think the plus soul backup should be used if only like when your opponent triggers and now you know that if you don't cancel, you're going to lose the game. You're at like 3-4 and they're swinging for 3. You do it when you know you will lose most of the time. There are some scenarios where maybe you would use it when you wouldn't necessarily lose. But I think too often, if you get too greedy with this and you just feel like canceling a little bit at 2, or you feel like canceling at 3-0, too often people get greedy and they just wind up taking more damage than they should have, and it could cost them the game. But if you're gonna lose anyway, if you take the damage, then this is where this card shines, because now it can be the difference between definitely losing and only maybe losing. But it's a pretty cheap cost, just an additional stock and a discarded character. We have seen profiles where it's a bit more expensive, but they do give additional soul. I might have preferred if it gave additional, even more soul, and had a slightly higher cost than +4, but +4 isn't bad if you're using it against level 3s, especially because everything in this set that isn't the level 3 all finisher Shadow, which doesn't need a climax to work, any other level 3 you're reasonably going to be going up against should be going against you with a climax out, so they're swinging for at least 3 soul, 4 if they trigger. I guess those numbers aren't terrible, but it is nice. I think all these backup options are good, very, very solid. For me personally, the middle one and the one on the right, definitely something that I'm going to try to fit into every deck if I can, just because they're good defensive options. But the Delta is also a good choice. We have the level 1 anti-change backup, the Gamma, which is something that I think should go in pretty much every deck, just so that your opponent knows that you have it, and they do have to be careful. So we're not short for like good backups in the set. They may be tried and true. There's really nothing crazy with the backups in this set, but you do have them, and that is important because there are sets that really have nothing going for them in terms of like any sort of defensive counter. That is it for the notable level 2s. As you could see, we really just talked about these cards that you could use as defensive tools when your opponent's attacking you. Not that there aren't plenty of level 2 cards in the set, but like they're really just not that great. Like there's, from the trial deck, there is a 2/1 that's the SP, the second SP in the trial deck, and it's like the most expensive way to give a character the ability to attack your opponent's brainstorm in the back row that I've like ever seen. It costs like a stock, it costs the rest too. You're like ditching like 2 or 3 cards. Like the set is kind of just full of cards like that just feel overcosted for what they do, or they require a condition that is sometimes outside of your control to meet. There's plenty of like generic things like, oh, if you want like a 2/1 beater that is just swinging for like over 10k, you have that option 100%. You have cards like that, but there's not like a ton that I saw that I'd really want. Oh, this is like a really, like lately we've been seeing a lot of 2/1 profiles be these sort of adachi effects. For anyone who doesn't know what that is referred to a character that has an ability when it gets reversed. If its a battle opponent is higher than your opponent's current level, you can send that character somewhere else. Stock, bottom deck, reverse it, send it to memory, what have you. Lately, we've been seeing a lot of, or a decent number of sets have a 2/1 that will be on play, give 2 of your characters that adachi ability. Something like that is really awesome utility to have for level 2. When I was looking at the level 2s, there's nothing like that. Doesn't have to be that sort of thing specifically, but there was just nothing like that that I saw that was like, oh wow, this is some really neat tech that I really can imagine me playing in a lot of different Eminence decks that I build. There were a couple of 2/1s that were like interesting, not outright bad, but it is a little disappointing that level 1 and 2, there's not a ton to really supplement your actual gameplay. Level 2, though, is definitely better because it does give various counter options, which is nice. Next up, we will be talking about the notable level 3s for the set. I think the level 3s in the set are definitely better than the level 1s and level 2s that we just discussed. A lot of them are going to be early play options, but I think there is just a decent amount of variety. They do good things. They're super generic for the most part, so you can splash them into a lot of different types of decks depending on your personal preference, your personal play style, what colors you're playing. There's nothing that is really game breaking with the generic level 3s you could be playing, but that doesn't mean they are not good. I think a lot of these are going to be showing up in some sort of ratios in a lot of different decks, especially the first one, which we'll get it out of the way now because I think it's the best level 3 that's not like a climax combo that is in the set. This is the Counter-Strike Epsilon. She is an early play card that has the 4 more early play condition, which is the best early play condition. Once she's placed on stage from hand, if you have 2 or more other characters, you may pick a character in your clock and marker that character to underneath this Epsilon. And then she has a third effect, which is where I think she really shines, which is when she's frontal attacked, you may pay 2, ditch 1. If you do, she gets the following ability until end of turn. The character facing her gets -2 soul. I think this is a really fantastic early play healer. It's in blue, which is a great color for the set. It is a 4. It's, unless I'm forgetting something, it is the only 4 or more early play condition healer in the set, which is very, very important because that is just the easiest one to meet. Plus, she has this very strong defensive option. It's not something you have to use, and to be honest, it's probably not something that you're going to use a ton of games, but the fact that it's there threatening your opponent is very strong. It's the sort of effect, this -2 soul effect, that it's not something you're going to use all the time because you're not going to need it all the time, but when you do need that sort of effect, you are really going to need it. So the fact that it is tied to the early play of choice for the set is really strong, I think. The trade-off for having such a good defensive option is the fact that, if anyone hasn't noticed yet, she only has 9,000 power. She does not gain power at any time. Most early play healers will typically, they'll be somewhere between offensively, they'll typically go up to around 11k or so. The numbers can vary, but they will either be big all the time, and so they'll be big cross turn, and then they'll be big on your turn. And then there are some that will be kind of weak on your turn, but they'll be really big on your turn. Like they'll go up to 11 or 12k, and then they'll go back down to like 8 or 9 on your turn. But offensively, they will be strong. And the ones that are sort of big-ish all the time, those are the ones they might sit at like 10k, 10.5, and they may not be as strong offensively, but they're much stronger defensively. That's typically what we see for early play profiles. This one is just 9k all the time, so you'll need to use a climax or some other buff to get her over that 10k mark. I think this is a perfectly fair trade-off. I have played Bane Dream since the Mygo set came out a lot, and that set has a level 3 early play that is absolutely insane for what it does, and that thing only sits at 95 all the time. It never gets any bigger without any sort of external buff. I have never once cared that the power was so low because it made up for that by having a really good other effect. This is giving me those same sort of vibes. While this card may not be as good as that early play card of Bane Dream, I still think this serves a purpose, and I think that purpose, even if you're not going to use that next soul effect all the time, I think just the fact that it's there more than makes up for the fact that this thing is a little weak. To be honest, I think most games it's probably not going to matter. Sometimes it will, and it won't really feel great if you feel like you're forced to crash your early play, even if you weren't planning on using the next soul thing. But I think most games you should have one lane where you're going to be able to get this thing to win. 9k still isn't bad. If you play a climax, especially if you're playing 8 pants, it should be simple enough. Then it's at 10k. Then you have other ways to buff it. I don't think the 9000 power really is that big of a deal. It still makes up for it a lot. I think we're going to be seeing a ton of this Epsilon in Eminence decks going forward, just because of basically everything coming together perfectly. Something that I do want to point out in case someone hasn't noticed it is that when you play her out, to get the heal, she only heals characters from your clock and markers them. She cannot heal anything that's not a character. So events, climaxes, those things are kind of just going to be stuck there. It is nice that you get to choose the character. There is only like one notable alarm. I'm not even sure if there's a second alarm at all in the entire set actually, but there's one notable alarm in this set where maybe sometimes the game just works out really well where you are able to heal in such a way to get that alarm, push that alarm to the top of your clock because you do get to choose the character in your clock. I think that is interesting. Having it be a marker instead of going to your waiting room, that gives you a little bit of compression, very probably negligible compression, but sometimes compression is compression. If you're near a refresh, this set seems to have a lot of things that involve markers, which is a mechanic that has been around for a long time. The only sort of and we haven't really talked about it too much because I don't actually think most of the cards are really worth talking about, to be honest. Like several of the SPs involve markers, and we only talked about Gamma, I believe. There are like 2 or 3 others that involve markering cards to gain effects, and they're not necessarily bad, but I don't think they're really like that great. There are other cards in the set besides those that also involve markers. You would think for a set that had such a focus on markers, there would be some reason to use those markers to do things. Like typically when we see other sets have such a heavy focus on markers, they will do something with those markers. There'll be a trade-off for gathering more markers. Like there'll be some card that says if you have 4 more markers, do something really cool. There's not anything like that in this set. All the marker stuff is just sort of down to what that card's own effects do. Now you could make the argument that if you just play a bunch of cards that involve markers, well then you're getting a lot of onboard compression, which I guess is fine, but it's not that I'm not going to argue with that. But I don't know if it's really worth it to try to just get a bunch of markers just for that. Still, they really only become valuable if you get to a refresh while all those markers are on your board. It could be flavor, maybe. I'm not really sure. I watched the show twice and I like the show a lot, and I'm trying to figure out the flavor of it, and I am like doing mental gymnastics to really justify it from a trying to look at it from Bushiroad standpoint. Sure, you could try to make an argument that like they all mostly work together and support each other, so that's maybe what the marker is for. In order to do things, they need the help of something else. You could try to make that argument if you want. Maybe that's what Bushiroad was going for. Maybe it's something that I haven't thought of. Or maybe they just decided, hey, why don't we just give a set some marker stuff and not do anything with it, really. Which is fine. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that this thing puts the card you heal as a marker instead of going to your waiting room. I think this is still overall a fantastic card. The -2 soul will be relevant in some games, and just a really solid card overall. This card is also one of the SSPs for the set, so I guess Bushiroad decided that they liked it. Next, we have this Liberation, Rose Oriana. This is like the Modernia from Nikke, the level 3. When you play her out, you can summon another character from your hand who has a level equal to or lower than your current level, and then you give that character 2k for the turn, 2000 power. So this is like a really great way for 2 stock to get out 2 level 3 cards, which is very efficient. And then you get that summoned character, a big bump in power, which is nice. And then she has an off finisher effect that on attack you may ditch 2, mill the bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck, and deal X damage to your opponent. X is equal to the number of climaxes among those cards. This is a good way to decompress your opponent. It's a pretty cheap off finisher, especially because it is summoning something else for free. Sometimes your opponent might be in a deck state where they're compressed and they've got some climaxes in there, and it's not even about dealing damage to your opponent. It's about just decompressing your opponent and getting those climaxes out of their small deck. Maybe stock swap isn't available to you. Maybe you don't have enough stock to do it. Maybe your opponent has a small deck with a lot of climaxes, but they don't have any stock. Maybe they just tried to kill you at level 3 and they got down to a small deck with a lot of climaxes, but they used all of their stock trying to kill you and you survived. Well, this is a nice option to deal with that when the stock swap either isn't an option to you or isn't a good option to use. Unfortunately, unlike the Modernia from Nikke, this doesn't have a really busted rest counter to pair with it, which would have been nice and could have made, honestly, if they reprinted that Modernia, like with the rest counter, they reprinted the Modernia with this card, but they also gave this card that rest counter. Eminence might be higher than a solid tier 2 contender, just because that is such a powerful card. But it's a good card overall. I think most decks are going to be having red unless you really just want to go for the memes and play like an Perv ass hat deck all the way. I think there's nothing wrong with just slotting in a copy of this card just to have as an off finisher option in case your opponent's deck is in such a way where you need the specific Icy Tail, or if you're running low on resources and you just need some 2 soul beaters and you need to do it for lower stock than just hard playing them out. This is a very efficient way to do that, and I do like that this card exists, and I expect to see it a decent amount. Next up, we have this Preparing to Strike Iris Midgar. When she's placed on stage from hand, perform the following action 2 times. Choose one of your opponent's level 1 or higher characters. If you do, your opponent picks a level X or lower character in their waiting room and exchanges them. X is equal to the level of the character you chose minus 1. So this is just a double D-leveler. This is definitely the removal option of choice for the set. Unless I missed it, I didn't see something that said bounce an opponent's character back to hand. So this might be the only way to go to really, during your main phase, deal with your opponent's problem cards. This is something that I think should be at least a 1 of in everybody's list. It's important to have some sort of removal. The fact that it's a double removal is really nice. If you're going up against Shauna, you don't want to say you're at a regional and you lost to Shauna because they locked you out of doing auto damage. This will deal with 2 copies of their Yuji that says no, that you can't deal auto damage to them. Even in this set alone, we have the level 3 combo that says you can't deal auto damage during its battle or the climax phase. This can deal with 2 copies of that. We have the Natsu from Fairy Tail, which also says no auto damage during its battle, that just came out. While all the cards I'm mentioning are not meta threats, they are strong because if you can't deal with those cards that say you can't deal damage, then you're sort of just vanilla swinging. Maybe you're just trying to heal. There's not much you really can do because most of the things in this set are going to be some form of deal damage to your opponent. Sure, if you're playing the trio pants combo where you're playing the 3 different 7 Shadows girls, you could just focus on the Mocha if you really want, but like who wants to just focus on the Mocha? That's not really ideal. And you're probably not playing the trial deck restander, which would ignore auto damage because it's a pay 4 restander, which is not that great. Bottom line, this is important to have. It would have been nicer if you can bounce it back to hand, but that is really good, especially if you get to do it twice. Notably, it is possible that this thing can miss if your opponent doesn't have a waiting room with characters or doesn't have a waiting room with eligible characters in it. But from my experience playing a sort of D-leveler or a double D-leveler profile a lot, I think the game really, in theory, your opponent could play around it if they're playing something that is important to stay on the field and they know Eminence and they know that it has a double D leveler, they can play around it by getting themselves to a refresh point and not having any characters of an eligible level in their waiting room. In theory, that can absolutely happen. From my many countless years of playing the game, the game really goes so perfectly that your opponent is going to be able to do that without making a significant sacrifice of their own, whether it's expending more resources to make that happen, and if they do that, then it means they're slacking in another area. Overall, while it's possible and while it can happen, from my experience, if your opponent doesn't have a waiting room with characters in it that you can swap with the D-levelers, it's typically because it's more likely that it just so happened to work out that way. They just got to a refresh and it just worked out in their favor. And when that happens and they have a problematic board that you really need to get rid of, you just sort of accept it, to be honest. There's not much more you could do. Your opponent can try to play around this if they have characters that are essential to be on board. Most of the time it just won't happen though, so I wouldn't worry too much by the fact that this is a D leveler instead of a bouncer. I still think the fact that it's a double D leveler is very strong. Throw a copy in your deck just so that when you go to trios regionals, you don't have to tell your teammates all embarrassed that you lost to Shana or that you lost to the green level 3 combo, stock soul combo in the set, or Natsu or Sora from Hololive or any other sort of neg soul or no auto damage or any sort of thing like that. Just throw this out and then continue about your day. This card also has a very good secondary effect, which is an alarm effect. So if it's the top card of your clock at the beginning of your climax phase, you may pay the cost, which is pay 1, discard a character. If you do, deal 1 damage to your opponent and pick one of your characters and it gets plus 2000 power until end of turn. I think pairing this with the double D leveler effect is actually really cool. I would play this card if it was just a double D leveler. I probably would not play this card if it was just that alarm effect, but the fact that it has the double D leveler effect and it has the alarm effect, I think is actually really cool. It's not something you're going to use all the time, that burn effect, but sometimes you are just high rolling and it just works out for you and you have extra resources to spend and this is a top card of your clock. Maybe you do it and you snipe a climax off the top and that can be a game changing thing. Maybe sometimes it's just a sort of a win more type of card. Maybe it's the top of card of your clock and you're not in a situation where you feel you can afford to use it or you don't want to use it because you don't want to deal extra damage to your opponent. Either way, it's nice that you have the option. We have ways to put this into our clock. There's a level 0 Sid that we discussed that when we were looking at the 2-2 standby combo that's on play, put a character from your hand into your clock, look at top 5 at a character. That is a way to get this to the top of your clock. We have the beta Ricky that puts a character from your waiting room to the bottom of your clock. Now, if you are at like 1020, it is possible where at that point you could use like that Ricky and then put this into your clock and it would then be the top card of your clock because you don't have anything else. So sometimes it will work out just so that you can set it up and just make it work. I think it's not always going to work that way, but bottom line, you're playing this card anyway. The fact that it has this bonus effect, which is a good effect, I think is just really nice, and I'm happy that this card was printed with that alarm effect. I can't wait to like win a game because I sniped an extra climax off my opponent's deck and see how like salty they get. I think that'll be really funny. But good card overall. This is also one of the SSPs for the set, so I guess Bushiroad thought it was decent, though we're going to talk later about how all of their choices for the higher rarity stuff were a little odd. Lastly, we have 3 more early play options. They're very generic, but they're not bad. Just get them out of the way. On the left, we have this green 3/2 Awakened Xenon Girl of the 21st Century. If your waiting room is 2 or less climax, it gets minus a level. It gets 500 power for each of your other characters. And when it's placed on stage from hand, you may put the bottom card of your clock into your waiting room. Very generic. 2 or less climax condition isn't the best. It's fine. It's not terrible, but 4 or more is generally better. I do like that it maintains its power. As long as you have a board, it keeps the power cross turn. That is a nice trade-off. That is like a benefit for being a weaker early play condition. And I like that it sends the bottom card of your clock to waiting room so that if you are playing that, if you have like that iris we just discussed in your clock, you don't have to get rid of it. You can still leave it there and use its effect. Not a bad card. It's good to have in green, but you're not going to splash in green just so you could play this. But it's nice that green has an early play option of their own. Next one is this Fencer Ordinaire Alexia Midgar. If your opponent has a level 3 or higher character, it gets -1 level 1 in your hand, and when it's placed on stage from hand, it gets X power. X is equal to the number of Eminence in Shadow characters you have times 1,000. It only gets that boost for the turn, but if you have a full board, it actually is pretty big. And then when it's placed on stage from hand, you may discard a card. If you do, you put the bottom card of your clock into your stock. It's nice that it's the bottom card, yet again, for that same reason, for the Iris alarm. The early play condition, you're not going to like max out on 4 copies of this because it's very dependent on your opponent and what they're playing, but you throw in a copy or 2 of this if you're playing red, so that if you are just in a position and they do have an early play out or they're playing an early play level 3 combo, you are able to then just get this out. You get a nice stock heal. I do personally love stock heals. Plus, this thing is, as long as you bring it out with a full board, it's going to be swinging really, really big on your turn. Definitely not a bad card. Then we have this alpha promo, which is definitely probably the weakest of the bunch, but the art is really nice. It's not necessarily bad. If your waiting room is 2 or less climax, it gets minus a level. So again, not the most favorable condition, but it's fine. If you have 2 or more other characters, it gets plus 1,000 power. So it will be 10-5 cross turn, which is actually pretty decent. And then when it's placed on stage from hand, search your deck for a character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, shuffle your deck. So a 10-5, it may not heal, but it's not designed to heal, obviously. You have a good option in blue to do that. You have a better option in blue to do that than a 2 or less early play climax healer. This may not show up in every deck. It's worth mentioning because it's something that could be relevant. Some people might like just having a 2 soul body that they could swing with that will sit reasonably big and can maybe force your opponent to crash while not going minus hand size. And I think that is pretty cool. That'll be it for the level 3s. Definitely better than the level 1s and level 2s. Now, a lot of the ones we talked about might have just been early play healers, but I still think the Iris is a very, very strong card, and I think the Epsilon early play is absolutely fantastic. I can't say it's necessarily something that you're going to play 4 copies of or something like that. It may not be that good, but I think it's definitely something we're going to see a lot whenever someone is playing an Eminence deck because it is just very strong. We have the really good off finisher, which is very, very solid. It's not the flashiest thing in the world, but it doesn't need to be. It has 2 specific goals in mind, and it does both of those goals very, very well. Either decompress your opponent, serve as an off finisher when the game is going rough, summon a character, give you big bodies with big soul to swing with for a very cheap cost. Those are the sorts of things that card is setting out to do, and it does it well. It's in a good color. If they wanted to make it bad, they would have just thrown it in green, make it much harder to splash. Being red, for every Eminence deck should be able to play it, which is really, really nice. Next up, going to discuss the collectability of this set. So anyone who is a player who also likes to collect, anyone who, which seems like a decent number of people who don't really follow Weiss too much or at all, and they just really like Eminence and they want to get some nice shiny cards of their favorite characters from the show, especially some of those signatures. This is the section where we're going to talk about whether this set is really worth it or the strengths, the weaknesses, etc. This is a very large set. This is the breakdown of everything that's double rare and above. We have 11 double rares. Most sets only have 10. This does have 11. This set also has 80 SRs, which is a lot. For anyone that is coming from a different game like a Yu-Gi-Oh or a Pokemon, where maybe you're used to foils being in every pack or something like that, Weiss is not a game like that at all. SRs, you will get like a few in a box, but it's not like 1 per pack or something like that. 80, I like that most cards do have a cheap or a more accessible foil version. That is nice. The fact that there's 80 though, it's also a double-edged sword because it means that it's really, really hard to pull the more desirable ones, which means the more desirable ones, while they might be cheaper than like an SP or an SSP or a secret or something like that, they can still get kind of pricey. We have definitely seen certain SRs be like $40 or $50, which is kind of nuts for just a regular basic foil version of a card. So I do like, again, that there's a foil version for most things in the set that should be relatively accessible, at least compared to the higher rarity counterparts. But it still means that some of them are going to probably be worth, or just people are trying to get more than they really should. I do think this is something that Bushiroad could fix, and they could be a little more generous when it comes to the SR distributions for a set. Just giving them having them be more frequent in a box really wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but that's a separate discussion. We have 12 triple rares. These will be climaxes for the booster. There is the trial deck for this, which also has a good chunk of triple rares. I think it's like another 12-ish triple rares in the set, in the trial deck alone. But for the booster pack, they should all be the climaxes, which is nice. We have 7 SPs, which is not too many. The only downside is that, based on early reports of people opening, usually when we get a set that has SSPs and SPs, the typical distribution for the ratios is you'll get 1 SSP in a case and you will get 2 SPs in a case. What it seems like what's happening with Eminence, based on early reports from people that have opened multiple master cases, is you do get 1 SSP in a case, but you only get 1 SP in a case. And after that, you get a third hit, but that third hit's going to be a triple rare plus, the shadow rare, or a secret plus. Most likely it's going to be the shadow rare or the triple rare plus. The secret plus is still going to be very hard to pull any of them. This is kind of disappointing because, I mean, the SPs should be the most desired cards of the set. They're the only ones outside of the serial that have a signature. They also feature the 7 shadows, which are the girls pictured here. They're the more popular characters. You know, this is Weiss. Anyone who's watched the show knows what the show's about. People like getting their pretty anime girls. So the fact that there's only 1 in a case is kind of annoying. It's a little disheartening. I will say this is still a better distribution system than what happened with Fairy Tail when it came to English, where Fairy Tail was 1 SP in a case, and then every master case would have an SSP in it as well. That's pretty terrible. That was a giant middle finger to anyone who supported Weiss and Bushiroad. That really was just awful. This is a better system. It's not great. They're really cheaping out with this. I really don't understand why. I'm very unhappy with that as someone who likes to buy a lot of SPs and stuff. But also for anyone that is just coming into Weiss just to collect this set in English, just because they like the show and they like the girls and stuff. When they realized that, I've seen plenty of people posting that they don't really know too much about Weiss, but they saw Eminence was getting some trading cards, and they went out and they bought a case or a master case, thinking they could get a whole bunch of signatures of their favorite girls, and then they find out that the SSPs in the set don't have signatures, and they find out that out of the 24 or however many boxes they're opening per case, they're only getting 1 signed card, and it's a 1 in 7 chance of getting the girl that they want. It's kind of disappointing, to be honest. Now, again, this is still much better than Fairy Tail because Fairy Tail just had a worse ratio system, plus they had 14 SPs. This cuts that in half, but I really don't think they could have just done 1 SSP in a case and 2 SPs. A normal ratio. I don't think most people would have been unhappy with that. They might have been unhappy that the SSPs don't have signatures and that some of the SSPs are kind of duds. But I think the overall consensus would have been more positive, for sure, than what we wound up getting, which is kind of disappointing. Still, it could be worse because Bushiroad has proven that it could be worse, so I don't want to challenge them, and then they call my bluff and they just make it worse with the next set. But there's also 10 SSPs in the set. These are 1 per case. These do not have signatures. We'll take a look at some of them in a bit. They're okay. We've seen SSPs not have signatures before, but 10 SSPs is a lot. The art is also kind of basic on them, and you'll see why in a sec. We have 4 triple rare pluses. Triple rare pluses, they are climaxes that are more akin to OFRs. So They typically are the same or similar art to their regular triple rare counterparts. However, the art will extend all the way to the edge of the card rather than getting cut off near the edge of the card. Um, they do look very nice. I think the triple rare pluses they picked for the set, I really only like one of them, to be honest. I think the other three, one of them is like the perv ass hat combo, one of them is the level 0 standby combo, and the other one is the level 3 Seven Shadows, the three girls combo, but it doesn't even have any of the girls on it, which is such a weird choice. But anyway, then we have 5 Secret Pluses. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Secret Plus is one of the worst rarities they've ever invented. It's greedy, it's ridiculous. The Secret Pluses don't even have signatures. They're just, and all the Secret Pluses also have SR versions of them, which is nice. I do like that. I'm not gonna complain about that. But like, what is the point in hoping to pull a Secret Plus when you still have a foil version that will be much cheaper? I think there's going to be a handful of people that they don't care. They just want to say that they maxed out their favorite show, Eminence in Shadow, and they don't care what they spend, and they don't care if there's no signatures. They don't care if the art's a little basic. And we'll again look at the art momentarily. But if these were secrets, I would not be complaining. I think 5 secrets would still be a lot for a set, but while not always a hard and fast rule, typically secrets in English will be one per master. There are definitely exceptions to that. Early word from people opening up Fujimi Volume 2 in English is that even though they're normal secrets, you are not getting one per master, even though traditionally it's one per master. But Secret Plus is roughly 1 in 9 cases traditionally, and there's 5 different Secret Pluses. You need to open up an insane amount of cases just to have a chance of pulling one Secret Plus, let alone being one of the Secret Pluses that you actually want. Fortunately, it seems like Japan, for their new sets, they've actually done away with the Secret Pluses, and they're more just on secrets now. Hopefully that trend continues, and that's just not a coincidence, and that trend also continues with English. We'll have Secret Pluses for a while, like ReZero's coming out. That's still Secret Pluses, which is really ridiculous. To me, it just screams greed. It seems like they do it hoping people will just buy more because they want the Secret Pluses, which is still, it's never good. That's always going to be bad. Secrets are already hard enough to get, especially when you make 5 of them in a set. But then you just throw in some really basic art and no signatures. It's really like a middle finger to your consumer base. And there is a consensus, I think, largely in the Weiss community that Bushiroad doesn't really care about Weiss too much, at least not English Weiss, and that we're sort of like the unwanted stepchild of the Bushiroad family of card games. Most of the time, I love the game so much that I can sort of look past it, but lately, like in 2026, it just kind of feels a bit more and more like they really just are trying to let their player base and their Weiss customer base know that how little they actually care. And that's very disappointing from someone who does really love the game, has invested a lot of time and money into the game, and wants to see it grow and thrive. I think when you factor in just all these problems that come with each rarity for this set, I think it's just, eventually something's got to give. People are going to get tired of feeling like they're just being taken advantage of and they're just being treated as bottomless wallets, so that some company in Japan or Singapore or wherever can just line their pockets and just, while at the same time just giving us the middle finger. From what I read on various social media for Weiss groups, it seems like, there's always been a little bit of resentment there for that sort of thing, but it seems like it's maybe getting a little bit worse recently. Fairy Tale was a huge, that was just handled terribly. Just it just feels like they are doing too little, and it used to be because like they didn't care. It was, I think, sort of the general vibe maybe. And this is just from someone who has been in the game for a good long while. Like maybe they just didn't care, and that's why it often felt like it was so low effort. But lately, it's almost felt like they actually care a lot, except they don't care in a good way. It's like they just hate us and they want us to know how much they hate us, but they still want our money. They still want a massive amount for a case. They still want you to take your hard-earned dollars and give it to them so that they could keep doing what they're doing. And that is pretty disappointing because I think when they first announced Secret Pluses for the set, I of course wasn't happy. Again, hate Secret Pluses, stupid rarity. But we didn't see a Secret Plus until like a few weeks ago. And when it got revealed, it was widely mocked because it was a low res screenshot. There's no signature on it. It just wasn't great. Even Secret Pluses that don't have signatures, like from Azure Lane, at least the art is still really nice on them. Some are better than others, of course, but that's a set that had 4 or 5 Secret Pluses, and even if it didn't have signatures, they still looked good, and they were still worth money. These don't look good. They chose some odd cards for a couple of them. It's just a little disappointing. Then we have a Shadow Rare. Shadow Rare is unique to Eminence in Shadow. It features the 2/1 Shadow card that lets you summon the level 3 off finisher Shadow. I've seen some videos and images of this that were being pulled. It's got some pretty unique foiling, especially around the text box for sure. It's okay. I feel pretty bad because I was watching someone stream. As much as I hate watching people open boxes on stream, I don't understand the point of it. It doesn't appeal to me, but I watched some guy who opened like 2 master cases, I think it was, and he pulled the Shadow Rare. And at that point, everyone thought it was going to be really hard to get. Um, he was losing his mind. People in that were the watching, they were losing their mind, just being like, "Oh my God!" They were all basically they were debating how much is this card worth. That's how they were losing their minds. People were like, "This is like a 7K minimum card," which I find I have such a hard time. Some of my friends in Weiss tell me that I laugh react to too many things, because I will see people that will have like a PSA 9 of like a common that's like a pop 1 because no one wanted to grade the PSA that common card, but because it's a pop 1 they'll be like, "Oh, I want like 3K for it," because they come from other games that maybe function in a way that's somewhat similar to that, and they think it applies to Weiss. And a lot of people want insane amounts for their cards, or they'll say super desperate for cash, want to move, and then they will like go above market, and like they just will sit there and they'll sit there and they'll sit there and they'll just get angry as they bump it and talk about how everyone is broke. I've seen that so many times, and this is just a mild off topic rant, but it kind of it reminded me of the things I hate about this game that don't relate to Bushiroad, mostly with just how a lot of people have just come into it thinking that it's a game where they could just flip it easily because, like, Union Arena, there are cards that go for big money and stuff like that, and that's an anime-based card game. And, of course, we have Pokemon and One Piece, and there's big money in those games, and those markets for those games are pretty saturated. So I think some people in the last couple of years have started moving to Weiss thinking it's an easy thing. They get a little overextended, they start getting angry, but they start thinking that Weiss as a community as a whole just has a bottomless amount of people that will pay whatever amount is asked just because a card is technically rare. I'm going to be honest. I think I have a picture of the shadow right here. It even in person, if the foiling is interesting, I'll give it that. It's still kind of like a very low effort, almost low resolution screenshot. Um, the show is not a bad looking show. Don't get me wrong. But it's not like there are moments where it looks amazing. Overall, it's a very consistent looking show, but it's not a show that is just like, wow, this is one of the best looking shows I've ever seen. And then when they take the most random screenshots, and it looks like they took the screenshot and then they put it through a system to make it like standard definition, and then they did that a few times, and then that's what they put on the card. It just is so weird. So when I saw that guy on stream pull the shadow rare, and everyone was like sort of coming to a consensus, yeah, this is at least a $7,000 to $8,000 card, easily, 100%. There's no way it goes lower than that. And then he opened up another master case and he pulled another shadow rare, and suddenly the mood shifted. I already thought it was ridiculous because everyone was like, oh, this is more rare than a secret plus. The reasoning behind that was that, like listed here, when you look at the Weiss website, when you look at a pack of Eminence and Shadow and you look at the rarities, The one that's listed at the top is the serial rare, and the serial rare will be the hardest to get card. And then it was the shadow rare. Logic would dictate that that means that the shadow rare would be even harder to get than a secret plus. But Bushiroad has made it clear they don't give two craps about logic. So I refrained from like commenting on that. I don't want to make anyone feel bad. My gut was like, just because they put the shadow rare above a secret plus doesn't mean it's actually going to be harder than a secret plus. The card doesn't look that great. The card in and of itself is like, they could have picked a better card, to be honest. It's not necessarily a bad card, that 2/1 shadow, but it's not like a great card. If you want to play that package, it is a good card, I guess, but the package as a whole, is it really worth playing over a more traditional level 3 combo? I don't think so. But the mood shifted when he opened the second shadow rare, and all of a sudden he was talking about, okay, he was confused because like, hey, this is supposed to be more valuable than a secret plus. Either he got really insanely lucky, which he knew deep down, I think, that he didn't get this insanely lucky, or the shadow rare was not as rare as he and a lot of other people seem to think it would be. My thing was, this is an English exclusive. We have no idea what the actual ratio system is going to look at, how things are going to be distributed. Just because it was listed right below a serial rare really does not mean anything. And it never should have meant anything. That's just coming from someone who has seen Bushiroad do that sort of thing plenty of times before, so have some experience with watching them just pull those sorts of shenanigans. But, I felt kind of bad because he got all deflated. But then there are still people in the comments, people who were literally saying, oh, I think the shadow rare could literally go up to 10k. 7 and 8k was already bullshit, batshit, bonkers, insane. It was never going to happen it was just never going to happen. People are like, no, this could definitely be worth 10k, blah, blah, blah. Save it and pay for your kid's college, yada, yada, yada. Everyone always says stuff like that. Pay off your mortgage. It gets so frustrating when it becomes all about the money, especially when it's from people that I think don't really have a good grasp, and they just come from other games. And this is like a rant, I guess, that isn't sort of about Weiss as a whole, of what it's sort of people have tried to make it become, I think, without succeeding, thankfully. But based on other people who open multiple master cases, it seems like based on each case, you get 1 SP, you get 1 SSP, and then you get a third hit, and that third hit is going to be a triple rare plus, the secret plus, the shadow rare. The shadow rare seems to be 1 per master. I saw multiple people who said they opened multiple masters, and in every single master case there was 1 shadow rare. So again, that could just be how the cases worked out. Maybe it's not exactly like that. Based on assuming that the numbers people were providing were accurate, then it seems like the shadow rare is 1 per master case. There were still people saying, oh, well, then they were trying to cope really hard, going, oh, well, it's still at least 1,000 minimum. 1,000, there's no way this card is below 1,000, because they need to do mental gymnastics to make themselves feel better. If a card is 1 per master, it is not, and it's not even that great of a card, and it has kind of bad art, and it doesn't have a signature, and it's of a dude, even if he's the main character, and he's a dude that's more likable, or more entertaining at least, than a lot of main protagonist dudes in other anime, it's not going for $1,000. We need to stop saying that every card that's printed in this game is worth $1,000, because it's just not accurate. And it's disappointing when people try to make it all about the money. I understand the money is a thing. People need to buy cases. They need to make their money back, or make most of their money back. They don't need to be made to feel like crap because they pulled crap, because the ratios are crap. That is a problem that can and should be fixed. There should be a little bit more value. But when people and I had to spend like hours watching the stream because it was taking forever to open it, and I only watched it because I wanted to see cards that hadn't been revealed yet, and see what some of them were. That was really it. But it was like so unbearable. What, every 5 seconds going, oh my god, every SP in the set needs to be worth $1,500 to $2,000 just because it's 1 per case. It's never going to happen. It's ridiculous. The reason why it's not going to happen is because Weiss, no one's going to pay for it. There aren't enough people in Weiss that have the pockets or the desire to spend $2,000 on a single SP. You might have some people who would spend $2,000 on a specific SP, maybe not from this set, but from other older sets where things are harder to get. Sure, there are people that will spend 20 grand on a specific Weiss card, but for a brand new set that is going to be opened to the moon, because it seems like this set's going to do very well sales wise based on what I've seen people discuss on social media, It's never going to happen, and we need to stop trying to make Weiss a game where people try to treat it as an infinite money glitch, where the way that they try to break things down is always, let's just, if we just buy cases, by my logic, the way I want to price things, literally you are making money on every single case guaranteed, and there's no possible way to not make money. Well, that's an infinite money glitch, and those don't work because they don't really exist. Not in this game, at least. Because then why wouldn't everyone just go buy as many cases as they can afford just to get an infinite amount of money back? Because there is a limit to how much and how many people will spend good money on cards for this game. I think people are definitely going to be spending money on the SPs for this set. I have my own internal beliefs where I think the prices for the 7 SPs are going to fall, and there's a margin of error that like I've sort of built in. I don't want to say anything right now. Um, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, $1,000 minimum. They're crazy. They're not going to go for $1,000. Just because one jackass, even if one person does spend $1,000 on one of the SPs from the set, everyone's going to try to say, oh, that's the market price. That's what you got to pay, because they come from other games where that is the case. We've seen many times one sale does not a market make when it comes to Weiss. So this has, I guess, been a long-winded warning for people that aren't as familiar with the Weiss market. If you're familiar with the Weiss market, you know that sure, there's going to be cars that are worth more than others. Absolutely. There's going to be cars that are worth hundreds of dollars. Absolutely. And worth good money for sure. But if you're new to Weiss and you're getting into the game because you like Eminence, I'm very happy you bought into the set and you're excited for it. There's definitely a lot to like about it. I know I spent a lot of time shitting on it, but there are definitely things to like about it, even from a purely collector standpoint. Don't let that dissuade you, but just sort of keep in mind that there are going to be people who are trying to either make back their money by artificially trying to create hype that isn't there, trying to create artificially a market that's not there, and don't let any of those people fool you. I've had people try to tell me who aren't familiar with Weiss and they didn't know that I was familiar with Weiss that, like, for example, when Quince 3 came out and I was buying an SSP that should realistically have been about $200, and there were 5 SSPs in the case. Some guy who I knew had only been in Weiss for a handful of months, he was like $1,000 for it. And the reasoning is that it's one per case, and there's 5 different SSPs. So every SSP should be the price of a case at minimum, which was just him trying to get his money back. He was a bad salesman. To be honest, most of the people in card games are bad salesmen, really. I don't know how people fall for things like that if they do. But just don't let anyone try to fool you into thinking that all of these cards are going to be big money. Not all of them are. There is a limit to what people spend. There are definitely going to be, people who will just throw as much money as they possibly can to get their favorite girl. That does not mean there's still going to be a decent amount of supply based on just seeing how many cases are being opened of this set. So let that be a warning for people that open it up. Don't overextend yourself. You'll be able to get the cars that you want at fair prices. Don't buy into the hype that some people are trying to drum up and overspend. I have overspent, especially when I was newer at the game and less familiar with it. I absolutely overpaid by some insane amounts for some SPs I wanted because I didn't fully get how the Weiss market worked, and I would wind up losing out on hundreds of dollars for a single card because I just didn't understand that it was different from other games. And so don't make the same mistakes that I did. But we have 7 SPs in the booster, 2 SPs in the trial deck. These are 3 of the SPs here. All of the SPs in the booster, they do look nice. They're all in sort of like wedding dress type things. Something I don't like about it though, I don't, I mean, I'm not nuts about the wedding dress stuff, but like, I don't necessarily dislike it. What I don't like is the fact that they are all holding Weiss cards. Even Gamma has a Weiss card in her bouquet of flowers. They're all holding Weiss cards or near Weiss cards or something like that. Bushiroad's done this a decent number of times before. I don't really like when they advertise their own game on the card art. I think it subtracts from the detracts from the card art. Let the people don't buy Weiss. People buy Weiss cards because they like Weiss. They don't buy Weiss cards because they love looking at Weiss cards so much that they need to see more Weiss cards. So while they're not they're not so big and they're not so prevalent that they totally take away from the art themselves, I just wish that they weren't holding Weiss cards. That's my personal thing. I do own plenty of SPs that do feature characters holding Weiss cards. I still like the art on them. I think some of them are better than others. I think like the Delta looks nice, the Beta looks nice, the Gamma is very flavorful. I mean, pretty much all of these are actually very flavorful. Um, Alpha's got like a weird looking face. I don't know why they messed up the art on her. She's very pretty and they made her look like she has like a weird narrow triangle for a face, which was kind of odd. And then they got ones like Epsilon, who is like facing away from the field of view, which is just like kind of weird, where they would just show like barely half of her face. But it's fine. These will be, I think, the ones that the Secret Pluses, not counting the cereal because obviously the cereal is in a league of its own. I think the Secret Pluses will be worth money purely because of how rare they are, not because like the art's that great or because the signature is desirable. It's just they are incredibly rare and there's 5 of them. But I think the SPs will be the one that most average people are really going to be chasing after hard. It won't be the SSPs, and we'll see why in a second. And there's good reason. The cards are largely good. The Delta is a good brainstorm. The Beta is the Ricky for the set. The Gamma works really well with your level 1 Pants Shadow combo. So they're not like bad cards, and they do look nice. My biggest complaint really, I could totally be okay with the fact that they're advertising Weiss on the cards, but they should have been 2 SPs in a case. This is one of the 2 trial deck SPs. This is like the Climax Hopper from the trial deck. I mean, this is sort of like what I'm talking about. It's just so weird that this is like the image they chose. Like, it looks horrible. I mean, I can't imagine I'm the only one who. And this card only just got revealed. It didn't even get revealed officially. The first time I saw this was when TCG Player uploaded the entire set to their website, because Bushiroad hadn't revealed this. It's just so ugly and it's such a bad screenshot. There's nothing wrong with making this character the SP and picking this card. It's the fact that they chose this image. They had other images they could have picked from. They chose to use this really bad image, and I just don't understand it. It is so weird, and so many cards are like that, and that's my problem. That's one of my biggest issues with the set. But then we have 10 SSPs. The SSPs range, they have 2 different art styles. They have this art style where it's kind of just like a basic but sort of like a detailed image of the character with a super basic background. Like, I won't lie, like, I don't dislike it. I don't think it should be an SSP, but like the Alexia does look really nice. It is detailed. It's just the background that is kind of like very blah. SSP is 1 per case. There's 10. Those aren't good numbers. Now, they did pick some good cards to be SSPs, like the Alexia is very good, the Iris is very good. Some of the cards they picked are kind of bad. No signatures really hurts it. We have seen before with like Nikkei, when that's a set that has signatures on SPs and then no signatures on SSPs, and the SSPs tend to have, for like that set, the art is worse than their SP counterparts. It's just such weird decisions. Those, for like Nikkei, for example, the SSPs just aren't worth much for the most part because like they just don't look good and they don't have the signatures and they have other versions that just look better. I think these SSPs, specifically these 2, look better than the ones from Nikkei. There are some SSPs we'll look at in a second from the set that look like absolute crap. Just again, a very weird design decision on Bushiroad's part. The other style of SSP in this set are these screenshots. So you either have the super basic, the nice character design but with an incredibly basic background, or you have these screenshots. For anyone unfamiliar and isn't too into Weiss, since they revealed the Perv Asshat SSP on the right, he has just been a running joke for this set about how bad it's going to feel for anyone that pulls the Perv Asshat SSP. For good reason. It looks like crap. Perv Asshat's a joke character. It's not a character you want to have on your SSP. People might find him funny, but that doesn't mean they, I think Bushiroad either is just trolling us where they kind of fell into like what happened with Sony when they released the Morbius movie. For anyone familiar with that, where that movie was really, really bad and it got mocked really hard, but because of how bad it was, it became like this whole meme thing, and people were just memeing about it all the time, to the point where Sony was like, wow, people don't stop talking about the movie. Maybe let's, and what they did was they re-released that terrible movie in theaters, thinking that all of the memes that people were doing and talking shit about the movie would actually translate into like, even if it was hate watching, it would translate like into sales for the movie. Guess what? They re-released the movie and didn't make shit money, because people don't want to pay to shit on something. They don't want to pay to make jokes about something. They want to joke about the thing. Kind of feels like that either the perv asset could have just been a giant middle finger to the Weiss audience and Eminence fans, or maybe they thought perv asset's a funny character, people like to make fun of him, they'll genuinely want this card. Either way, Bushroad really dropped the ball on it. Plus, he looks like crap. I mean, it's not the most low res image that they could have chosen. There are definitely lower resolution images on certain cards that just look worse than this, but like you spend $1,000 or more on a case and you pull this as your SSP, you're gonna feel pretty bad about it. And then you got the one in the middle, which is also, it's an even worse screenshot. It's sure it has a girl on it. I guess that's something, but it's kind of a bad screenshot. And even the alpha, I like that alpha. I like the image on it, but that should not be an SSP. I like the card a lot, and I think it's got a nice picture of alpha, and she looks all nice and all that stuff. But that's the SSP. Like, that's what it looks like. These are glorified SRs. They truly are glorified SRs, and that is the problem. It just feels so low effort. You know, if you like the image of, like, some of them have decent images. Like, some people like the alpha, some people don't. I do. Nobody likes the perv ass hat. The ones that have the generic backgrounds aren't great, but they're not the most offensive, I guess. They're not good. Don't get me wrong. But it could be worse with the images. They could look like the Aurora. They could look like the perv ass hat. It's just, when you have a one case hit that is, and it's one of these things, it's got to feel disappointing. I haven't opened up sealed for a while, a good long while, but I would feel like crap opening, honestly, like any of the SSPs, really, because they shouldn't, they're most likely not going to be worth much money. If Nikkei was any indication, nobody's really going to want them because of similar reasons. And even then, the Nikkei ones still look better than this. So the fact that this set's being opened a ton, you know, maybe they'll be worth even less than Nikkei's SSPs, especially because some of them are just sort of like bad cards, like the Aurora we just looked at, the Pervas hat. You know, they're fine in the decks that you use them in, but why would you be using those decks unless you really just wanted to play Pervas hat or Aurora? Next up, we got a couple of these secret pluses from the set. If you can't tell that these are secret pluses and aren't SSPs, I wouldn't blame you, because they have the super generic background, like the generic SSPs that we looked at have. Um, I haven't seen one in person. I've only seen the images of this. I'm I'm guessing the foiling is going to be really nice. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure the foiling will look like a secret plus and it'll be super nice when compared to like their SR counterparts and that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, the art is like super basic, super generic. The Azure Lane ones at least had these super nice backgrounds for most of them, and they just were doing more in the images. They just looked better. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Alpha and I love Delta, and I think both of them look really nice. Um, but like, secret pluses for these, like, should really, they should not be secret pluses. They should have just put more effort into it. Maybe you'll still feel good if you pull a secret plus, and if you get your favorite girl, you get your favorite girl. That's fine. Or if you want to sell it, but I think we saw recently secret pluses were in Fairy Tale, and there were three secret pluses, and the art on those was phenomenal. Really, really insane art. Really, really great. Now those secret pluses are worth in crazy amounts because of how messed up the distribution system was for the ratios. But they also looked really, really good. We saw with Nikkei, their Secret Pluses, even if you don't factor in the fact that Nikkei Secret Pluses had signatures, which the set does not, the art on the Secret Pluses, they just look fantastic. They were such good. It was really, really good art. Really nice looking. Same with Azure Um, we saw with Oshi. Oshi has two Secret Pluses. You know, one of them is like a $300 card. The other is like more like 1,000. Um, and they both look decent enough. They both have some sort of signature on it, even if they're character signs for Oshi's case. But they were just doing more with the cards. Even if it wasn't, Oshi's weren't like too crazy over the top like Nikkei was, but they still looked like good. And I won't say that these look bad, but like, I don't know. You're going to see people on day one who are going to pull this surprise visit alpha secret plus, and it's really not even a good card if I'm being honest. Like the delta is a good card, like from a player standpoint. The alpha's not even a good card, and sure she looks really pretty and her hair looks nice and yada yada, but like someone's gonna pull it and they're gonna be like, I want 5 grand for it because it's so hard to get and because I don't see any on TCG player. So that means that I'm the only one selling it, which means I set the market. And anyone who says something like, yeah, well, if no one buys it, it's not worth that, they'll go, no, people won't have a choice because I'm the only one selling. I see it all the time, and I should probably contact Facebook about disabling my laugh react button, because it's getting harder for me to not use it. But that's what people do. Try to make money, sure, but everyone's so unrealistic. We've seen secret pluses from like Azure Lane. The less desirable ones drop down to like $300 or $400. And Azure Lane, I think, has a very, very big audience and was opened up an insane amount. Eminence might have a big audience too, but there's a big difference. At least those looked better. I would not be upset if I pulled, to be honest, if I pulled either one of these two, there's 3 others, I wouldn't feel bad, even though I would never put the alpha in a deck. I like alpha and I like how nice it looks, but like, would I ever, I spent a lot of money on Weiss cards. I spent way too much money on Weiss cards on high rarity and stuff. But I would never pay good money for any of the secret pluses in the set. They just don't look good enough, or sometimes the cards themselves just aren't good enough to justify the rarity of them. If they were secrets, I still wouldn't really think they should be worth that much money. I mean, a little bit, sure. They're not bad looking again, and like the Delta is a super playable card, and I'm excited to play her. But for substantially less, I could get an SR version of both of these cards, and I would argue that the SR counterparts for both of these cards look better. The foiling may not be better. I'll have to see a Secret Plus from the set in person. I'm sure the foiling will look nicer on the Secret Pluses, and they will look like Secret Plus foiling and all that. But, art-wise, which I think is what a lot of people care about, as long as the card is shiny, that's step one. But also, is the art nice? That's the second thing to consider. I just think a lot of people are going to be a little disappointed because all of the Secret Pluses pretty much look like this, and it is what it is. There's not really anything you could do. At least though, the Shadow Secret Plus looks like a super low res screenshot. That one is definitely the most disappointing. The Shadow Secret Plus is that combo that we talked about where he has to discard 2 copies of himself to burn 5 times. And that one, at least these look nice and they have the pretty girls on them, and it's very detailed. The images, they're crisp. The Shadow is just another low res screenshot. So like, I don't know. I'll never understand it. This is the Shadow Rare. You know, low res screenshot. Not a bad card necessarily if you're playing that package. Probably aren't playing the package though. You can sort of see that the foiling is like this sort of goldish foiling on the text box. In real life, from like the videos and images I've seen, it's actually very hard to read the text, which is kind of funny. I don't know if it's a good funny or a bad funny, but it is what it is. They could have done more with this. If this really is 1 per master guaranteed, essentially, I don't see this being an expensive card. Still a hit, I guess. Fine if you like Shadow. Could be better. And then we get to the cereal for the set. Even the cereal doesn't look that good. I mean, I could be in the minority here. Maybe I am just doom posting. And this is from someone, and I'll talk about it more at the end. I like the set overall. don't get me wrong, I do like the set and I do like plenty of things, but I think the way they handled certain things, like the ratios and just the art design and that stuff, that is where they really dropped the ball, and it's so disappointing as someone who was really looking forward to the set. Like, once again, I own one serial climax from Bane Dream, and it's stunning. The foiling is out of this world. It looks beautiful. My opponents never realize it's a climax, and I always have to explain it's a climax to them when I cancel with it. It's just like, in person, these serial climaxes that we've been getting, they do look really nice. The signatures on the climaxes is always nice. But he looks like an asshole with his tuxedo. Yet again, he's holding a Weiss card. Guess what? If you paid for a cereal, you're buying Weiss. They don't need to sell to you. You are their target customer. And if you pull a cereal, well, you still were pulling a cereal from a Weiss product that you chose to buy. They don't need to advertise, to their customer. It's just frustrating. Because the look just doesn't work for him. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one. It just is so. He even has the fleur de lis, the soul trigger icon, on his lapel as a pin. Like, if I just noticed that now. So not only does he have the Weiss card in his right hand, he also has the soul trigger icon, um, on his lapel. Like, double advertising. Like, fucking enough. I'm sorry, when does it end? Why is Bushiroad just doing these things with this set? He could have looked awesome. I like the combo that they chose to make the climax, the cereal for this climax. I like the combo itself, so I'm not disappointed by that at all. But like, I can't remember when he wears a tuxedo in the show. When I play my Weiss cards, I want to think about the show. I want to think about the moments in the show that really had me on the edge of my seat, or they had me feeling deep emotions, or they had me laughing, or just resonated with me. I don't remember it. I'm sure he probably wore a suit at some point. He went to some ball or something like that. I don't fucking know. My point is like, they could have just put him in his iconic outfit, looking the way Shadow looks, all iconic within the realm of Eminence at least. And I think it would have looked infinitely better. This is just some guy in a ill-fitting tuxedo, because that thing is definitely not tailored. Now I'm getting super nitpicky. I think people could tell I'm getting a little too nitpicky. Like, look, if I pulled this out of a random pack I bought, I wouldn't be disappointed, and I would keep it and I would use it. But seeing other serials, climaxes in person, and just even images of other ones, this one I think is easily the worst that we have gotten in English. Um, and I love Shadow, and I like the climax combo it's tied to, but I want to be thinking about the moments from the show that I enjoyed and the character that's featured on the card. And this doesn't make me do that. This just makes me think that Shadow is too broke to go to a tailor, and it makes me think that Bushiroad is so cheap that they can't advertise on like a Crunchyroll or something like that, and instead are advertising to people who are already buying their product, which is just the most frustrating thing and is just so annoying. Again, it's something to chase. There are going to be people who don't care about it. They just care about the rarity. They don't care about how it looks, and that's fine. And if you pull it, great, good for you. If I pulled it again, I'd be happy. But it's just like, I feel like they had an opportunity to do more. They could have done better, and they just chose to pick like the worst option they had. You know, it's just, you can pick any show that these things are based on, and you could just, instead of going with something that people would want, like art that people would want, that fans of the show would want, you, instead of picking that, you just go for what is objectively the worst option. And they have to know that it's objectively the worst option. It's not like one guy is making these decisions. I'm sure there's some sort of chain of command at Bushiroad when they're designing this stuff. There's some sort of hierarchy. There's some committee, whatever it is. You had to have multiple people all look at each other, see this car design, and go, yeah, this is it. This is what the Eminence fans want. They want Shadow with this fucking fleur de lis, Soul Trigger icon on his lapel, in his shitty looking tuxedo, holding a Weiss card. I don't know. Design wise, that is, I think, outside of when we talked about the level ones and level twos of this set, the generic level ones and twos, where I was a little not as enthusiastic about it, I think I've made it clear that just from a player standpoint, I really enjoy this set. When we looked at the combos and level zeros and level threes, It's just the design on a lot of this stuff and the distribution that really is getting to me. Because I also wanted some really nice looking cards just to have, and I play with my high rarity stuff, so I wanted to have some really cool looking stuff just in my decks, and this set just doesn't really do it for me, and I think that is a common consensus that I'm seeing from people. Like for example, um, the level 3 climax combo on pants that we talked about, where it features 3 of the girls that all work on the same climax combo, and we talked about for a good amount. We have the basic common for the climax on the left, and I think the art looks awesome. You've got 4 of the 7 shadows there just flying through the air, the hair is flowing. Let's be real, people that play Weiss, most of them aren't out to just play Tokyo Revengers where it's like basically all dudes. Most of the time you like collecting your favorite anime girls. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. It's the appeal for a lot of these shows. You like seeing pretty girls do really cool things. So I think the regular climax common for this like looks really nice. Then you get to the triple rare on the right, and I like Shadow, but like he's not on the fucking card. Why is he the triple rare? Like, I want the foil version. I would have liked to have the same exact art as the art on the left because I think it looks awesome. I could be alone on that. Maybe everyone wants, like, he's not even part of the climax combo, and yet it takes away all of the girls that are the draw for this set, and they're replacing him with a close up image of this dude. And I like this dude, but, like, he has his own climax combo at level 3. Like, they could, and he's on his climax combo. Why do they have to shove him onto someone else's climax combo? It's like, honestly, it's like the equivalent of what if, like, for the green stock soul level 3 combo we looked at that has that guy on it, the villain. What if they just, for his climax on the triple rare version, they just threw Shadow on it, even though he's not the guy. Like, what if they just did that? What if they just do beta on it randomly? Like, what's the point of it? It's such a weird decision, and I'm not going to go through every card that's like this. There are tons of cards in this set, design wise, where they just made choices like that, where like they know people. Maybe I really am the only one. Most people I think they would have loved to have like a triple rare version of the art on the left. And I'm sure the one on the right, the triple rare, like it looks nice in person, and I'll pick it up for my deck. But like, they know what their game is about, Bushy Road. Why all of a sudden are they like sort of just messing with their consumer base? It's like the same thing, and hopefully, I can't remember every image I did this. Hopefully, this is the last one because I'm ranting about this too much. They did the same thing with the final match. You got the art on the left. This is the standby combo that works on both the Sid and the Iris 2-2, which we discussed when we discussed other climax combos. I think the art on the left looks nice. Both of those characters work on this same climax. You got a nice close-up shot of Iris, but you've also got Sid in disguise in the background coming at her. It was a fun scene from the show. Then you get the triple rare version. All of a sudden, Iris's face is gone, and you only got the top of her, the back of her head, and you just got this really weird angle of like Sid coming at her in his like kind of pale, ugly emo form. Like, why does the regular version just look better than the foil version that people are going to spend money on? People have to have known that even if they love Sid, like they would like to see Iris in it. She's a popular character. It's just stuff like that that is just so weird. Same thing with this War Goddess Beatrix. You got the double rare version, which I think looks really nice. That's the one on the right. Then you got the SR version, and Beatrix is almost completely out of the card. Like it's like Shadow is shoving her out of frame. Like, why did they do? I would have loved an SR version that was just the same art as the double rare. It's War Goddess Beatrix, not War Goddess Beatrix. Oh, and here's Shadow getting rid of Beatrix. Like, I don't know. I could be nitpicky, but it just seems like I haven't had this issue, and I've bought a lot of Weiss. Bushiroad generally, they don't know what they're doing in a lot of ways, but when it comes to deciding on art and how to display the more popular characters, the characters that people want to see, they're generally pretty good at that. I really have never had a set in my life where I've had this sort of complaint. If it was just like a one-off, that's fine, but it feels like every card I'm interested in, it's almost like the same thing is happening, and I just like don't really get it. So So that's it for the collectability portion of this. I guess to summarize, there's a lot of high rarity cards to get. On paper, that's a plus. Now, I think most people are, outside of like the serial rare, which is still nice enough, and no one's going to complain about pulling it. I think most people are really just going to be chasing the SPs of the set. Why? Because they have signatures, because the art is nice, even if I wish they weren't advertising Weiss cards. And it has the 7 shadows on it. For anyone who hasn't, and this has been a long video, so if you've forgotten, this Eminence in Shadow, the main character is Shadow. He's the dude in the background there, and then he's got a bunch of people working for him, but like his top lieutenants, so to speak, are the 7 shadows. And there are these 7 girls that are pictured here, and they're strong and they're pretty and they do things and they're smart and they all have the unique personalities, whatever. Let's be real. Those 7 shadows, those 7 girls, they are the real draw for the show. They're the real draw definitely for the set. And that's why I think when I see most people on social media talking about what they're chasing from the set, no one is really saying, oh, I really want to get the Secret Plus Shadow because he looks so good. Most people are agreeing that those types of cards, the Secret Pluses and the serials, will be worth some money purely because of how rare they are, but not necessarily because they're like super desired. The regular SPs are what's going to be desired because they feature the 7 main draws from the show. They're the characters that people want to see. They're the signatures that people want. And since the SSPs don't have signatures and the Secret Pluses don't have signatures and the Shadow Rare doesn't have a signature, that's where you go to get that fix. And even though from a player standpoint, you don't need cards and signatures to play, a lot of people who collect, they never played a game of Weiss in their life. They've never even tried to. They aren't really out here trying to. I mean, some might be trying to collect like SRs or whatever, but a lot of people will just buy one copy of an SP that has a signature of their favorite girl on it. And that's where those 7 SPs come into play. Those are going to be a huge draw. So in that vein, I guess that's normal for Weiss. But then the 10 SSPs are really not that great. I think everyone agrees that they're not going to be worth much money right now. The Shadow Rare is kind of a joke. The Secret Pluses don't necessarily look bad outside of Shadows, which does objectively look bad. But they're rare. They're fun to pull. They're not fun to buy. I wouldn't buy one, and I have spent like $1,000 on a single SP before, that was really old and stuff like that. I would never spend anywhere close to that for one of the Secret Pluses from the set because they just don't look that great to justify that price. I don't want to pay a premium just because something is hard to get. Just because something is rare does not mean it's valuable. There are going to be some people that sure they'll pay some money and whatever, and everyone will think, oh, that means that all of the Secret Pluses are worth this. But if there's no real market for it outside of a handful of people, are they really worth that much? So I think collectability wise, if you are just looking for signed cards of one of the 7 popular girls in the show, well, at least you have those options through the SPs. And Bushiroad might have shafted us by only giving 1 SP in a case, but you do have the option. Anything else above that, it's fine. I feel bad for the people on TCG Player who for pre-sales, there are pre-sales on TCG Player for cases, like a lot of them that were going for like $1,300. For anyone unfamiliar with Weiss, you should pretty easily, if you do some looking around on like the Weiss groups on like Discord and Facebook, you should be able to find like and pre-order a case for like $1,000 to $1,100. Brick and mortar storefronts are probably going to charge closer to like $1,200, which is fine because they have a lot more costs associated with them. So I'm not complaining about stores doing that. They got to do what they got to do. That's perfectly fine. It's unreasonable to expect that they charge what like someone who just sells cases out of their house can charge, because they have so many more expenses. But the fact that so many cases on TCG Player have sold for like $1,500 tells me that there's a lot of people unfamiliar with Weiss who are getting into Weiss because of Eminence, even if it's a one-off. So if you're one of those people, I'm sorry you like overspent on a case. I'm sorry that like you're not going to be getting as many signatures as you would like. I assume you did a little bit of research before you spent 1500 on a case, and you saw that for most sets, you'll get like 2 to 3 signatures in a set. When a set doesn't have SSPs, you'll typically get like 3 signatures on it. Cough, cough, re-zero, which is upcoming, which only has 2 signatures in a case and no SSP, but that's a separate issue to talk about later. But typically it'll be like 3 SPs in a case if you don't have SSPs. And if there is an SSP, then it's 2 SPs and an SSP. That's the standard. Now, Bushiroad does not make any promises. They don't really owe us anything technically. But when they are asking for a lot of money from their customers, they could just do better. And it seems like they are actively choosing not to do better. There are times where licensing restrictions and things maybe make certain cards in a set not as good as they could because there are outside forces that Bushiroad can't control as much. I don't think that was the case with this set. I think they just, for whatever reason, just actively decided to make certain aspects about this set worse, and that is just pretty disappointing. So collectability wise, I'm not going to give us a rating, but it's not my favorite thing in the world that they did this. So it is what it is, and that's fine. Moving on to the competitiveness portion of this set overview video, I'm going to just briefly discuss, or try to keep it brief. This is, I think, the longest set overview I've ever done. Maybe that's par for the course for an English exclusive. They are generally pretty exciting, and there has been a lot to talk about with this set. But competitiveness-wise, I think Eminence is very solid tier 2. I don't mean that as like a knock because it's not tier 1. Right now, it's April 2026. We're going into the trios regional format season. I think the best decks are definitely Oshinoko and Bane Dream. Some will argue that Overlord should get in there. Still, I don't quite know about that. We'll see. I might change my mind on that, but I mean it's still very strong when it works. But it got a boost in consistency, but it also lost a little consistency. But that's beside the point. Nikkei is still hasn't been really changed, still lacking an endgame, but still has very, very strong defensive tools and really great resource building. So I would put definitely Benjamin and Oshi, like they are tier 1 for sure. Another time we could discuss like Overlord and Nikkei, but I think it's very clear why Bane Dream and Oshinoko are tier 1. Tier 2 is a pretty big tier in my opinion. I'll make a whole tier video later for this coming format, but I think that Eminence, and it is early to say, haven't been able to test it, no one really has, so it could change, but just reading the cards and seeing what cards are available, what finishers can do and stuff like that. I think Eminence is very solid tier 2. I can't quite say yet without testing whether like it's high tier 2. I think it has a lot of tools that we would see from high tier 2 decks. It has good plussing combos. It has good zeros. It has some utility. It has some powerful level 3 combos. It has stock swap. That's important. Bane Dream essentially just lost their stock swap, even though technically they could still do it if they want. But we'll see how many people do that. And Oshi doesn't have a stock swap; they only have a stock shuffle. Overlord's only got a Fumio. Nikkei's only got a Fumio. So that is very powerful. That could win games on its own, even if you have slightly less powerful finishers compared to something like Oshi or maybe Bane Dream. So I think it's solid tier 2. Right now, I would say it's like middle to high tier 2. I think it could move up. I don't really see it getting like below tier 2, but I will test it more and see. I think right now, we actually have multiple level 3 combos that I think can perform reasonably well in a competitive environment. Certainly in a locals environment, any of these can be fine. But we've got the 3 at the top where you got the 3 girls who all work on the same climax combo. Yes, it does take up a lot of deck slots to sort of do this, and it does require okay amount of stock and hand if you want to do like some of the most ideal things. Luckily, blue has a good way to do to manage your resources a little bit better and save on stock. That is enormously helpful. I think this package has the potential to be pretty explosive. Probably, I would argue, the second most explosive level 3 package that Eminence has. However, it's not, some of it is just sort of up to luck, for being honest. It kind of depends on how the alpha's burns stick, and you can do a little bit to help with that, but you can't do too much. Some of that's just sort of up to deck state. So I think it has high potential. I don't think its floor is really that low. I do think because of the delta, you are able to get some very consistent burns. Plus, you'll have the stock swap on the Zeta, and then the Mocha if you attack with the Zeta. So I think your floor is actually reasonably high. I think your ceiling can be high, but your ceiling could also be not much higher than your floor, if that makes sense. You could get a couple burn ones in there. Hopefully, if you got enough stock, you could get a couple burn twos. You'll get 3 swings. Maybe hopefully you'll be able to resolve Alpha's effect. Or even if you just do a stock swap and a couple of deltas, that's also very, very reasonable, I think, because of the resource management that Blue has. I think it also features some characters that people like, which might help it see some more play. I don't think this is going to be the thing that like everyone will that's going to a regional with Eminence will be like, oh, let me take this package, because it does what it does well, but it does have like a couple of pitfalls. And so it may not be something that's necessarily the most consistent, even though on paper I do really like it. So I think that is good. It's a fine package. Blue's a good color. It can perform reasonably well. I don't expect the 3-2 green Stocksville combo at the bottom left to pop up like a ton at regionals, but it's not a bad combo. At worst, this combo is Maureen. People play Mari not because it's burn 2 and burn 2 is broken. They play it because it's really efficient. But sometimes your game's not going well when you're playing Maureen and Hololive, and you can't do all the shenanigans that Maureen's cost efficiency helps enable. But this has the added factor of potentially just shutting down auto damage almost completely. There's not a lot of stuff that would be able to, outside of maybe the GOATs events from Overlord, that would be able to like still deal damage if you manage to tri-field this. Now it has no protection, so it is a little weak if people want to bounce it. People are going to be playing Oshi. Oshi's got the D-leveler, the double D-leveler, and a double bouncer at their disposal. Bane Dream does have a bouncer and a D-leveler, but it's not a double, so you might have a better matchup if you're playing that Stock Soul combo against something like Bane Dream. But it's definitely not a bad combo. The fact that it's still healing, it's pushing burns, and it's turning off auto damage, I think that actually is very potent. And while I think it's good, people probably won't play it as much, as my guess, in like regionals formats. So if this version doesn't top, it might not be because like it's not good, because it is good. It's just like people are they don't want to play this guy, they don't like this combo, they don't like that it is susceptible to removal. But solid enough where if it did top, I could be like, I can understand why. It has a very solid shell of a deck, and if your opponent just doesn't have the answer to it, well then you practically auto win at that point, because you're still pushing damage, you're still healing, and you're stopping your opponent from really doing what they need to do at level 3. And at that point, you should win. I also think the Ultimate Shadow pants combo has a lot of benefits. Super, super stock efficient, needing only 4 stock up front to do it, meaning that it's really easy to play a stock swap in the same turn. At that point, you only need 7 stock, or even just play an off finisher copy of the Delta to get an extra instance of burn. At that point, you'd have a swing, you'd have 5 burn 3s, and you'd have a burn 1 during the main phase. Depending on how these things land, you're largely avoiding battle. You're getting at least 5 instances of damage before your opponent has any opportunity to actually do something about it in terms of like a backup or a rest counter or a money counter. I think that is very, very strong. It's not going to be relevant against every deck, but something like Nikke, which kind of does sort of rely heavily on that rest counter, maybe, the fact that they can't really rest counter this is pretty good. So there's a benefit to that. Super resource efficient. It helps dig for its own resources that it needs. And needing only the 4 stock does really free up how you play the game throughout the course of the game. You can spend resources a bit more liberally if you'd like. You can also get more compressed if you'd like. It's really up to you. So I think that instance of damage wise, this may not do more than just if you try fielded something that was like burn 3 on attack. But the fact that it's just less setup and it is for a really cheap cost, I think is a big benefit of this card. It's also on Pants, and Pants does have a good brainstorm in the set. You're pushing damage ideally if you're playing 8 Pants throughout the whole course of the game. So I think any of these are perfectly solid. The Shadow might just be the simplest. There's the least amount of setup with it, really. And it's easy enough to do some of the other crazier things that you want to be doing. So I think these are all really viable, which I think is really nice. And there is one more level 3 that we're going to talk about competitive wise. I think this is really great because when the last set overview I did was for Oshi Volume 2, I love Oshinoko to death. Bought into set 1 super heavily. Bought into set 2 super heavily. Have been playing with it. I love it to death. Very, very strong. The thing though is like with Oshi Volume 2, you really only got there were 3 new level 3 combos, and you were really pushed to play one specific one. One of them isn't really a finisher, it's more of a resource generation combo, and the other is good, not as good as maybe the Akane. And set 1, you're really, if you wanted to be competitive, you really just had to play a single level 3 combo. None of the others were anywhere close in terms of the amount of damage it could deal. So you kind of always felt sort of like I was forced in, like shoehorned into a very, very straight, narrow line of play when it comes to that, despite how much I love the Oshinoko sets. I like with this how you do have options depending on personal preference, depending on what colors you're going for, depending on play style, depending on the meta. Just there's all sorts of factors that could go in, and you sort of have options that can suit a variety of needs, whether it's personal needs or just the general environment for competitive play. We got ReZero, the new ReZero set it was already announced, but we got the English release date for it. So I started rewatching ReZero. I love ReZero. I've been watching it since it came out. I got into Weiss too late. ReZero cards were super expensive and they weren't even that good anymore. So I was excited when we got an announcement for a new ReZero set. But when I was looking over the whole set, which I only did for the first time once it got the English release date announcement, like of course I had looked at the main REM combo that is like really, really good and all that, but I really didn't look at the rest of the set too much. And this isn't like a segue into a ReZero review. I'm just making a point here that when I was looking over that set, while I like the set, I feel like I am so pigeonholed into one deck. Like level 3 combos in that set are really not that great. There is one level 3 combo that I like well enough outside of the main REM one that the set is really pushing you towards, but I feel like when I've read through every card in that, when I watched like set reviews of it from other people online and saw people discussing it, I just felt like I didn't have as much room for creativity or personal preference as I would like for a set. And that was like a little disappointing. I'm still going to build it. I'm still going to have fun with it because I like ReZero. So after reading those and then seeing the full set list for Eminence and just seeing that there are so many options that are available to me compared to something like the new ReZero set coming out. And I'm not trying to say that this is better than ReZero or anything like that. I'm not making that point. ReZero is going to be pretty nuts when it comes out. I just like the flexibility. I like that I have options based on personal preference or tournament environment. And I think that Eminence actually does do that pretty well, at least when it comes to level 3 combos. I think it also does that pretty well when it comes to level 1 combos. Same with the zeros. I think nothing is crazy, Not really, but there's a lot that is very, very solid, and I have a lot of options, and I do really like that, and I don't think I'm alone with that, and I think because of those options, even if like it's very well rounded without being like crazy in any one particular area, I think that lends itself very well to a competitive environment, especially when it's trios format, which is about to start, and you will go up against things that aren't always the most meta, as opposed to when it's a singles regional format, where the higher the tables you get to, the more likely you are to just play whatever the top deck or the two top decks are, and you'll just be playing them ad nauseum. You know, the last regional I went to was Philly in March, and that was a singles regional, and I played out of the 7 or 8 rounds that thing was, I played I think 4 Bane Dream. I was playing Bane Dream myself actually, but I played like 4 Bane Dream, you know, because it's one of the, if not the best deck in the room at that point in time. When it's a trios format, you could be unlucky and you could still play the same deck over and over and over. But just from my experience, generally, because on a team you can only have one of each set, it forces people to diversify what types of decks they are making and playing with. And I think because of that, Eminence is very well suited. It has good options to deal with things. It also doesn't need to be the absolute best in every single area. Like, you know, Bane Dream has every card under the sun it could really need. That's why it got hit on the ban list. Oshinoko after set 2, it does pretty much almost everything that you could possibly really reasonably expect it to do. It has lots of different tools. It has deck speed. It has decompression. It has heals and burns. It has all sorts of things. Removal, utility, yada yada yada. It does. It's almost the best at everything it sets out to do, or close to the best. Eminence may not be the best in any particular area, but it's very, very well rounded, and I think that positions it very well for the upcoming season. No one is ever going to go up against an Eminence player and see that they're playing Eminence and be like, oh crap, I'm doomed. This is going to be such an uphill battle. Not unless, you know, they're playing like Monogatari or something like that. Anything modern, it's not going to be like that. But that doesn't mean that Eminence isn't well positioned. I think it has so many tools at its disposal, and it's a very, very competent set, despite the issues that I talked about mostly in the collectability portion of this video, which have no bearing on how good the set actually is. I also think that its best finisher is truly a fantastic finisher in the form of the War Goddess Beatrix. I think Eminence as a set, this War Goddess Beatrix is like Enterprise from Azure Volume 2. However, I think Eminence as a set is better suited to support this enterprise-like finisher than Azure was with its own enterprise. I'm not here to say that Eminence is a better set than Azure Lane. I'm not comparing the two. What I am saying is that most people agree that Enterprise has a very high ceiling. It can be a very powerful finisher, but it has certain restrictions that I think are the reason why it hasn't taken off as much as a lot of people thought, despite a lot of people trying to play it. I remember the first couple of regionals in English that came out after after Azure Lane Volume 2 came out, and based on Bushiroad's own self-reported numbers, like 30% of the field was Azure Lane. Yes, there could be other Azure Lane variations in there. Azure Lane was bought a lot, very popular, so a lot of people were on it. But I do think a lot of people are also on the Enterprise because of its crazy high ceiling. But some of the problems with that set, it just didn't support it fully. I think this War Goddess Beatrix, yes, it's a burn 2 instead of burn 3. But it has so many less restrictions, and the deck as a whole, because of that, supports it a lot better. I think the War Goddess Beatrix is a very, very powerful finisher. Some people don't like Door. You don't have to play 8 Door with this if you don't want to. No one's forcing you to. Some people will try to force you. Those people don't have imagination. I talk to so many people or see people online talk all the time about how if there are level 3 combos on a Door, then your level 1 combo should be on a Door. You shouldn't be splitting your Climax lineup, or your Climax lineups need to complement each other. So, like, I can understand that last point a little bit. Like, I probably wouldn't do like a bar Door with this, mostly because I don't think the bar is better than anything you could find in Door pants at level 1. But whether it's 8 Door or pants Door, I think the deck as a whole is going to support this Beatrix so well that I think this is a much more viable version of Enterprise than Enterprise was, even though Enterprise is still great. I expect this Beatrix to be the version that we see top, if Eminence starts topping, and I think that's like perfectly fine. It's a good combo. It's got the broken event behind it that really supports it. The set still has access to stock swap. If you can't triple Beatrix, you can still stock swap and then do double. And as long as you're hitting decent numbers, that in and of itself is enough to close out games. And if you're not stock swapping, but you could triple, it is really hard for an opponent to survive potentially 3 swings and up to 6 burn 2s. That's a high bar to have to survive, especially when you factor in the fact that your opponent cannot play events or backups during the Beatrix's battle, because she gives one of your opponent's characters no backups or events during their battle. Like that basically means unless you have some sort of on-field effect that can do something on your opponent's turn defensively, well, that's about it. You're just, you just have to hope your climaxes are on top of your deck or spaced out in a way that gets you to a refresh or whatever, because this has the potential to be incredibly explosive, and red's a very good color in the set. I think 8 door could pop up. I think Pants Door is also something that's very viable. Get a few extra soul triggers in there. Push your opponent as close to 3 as possible. 2 is a very solid number to be burning for multiple times. It adds up very quickly. So I think Eminence as a whole, particularly with the Beatrix top end, I think is very well positioned for the upcoming Trios format. I think at a locals level, Eminence is popular. Going to see Eminence pop up a lot at your locals if you have a decent sized locals. I think there are multiple different ways you could build, not just level 3, which I've talked ad nauseum, but also level 1, tech cards, your zero lineup. There are plenty of zeros I didn't discuss that are actually good zeros. Just didn't discuss them in this video because they're like good, not great. And this video is already long enough. We're not doing, this is a set overview, not a full-on set review. So I think there's a lot of stuff you can do with various Eminence decks that I think will just like make it really, really well positioned for whether local play or actual competitive regional play. Now, once this current trio season is over, it's debatable. I think Eminence will still be good. I think also by the time that trio season is over, there is a chance that like Oshinoko could be hit. It kind of depends because like they've made it clear in the past, and I don't actually disagree with Bushiroad on this, that they have in the past not hit certain decks that were really good because they knew that there was a new set coming out in the near future and that set would undoubtedly be powerful, and they didn't want to get rid of the current most powerful deck or like second most powerful deck because they wanted something to exist that could help keep that top deck in check. They didn't want Bushiroad generally does a pretty good job of making sure things aren't like one deck formats. Now, we have had plenty of formats where there is a clear victor on what's the most powerful deck. Fortunately, the majority of the time that happens, it happens during trios format, like with Mai from Bunny Girl, with Denji with Aki from Chainsaw Man, with Alice from SAO. All of those came out right around the time the trios regionals were happening. So even if those decks were arguably the best decks of their formats, you were still, from a competitive standpoint, stuck to 1 per team, which meant that 2/3 of your team were not playing that deck, that super top deck. Seven Deadly Sins is also one that was probably at the top of the format for a good long while, you know. So in terms of other things, I think Eminence will only rise. Yes, when ReZero comes out, it's probably going to be. I mean, Rem's level 3 combo in ReZero is very similar to Beatrix, except it's like crazy more expensive. Yes, there's a package to support that. I understand the stock to packages in ReZero, but it's just a lot more expensive, and I actually think Eminence has some better tools at its disposal that it's than ReZero does, for example. ReZero will top more, no doubt about it, but eventually we will get some sort of ban list that I don't think we need or deserve anytime in the near future, but eventually Oshinoko is most likely going to need to be put in check somewhat, and at that point Eminence will only rise. ReZero on our current release calendar, I guess you can make the argument that like when Uma Musume Set 2 comes out, that is probably going to overtake it. Yeah, sure, there's always going to be something that's better, but I think Eminence is well positioned because it has enough going for it where unless we just start getting a whole bunch of Japanese sets that we haven't gotten before, like Idol Masters and whatnot, that are super broken over there, I think for the foreseeable future, Eminence is sort of like always going to be sticking around, not just because it's very popular, but because it has most of the tools it really needs to just be competitively viable. It might make a little bit of going away when it's the single season. That is possible at that point, depending on how ban lists happen and what sets get announced. And when release dates get announced for things for certain sets, at that point, once we get the new singles format, that could potentially look very much like a ReZero, Oshinoko, Bane Dream, Uma Musume set 2 sort of environment, and at that point, Eminence might have a harder time. But we're not in that time right now. We've got a ways to go until we get to that point, and even then, I still think Eminence can absolutely compete. At that point, you probably really need the Beatrix in order to compete and deal the damage that those other decks are dealing, and I think that this set is just well positioned to do that. I really do think the level 1 Shadow combo, its restriction isn't really as big of a deal as some people are saying. From my own experience just testing things and knowing how my resources tend to be when I get closer to my mid game, I think the deck speed it provides is great. I think the plusing that it could provide is really great. The color it is really great, and the support around pants, it has some decent support. So I think Eminence, unless what they release in the future drastically just gets sped up and we get some really, really broken stuff, I think Eminence is something that should stick around and be like a good solid tier 2 deck for a good long while. It has just enough going for it where it can do that. And it can do that very consistently, and that's very important. You look at other decks that were strong, we haven't seen like Licorice Recoil really do too much in a while. Some things did come out, sure. But I think the problem is that a lot of Licorice Recoil is like a coin toss, and that's coming from someone who has bought a playset of every SSP in set 1 and bought most of the SPs from set 2, especially the good competitive ones. And I love Licorice Recoil, I love the IP, and I love the cards, and I've won 2 Meister Cups for Licorice, played the set to death, love it very much, but like it does have a bit of a coin flip for its finisher. And even then, that coin flip only gets you a burn 1. And even then, it's a very solid shell of a deck, but like it's just missing some of that explosive power. I think Eminence has that explosive power, but it still has that good shell of a deck. It's not sacrificing one for the other, which I think in this current game where we are moving towards these ridiculously powerful finishers, I think that is just a real buff to Eminence from a competitive standpoint. Almost done with this video, I promise. For this set in particular, I am introducing a category that I don't think I have included with any of my past set overview videos, and I am only making it for this one, at least for right now, because of like how questionable a lot of the choices when it comes to card design are in this set. I was going to use the word egregious. I don't want to sound too harsh, but I talked about it a lot with the collectability portion, but I feel like it needed a separate topic of conversation. This set is very weird from a card design standpoint. I don't necessarily mean what the cards do. Bushiroad, for all its flaws, and it has plenty, I actually very frequently praise Bushiroad for its flavor. It's not always, usually it's pretty good at doing its best when it's possible. We are still within the confines of a card game with established rules, but they generally are pretty good with trying to keep things like flavorful if possible, and they generally tend to keep things flavorful to the IP that the set is based on without, in a way that sort of like, kind of makes you go, aha, I see why they did that without making the cards worse, is what I mean. Like, Licorice Recoil has 2 different characters that work on the same climax combo, and they do different things, but the things that they do support the other, and which is very flavorful to the show because they always have to work together in the show and they're stronger united than apart in power, friendship, blah 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 blah. So all that stuff like that I think is sort of good flavor where they use flavor to create these synergistic strategies that are not only rewarding from a game purely a gameplay perspective, but also if you're a fan of the IP that the set is based on, you feel good about sort of in your own trading card version sort of way recreating some of the highlights from the show, or at least if not like the actual events of the show, you're recreating maybe some of the feelings that the show has on you. That maybe that's just me. Maybe I get too invested in my anime. But there are plenty of sets that aren't just like that, like Licorice Recoil's thing that instill that's like sort of sense in me. Like Oshinoko, there are a lot of cards that like Ruby has that involve needing an eye card, like in your memory. And spoiler alert for anyone who wants to watch Oshinoko and hasn't, skip ahead for like a minute. But like in the show, last spoiler alert, her mother, she's killed in the first episode, but she is still a constant presence in Ruby's life. So that makes sense. Most of I's cards go to memory because she's dead and she's really nothing more than a memory. However, despite just being a memory, she is still very, very important to Ruby. And so Bushiroad has a whole bunch of cards for Ruby that involve needing certain I cards in your memory because she is trying to chase after her mom. She is trying to be like her mom and stuff like that. They don't just make these crap cards need all those things. They do pick like generally they make it very synergistic is my point. So not only is it flavorful, it's synergistic. You don't usually feel like you are having to sort of like make compromises for the sake of flavor, more like they were just being clever about things. I think with this set though, this set like really drops the ball with that. They have 3 different colors in the set, and each color sort of represents a different faction in the show. Blue represents Shadow Garden, which is the main character when he's in his shadow persona, as well as his organization called Shadow Garden. And most of the cards will be about the 7 shadows, which are like his top sort of, foot soldiers, lieutenants, whatever you want to call them. And they're all these super beautiful women that are pictured here, except that blurry blonde girl and the girl in the hat. Those are just random passerbys. But anyway, so the blue has a big focus on Shadow Garden. It seems to be like it's mostly or all Shadow Garden, which is fine. We've had plenty of sets where each color represents like a different faction from whatever show it's based on. Green represents villains. Most of it will be a specific set of villains, but there's also like other villains represented, which is also a very common thing. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine. And then red has sort of like I don't remember the word. It's sort of like they're good guys for pretty much, but it shows the main character when he's not in his shadow persona, when he's just pretending to be like a regular guy, as well as like the various people like knights and stuff like that around him. It represents like that faction. So each color represents a different faction, and that's fine. What's sort of weird from a card design standpoint is like Bushiroad knew that everyone likes, maybe not everyone, but Eminence is very popular, largely for the Shadow Garden characters. So, like the 7 girls pictured here, plus Shadow in his Shadow persona. It feels like the set really doesn't have a ton of synergy between the Shadow Garden characters. I mean, there is some, we have that level 3 package that involves 3 different Shadow Garden girls working together for the climax combo. Sure, that exists. But what about the other levels before level 3? There are some cards that are good on their own, and there are some cards that work technically with other Shadow Garden characters, but like a lot of them aren't really good cards if we're being honest. The best one that I could think of is like maybe the Gamma that markers the level 1 Shadow combos so that you could like not have to pay stock to do things. I guess those two work well together. I mean, I don't know. It feels like too many of the good profiles in the set. And I'm not complaining that they're good profiles, but you're mixing like a lot of things. I think there's a lot of people just from being on social media and stuff who would have liked to just go all in on Shadow Garden. And while you do have that possibility, they sort of put a lot of really good cards in red. And I think like flavor wise, it's just weird that like you usually with a set, not always, but oftentimes with a set, when you're presented with this sort of different colors, mean different sorts of groups or different characters or whatnot, like you can build very competent things that are very synergistic within those groups. For people that kind of just want to do like waifu builds or stuff like that, I feel like it's a lot harder just at a glance when I'm reading Eminence in Shadow. It's definitely not impossible. I think you can make, I think like the easiest, green is probably, actually green's got not the best zeros, so green needs some help elsewhere. But like you could do like stuff that's like all Shadow Garden or close to it if you really wanted, and that's like perfectly fine. But you would have to make sacrifices, like in terms of competitiveness, to make that happen. And I feel like it's not something that we've seen a ton. Bushiroad generally does a better job of it. Um, I would have maybe liked to just see more synergy and more flavor between the characters, similar to how like Licorice Recoil, like I mentioned, how there's flavor and synergy between its two leads and how they support each other. Would have maybe liked to see that a little bit more, particularly with the Shadow Garden stuff, because a lot of people there's a reason why the only SPs in the set in the main booster, with actual signatures, are the Shadow Garden girls, because they know that that's the ones that people like. They're aware of it. That shows that they are aware of it. That Bushiroad is aware of what people like from the set, which is why it's confusing that they sort of just decided to say, well, here's a whole bunch of random mishmash stuff, and it almost felt like they were just throwing darts at a wall, when they were deciding like what colors to make certain cards. And that is kind of, I don't want to say disappointing, but it's not disappointing. I would have liked it if I could just do a little bit more where I could just do Shadow Garden without having to really feel like I'm making a bunch of sacrifices. Or even in red, do more with red without feeling like I'm making a bunch of sacrifices. Because if, yes, red and blue work very well together in the set, I think. And I don't mind from a gameplay standpoint, that's perfectly fine. Like, I have no issue doing blue and red with this. I like most of the characters in red, I like all the characters in blue. I'm not complaining about, like, I want to do mono blue or mono red. It's more of like the fact that it's not for me just reading it. Most of the cards are not recreating that feel for me that I get with most Weiss sets that Bushiroad puts out, where it helps me just sort of remember why I love the IP so much. It creates these cards that do things that remind me of my favorite moments from the show, and sort of like reinvigorates, rejuvenates, revives, however you want to put it, like my love for that particular IP. And I feel like even though I like this set a lot overall, the card design between like what the characters do and stuff like that, it's just not really doing it for me. And I've seen other people talk about this on like particularly the Weiss Discord, and it's not something that really affects the playability whatsoever. And overall, I'm fine with it, but I would have liked if they like put a little bit more effort into that. Like a lot with this set, it does feel like a little low effort and just like some missed opportunities. I haven't actually taken the time to look at all the screenshots for all this, every card in the set, to see if they cover season 2 also or just season 1. I'm actually not sure. Everything that I recognize and can think of off the top of my head was from season 1. But if they didn't cover season 2, that does mean we can get a season 2, and a set 2, I mean, that would cover season 2 stuff. We already know we're getting additional anime material. Eminence seems to be selling really well so far, so because of that, I have no doubt at some point we would get a second set because of how well this seems to be selling, you know. So that is something to look forward to, and maybe they could sort of fix this issue that doesn't affect the gameplay, but still affects, like, I play Weiss because it is a fun game, but like I play it because I like playing my favorite characters from my favorite IPs. Um, and generally, Weiss is very good because Bushiroad does put some effort into making me sort of remind me why I like those IPs so much. And I just feel like, outside of the fact that these characters' faces that I know from the show are on trading cards, for whatever reason, this set just doesn't. It's not. I still love the show. It's not reinvigorating my love for the show, or exemplifying it or anything like that, which is sort of weird because everything else, like other sets that I bought in, Oshinoko absolutely did that. Makin bought into heavily with that, absolutely did that. Dandadan did that. Most sets. are able to do that with me. But for whatever reason, this one is just sort of, it feels more like they made a bunch of card effects without deciding which characters were going to be on them. And then they just randomly decided who would be on what card effect. For the most part, that's kind of how it feels to me. And like there wasn't a ton of care that was actually put into it. And that was a little disappointing for me, even though it doesn't really affect playability too much. Another thing with the card design I find very odd is sort of like the double rares for this set. Um, there's 11 double rares, so you don't get 2 full playsets in a case. You get close to it, but you won't get the full 2. Which is weird because we didn't need 11 double rares. Typically, when you have higher than average, normally you get 10 double rares in a set. For anyone who doesn't know, when they announced that it was going to be 11 double rares, at first I was a little disappointed. It's like, yeah, that means you're not going to get 2 full playsets in a case. That kind of stinks. But I was like, wow, they must have really just printed some really great cards if they really couldn't decide what shouldn't be a double rare. And now that we have the full release for the double rares, I can't help but feel that like it is so easy to honestly cut a lot of these. Like they don't feel like double rares necessarily, and I know that people could say that's nitpicky about rarities and it doesn't matter, but like generally in a set the double rares are going to be your powerful climax combos, whether at 1 or at 3. They're going to be powerful utility cards. They're going to be your Rickies, which we do have. We have the beta Ricky, that is good. You know, I don't think we needed 3 double rare slots to go to the 3 standby package at the bottom left. We certainly didn't need a double rare slot to go to the 2/2 at the very bottom left. The Sid there in disguise. He is not a good card. In no world should he be a double rare. It makes absolute, imagine someone buys a box. Not everyone buys cases. Not everyone buys multiple boxes. But imagine you're just some guy, you see Eminence on a store shelf at your local shop, and you buy a box, and this is one of the, like the, I don't remember how many it is, 4 double rares in a box or something like that. And that guy is one of the double rares you pull. He is so, every set has double rares that, to be honest, like aren't great, but he is so below average. He feels like he is barely a common. And it's just so weird. You know, the Iris, maybe if you really wanted the Iris to be a double rare, she is not necessarily a bad standby card. It's just the set's not good for standby. I don't think the Sid double rare really needed to, the red one really needed to be a double rare, especially because the set doesn't support standby. The Beatrix is the only red double rare here that I feel really deserves her slot. You can make the argument for the Iris if you really want, but honestly, like the Beatrix is that's a good double rare. And then you get something like the Alexia, the level 0 red Alexia, that is an uncommon, the one that says on play, discard a card, look at top 4, and add a level 1 or higher card. And she's just an uncommon. Now, I could see some people making the argument that by making cards as good as that Alexia uncommons, it makes it cheaper and more accessible, and I don't actually mind that. I think that is a good thing. Sometimes we've seen double rares just go to insanely high prices for no real reason, and that is always disappointing. But like, just because they put good cards in uncommon slots or common slots or rare slots, it doesn't mean that they have to make double rare slots just atrociously bad. Or just bad, even if they're not atrociously bad. You know, it's okay. No one's got a gun to their head telling them that a certain number of cards in their set need to just be bad, but also like somewhat hard to get. No one's doing that. They're making these decisions on their own. You know, the beta Ricky, sure, let that be a double rare. The Beatrix double, the red combo, let that be a double rare. The level 1 shadow combo feels like a double rare, sure. I don't quite know if the alpha feels like a double rare. If you noticed here, there's only 2 of the 7 shadows that got double rares, despite the 7 shadows all having SPs. Like, that's kind of because a lot of them are just sort of whatever. Just sort of a weird choice. Sure, the shadow off finisher, if you really wanted to make it a double rare, I guess it's fine. It probably could have just been a rare. The green level 1 combo feels a little out of place. The level 3 combo feels like a double rare profile to me. I think if it wasn't a better color, I think like people would be more like amenable to playing this combo. I think if this exact combo was printed in a different set where like green was a color that people liked more, like imagine you're playing Quince and Yotsuba is green in that, and they printed that exact combo, but on a Yotsuba, I think people would be like, "Holy shit, Yotsuba's got a really, really good combo. That's actually very solid." Oh, and it's like it would make sense in those things why it was like a double rare, and it's still a good combo. I'm not. This isn't the part to talk about that. The Pervashat Brainstorm, I like as a brainstorm. I guess it's fine. The 1-0 combo really feels out of place to me, but like, you know, there's maybe like 3 cards out of these 11 that I really feel like maybe 4 that like really deserve a double rare slot. Like, and the rest just feel like they could have just printed them to be better cards. They control what cards they're making. They could have just done better things, and then maybe I wouldn't have felt this way. It just feels kind of weird. Like, why did they need to make 11 double rares, but have so many of them feel like they're really not that great cards to begin with? I don't know. Bushiroad will never tell us. You know, it is what it is. It's just it's just a little odd to me. Um, so from a sort of flavorful standpoint, I think Bushiroad kind of dropped the ball on this a little bit. From the whole rarity distribution, they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Card design they dropped the ball when it comes, in my opinion, to like the foil versions for certain cards. Why are they throwing like a guy on so many of the triple rares when like he's not even part of the combo? Everyone's here for most people are here for the 7 shadows, the girls, not Shadow himself, you know, and then he just has to butt into everything. It's just like they didn't. There's nothing that says they had to do that. I doubt the rights holders, when they licensed Eminence to them, said Shadow needs to be on like 75% of your cards. Otherwise, we're not going to license to you. I don't think that's what happened. So I just don't really get why Bushiroad kind of intentionally did that. It's just some weird decisions that were made at various levels of design, mostly when it comes to things like art and flavor and rarity, not necessarily with what the actual cards do. That's not what I mean by card design. That's definitely the least egregious part. Just weird. I hope Bushiroad doesn't make that mistake again with the next English exclusive, or if we get a second set for Eminence, which I do hope we get. I think a second set could have the potential to do what set 2 for Seven Deadly Sins did for set 1. Set 1 for Seven Deadly Sins, anyone doesn't know, that was also English original. Set 1 was good. Nothing wrong with set 1 whatsoever, but it was lacking certain things that it needed to really be pushed over the top. Set 2 comes out, and from that point on, you had 2 different Seven Deadly Sins decks that just really were maybe, at different points throughout their lifespans. Tier 1 for sure. Different versions were Tier 1 throughout the entirety of their lifespans once Set 2 came out. And then at different points, could be argued worthy top of like Tier 1. Set 2 just was a huge boost. Same thing with something like Ruby. And I love Ruby and I love Seven Deadly Sins. Set 1 Ruby had a lot of really good solid cards in there, but it was missing a few key pieces to really make it amazing. The premium booster for Ruby comes out and it fixes pretty much all of those problems. And I played Ruby to death. Fixes most of those problems, and it actually made Ruby for a while competitive, and it was very, very solid. So maybe a set 2 for Eminence can do something like that. Maybe, hopefully, with a set 2, they could also fix some of these weird rarities, and they could fix the flavor problem and that sort of thing, so that I enjoy the cards being used together a bit more, and it doesn't just feel like a random pile of cards that have good effects on them, which for some people they may not mind that. For fans of the IP, maybe they will a little bit. I don't know, but I guess that's enough of a gripe about that. To wrap up my thoughts about Eminence, I know that I have spent a lot of time in the collectability portion and in the card design portion of this video sort of just complaining about Eminence. I think that a lot of what I feel is maybe justified. However, I do like this set a lot. So even though I spent a lot of I talked about it so much and complained about it so much because of how just disappointed I was, because I really do enjoy the IP and I had very high hopes for this set, and I think that from a playability standpoint, they did a fantastic job. I'm very excited to play this and play it at locals a lot and tons of things. And I'm sure when I record games, you're going to see me playing Eminence a lot at my locals. You'll probably see other people at my locals playing Eminence. I think like they really did a good job. I'm very happy. I have very few minor nitpicky almost complaints about the actual playability of the cards. But if we never even got a second Eminence set, I could see myself playing Eminence, like relatively like semi-consistently for a good long while because I think it's good, it's solid, and all that stuff. My gripes come down to just how Bushy Road really decided to just really mess with people with the case distribution. Even if it's better than Fairy Tale, it still could have been better. And just some of the art design on cards and the rarities and like the flavor of the cards and that sort of thing feels so. Too much of it feels like a middle finger. I'm still going to enjoy it. Still going to enjoy the set. I'm sure I'm still going to buy I might just buy more SRs for the set and stuff. I'll see. I don't know. But overall, I'm going to be buying into the set. And so I guess Bushiroad did their job enough to where I feel like spending my hard-earned money on this set. I think there are going to be people that already spent their hard-earned money pre-ordering a case or multiple cases, and they are going to feel a little disappointed and sort of regret doing that. I also think that there are people who maybe waited and now they're going to buy into it, and they're going to be happy that they bought into it. I don't think this is a set that is a universal people pleaser. Oshinoko was incredibly popular. Not many people were complaining about Oshinoko Volume 2. Lots of sets are like that, where from the people that buy into it, they get lots of love, not a ton of complaints. I think this one will be a little bit more divisive. I think for casual people, casual players, I think Eminence is perfectly fine. I think if you were buying a lot of this product because you thought you were going to make like a lot of money off of it, you're going to feel pretty disappointed and maybe a little broke afterwards. But I think overall, this is a solid set right now. Like for the rest of the, I'm going to buy into ReZero a little bit, but like I was looking forward to Eminence more, and I'm probably going to be playing more of Eminence than I will with ReZero. Even though I like ReZero as a show more than I like Eminence, I like Eminence as a set more than I like ReZero Volume 3 as a set. Or whatever volume it is now, I forgot. Like I don't care for Uma Musume, so like I'm not gonna be buying into that. Overlord is fine, but like I like it, but I don't love it. So for like the foreseeable future in terms of releases, Eminence is like the last big thing that I will be like super investing into. And I am happy that it exists, and I think there's a lot of good stuff with it, but I do think it has negatives that Bushy Road could have, they had to have realized it. I can't imagine that nobody in the bush, whatever office is making these decisions and stuff, that nobody brought up in any meeting, hey, there might be some problems with this that will disappoint people. Should we do the minor amount of work it would take to fix some of those problems? I understand that like totally redesigning and coming up with original card art for the 5 Secret Pluses, that is not necessarily a minor thing. Okay, fine. But like, yeah, design the art for like the serial rare. Why'd you pick a shitty art like that? It sucks. And even though most people aren't going to have serial rares, like, so it doesn't really matter, but I think it just speaks to the overall effort that they put into the set, because too much of the set feels like they were almost saying, fuck you, give us your money. You're going to take what we give you and you're going to like it. And I'm not really nuts about that because it's, even though Bushiroad obviously is never going to say something like that, it's sort of like just the vibe that they have been putting out more recently. And they've never been good with customer service. They've never taken criticism well. Um, Whoever is in charge of their customer service thing and stuff like that, they always seem very sensitive, and they seem to take, and I know that because I've like reached out to them, and the responses seem like they take things very personally. Any sort of criticism, no matter how constructive it is, they even take basic questions really personally sometimes, if they bother answering them at all. And usually if they answer, it's going to be something like a non-answer, like just deal with it. It's going to be, here's your answer, and there just won't be anything after that. Which is how Bushiroad likes to handle English Weiss for whatever reason. But I don't know. I'm having a tough time because I don't want to. I like so much about the set and I still like the IP and I'm glad this exists as a Weiss set. I guess I am just trying to grapple with my disappointment for the lack of effort from Bushiroad. But I guess that is something for me to talk through with my therapist and not with you guys. So I don't know, double book an appointment or something like that and discuss it with her. Well, I guess I should find a therapist first and then discuss it with her. Don't worry, I'll deal with it outside of this. But overall, solid set in terms of playability. Very happy with it from a competitive standpoint, especially even if I'm never going to take Eminence to a regional because I would take like Oshinoko or Bane Dream instead. Even if I never wind up taking it to a regional, I'm very happy that this set exists and is as strong as I think it is. I'm very happy that I'm going to be taking it to locals for a while. I'm happy that my locals got a Meister Cup for Eminence. My local store has two stores. One of them is the one I go to every week. That's about an hour drive for me. The other store that they have is about 2 hours from me. And they had a Licorice Recoil Meister Cup at the one that was 2 hours from me, and I drove all the way for it. And they haven't gotten one since. Which is really weird because they have a very consistent large Weiss group. But then they got the one for Eminence. Super pleased about that. It's the closer store to me. That's at the end of May. Super pumped for that because I just like the set overall and I'm excited to play it. Because of that, I'm sure I'll play a lot of Eminence in May so I can test different builds. I'm excited to get some cards for it, play it. So from a player standpoint, mostly I'm very satisfied with the set and I'm looking forward to a potential set 2. Other issues in terms of collectability and card design and stuff like that, I am disappointed. But my guess is when at the end of 2026, when I make a video that sort of ranks my personal favorite sets of the year, I don't think Eminence is going to be at the top, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to the bottom. I think it's going to be like a very, very solid middle of the road, maybe slightly skewed to the higher end just because of how much I love Eminence sort of set. It has issues, sure, but there are, at the end of the day, the issues aren't the same level that Fairy Tail had. As someone who buys SPs, I would never be able to find all the SPs or the SSPs or the Secret Pluses that I would want from Fairy Tail because of how badly they screwed the consumer base on Fairy Tail. But for Eminence, while I'm not nuts about it, it's not enough so that the cards aren't going to be accessible. So I'm still going, as long as maybe I'm willing to spend a little bit of extra money, I'm going to be able to get all the cards that I could want outside of like cereals and Secret Pluses, I guess. Though there probably will be a decent supply of Secret Pluses because it is being opened a lot. Anyway, I think solid set overall, and be on the lookout because once I get my cards in, I'll do some deck profiles. Once Bushiroad officially adds the images for the cards to Bushinavi, I will then make some decks off the Bushinavi deck log, and I will post some template decks to sort of create a starting point for anyone that's getting into Weiss and maybe they just need a little bit of extra help in terms of how to deck build. For any experienced players, you probably won't need it as much, but that will be coming. They should have everything uploaded on Friday. They normally do it on release day, so I'll start working on some deck templates on Friday, and hopefully I will be able to record it so that on Friday so that it's uploaded on Saturday in a few days, so that newer players who are hoping to play with their new playsets have a good jumping off point. And then after that, I'll start recording some games, and we'll just see what happens. We'll see what the general consensus is once the set is officially released and is in everyone's hands. But I think overall, I do need to put aside my personal complaints and just sort of be happy for what we got, know that it could have been better, but also know that it definitely could have been worse, and just sort of be grateful that it wasn't worse. I don't want to get into that mentality and just become a little too submissive to Bushiroad's middle fingers at their consumers, but it definitely could have been worse. So overall, if I had to give this set a score, despite its weaknesses, which have nothing to do with the playability of the cards, probably give it like a very solid, strong 8 out of 10. I wouldn't want to rate it lower. You could probably make an argument that maybe it's an 8.5, but I think an 8 out of 10 feels like a fair score for this set, and I'm excited to really dive into it very soon. So with all of that, I think this is my longest set overview ever. For anyone who spent any amount of time watching any portion, thank you very much. I hope that I've been able to explain some things about the set, introduce some new cards you weren't aware of, or just provide some alternative points of view, and hopefully overall just boost your enjoyment for this set and this franchise. Without further ado, I'm going to wrap this up. It's been Catskill Weiss Schwarz, and thank you for watching.